Audiobook title Caledon's Fall, 01 to 104, by T.G. Parsons Part 01. This work belongs to author T.G. Parsons. Chapter 1 Prologue. Caledon burned. The fires from the orbital bombardment consumed its major cities. Their light reflected off the thick layer of clouds in the sky above, coloring the heavens a mixture of red and orange. It would have been beautiful if it didn't represent the end of 10,000 years of progress. The Duchy of Caledon had covered thousands of solar systems and hundreds of billions of people, all living under his family's once benevolent rule. A dynasty stretching through millennia ended in a mere decade. Above, through the few gaps that remained in the cloud cover, hundreds of starships hovered just above the atmosphere. Their cookie-cutter designs had remained unchanged throughout the Empire's history since faster-than-light technology was first invented. Each ship was precisely the same, their mass dictated by the engine that propelled them through space and time, disappearing and reappearing in different locations almost simultaneously. It was unfortunate that starships could not be weaponized. They could have been made of glass for all their defensive properties. Their fragile systems were unable to handle any damage whatsoever. Even an errant piece of space debris was enough to pose a catastrophic threat. Cal looked to the sky, watching trails of plasma burn through the atmosphere, the planetary defenses attempting to stem the flow of invaders. A futile endeavor. For every drop pod that was shot down, a dozen more landed. Already, he could see mechs fighting on the outskirts of the city, the few remaining house guards holding fast, despite the odds against them. "My lord," a voice sounded out from behind him. Not turning around, Cal continued to observe the fighting, the palace balcony providing an unparalleled view of his family's folly. "Is he finally dead?" Cal asked, a silent prayer in his heart that his father had finally succumbed to his wounds. Cal's grandfather had left his father a thriving duchy, and in 10 years, the fool had destroyed it. His father's corruption and ineptitude had alienated their allies, weakened their economy, and pulled the fangs from the military. His most significant act of incompetence had been fomenting rebellion against the emperor, resulting in the disaster unfolding before Cal's eyes. Worse, rather than take accountability, to apologize to the emperor and hopefully save his people, Cal's father ordered them to fight. As planet after planet fell, their once mighty duchy was reduced to only their ancestral home. His father had taken the coward's way out, shooting himself in the head once he realized the inevitable. Even then, the man's stupidity had shown through, the fatal blow missing but doing enough damage to leave him lingering in a state of half-life. The Duke's final order prevented anyone from calling a ceasefire or retreat. Cal had thought of finishing the job himself, but patricide would result in him forfeiting his claim as heir, even for a traitor of the Empire. So, they could only wait while his people fought and died. Cities burned, the innocent suffered, and nothing could be done. "Yes, my lord, the Duke is dead," the old servant confirmed, his heart heavy as he knew the burden placed on the young man before him. Someone would need to apologize to the Emperor. A price must be paid. Cal's father had neglected that responsibility by committing suicide, but Cal would not have that luxury. A fiefdom needed a lord, and honor demanded his accountability. Not for the first time, Cal felt like cursing his grandfather, who instilled in him such virtue and morality. He couldn't bring himself to hate the man who had made him what he was. "Order our troops to disarm and stand down. Inform the Imperial Herald of our unconditional surrender. As Duke, I submit myself to the Emperor's mercy," Cal said, still not looking behind him. He had been against this from the start, but was powerless to oppose his father. Even as a boy, he could see it was madness, that the path his father was leading them down would end in disaster. Now, as an adult, the only living member of the Caledonian dynasty, it was left to him to pick up the pieces. He had done everything he could to stop it, to convince his father to see reason. He could only hope the Emperor agreed with him, and granted him the mercy of a quick death. Cal watched as the fighting ceased, the flash of laser fire, and the explosions ending. Imperial mechs, not the slow, lumbering machines that the house guards were forced to use as their losses mounted, but fast-moving, heavily armed, humanoid mobile suits that only the most skilled and supreme of pilots could operate, entered the city. The shield around the palace was lowered, the shimmering force field fading from existence, allowing the smoke to enter. He breathed it in deeply, letting the smell imprint on his memory. If he survived his meeting with the Emperor, he wanted to remember this moment for the rest of his life. The price paid for ignorance and stupidity. of making all the wrong choices. What would his grandfather have thought, Cal wondered, of their end? Behind him, he could hear the sound of marching boots, the distinctive whirling noise of combat exercises in motion. The Imperial Guard was already in the palace, clearing it room by room. Strangely, he was almost eager for them to arrive, for the damnable waiting to end. He would travel to Terra, humanity's ancestral home, to kneel in the presence of the Emperor himself and pay the cost for his family's sins. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. They brought him to Terra in chains. He knelt on the imperial palace floor before a throne at the heart of an empire that stretched across a galaxy. Cal almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. Technology allowed them to travel to any point in the empire nearly instantaneously. 100-foot-tall mobile suits wielded weapons that could vaporize a city, and they bound his arms and legs in cold iron. Despite the humiliation, Cal kept his head high. His father may have been incompetent, but he was right about one thing: appearances mattered. How one held themselves, even in defeat, affected the outcome. He knelt before humanity's chosen ruler and apologized for his family's actions. He asked for mercy, not for himself, but for his people. He owed them more than he could ever repay for the debt of blood his father had accrued. The trial was quick and perfunctory. In the end, the Emperor recognized that Cal wasn't to blame for the rebellion, and was here due to his father's cowardice. In a way, the Emperor respected his desire to atone, and for having the courage to surrender. However, examples must be made. The nobility must understand the consequences of rebellion. 500 years in stasis. It was a light punishment for a noble whose genetics and biological enhancements allowed them to live for over 1,000 years. Even the poorest commoner could potentially live for centuries. But it wasn't the loss of time that was Cal's true penance. The murmurs in the court from the assembled only grew as the rest of the decree was read. He was to be stripped of everything but a single planet. To have his title reduced to a baron, the lowest rank of nobility. It was a shame that few nobles would endure. To Cal, it meant nothing. Titles were meaningless, although some part of him was glad his grandfather was not alive to witness this. He was marched into the detention center, his guards faceless behind their powered exoskeleton combat suits. They needn't have bothered. He went willingly, longing for the peace and solitude of the stasis chamber. Enclosed in the pod, he could only hear the faint beeping as the mindless computer counted down. Cal closed his eyes. 500 years. To sleep, to dream of halcyon days. Chapter 2: An Endless Dream. Chapter 2. When Cal was young, his grandfather had once allowed him to watch the trial of a criminal. It had been a rarity, crime being nearly unheard of on their planet. He was a child, bored of listening to the adults talk endlessly. It had robbed him of what excitement he had from accompanying the Duke. He couldn't remember the details, aside from the sentence of a century in stasis. Going to sleep, even for years, seemed a silly sentence to a serious crime. As a young boy, Cal had likened it to being sent to one's room for misbehaving. Afterwards, when the verdict was declared, he asked his grandfather why stasis was a punishment. It's a punishment because the body sleeps while the mind remains awake in stasis. Pray that you never feel that torture, Cal, his grandfather had told him. He hadn't understood at the time, leaving him confused, before it was driven from his young mind by something more interesting. Years later, listening to the endless beeping of the stasis chamber's computer as it counted down the seconds left in his sentence, Cal now knew the torture his grandfather had warned him about. His body slept, motionless and untouched by time, but his mind was aware. After a day, he grew incredibly bored. He searched for things to occupy his thoughts. He counted the beeps, converting the seconds to minutes, the minutes to hours, the hours to days. Cal even thought he could detect fluctuations in the sound, incredibly minuscule changes in frequency. He lost track of how long he studied that noise, seeking some hidden meaning in it all. Eventually, his mind wandered. Time crept forward, and he began to question his reality. How could Cal hear the beeping? His ears were in stasis. They should not be able to register sound. Did he imagine it, or did some scientist, locked in a shadowy imperial laboratory, create a method of bypassing stasis all to drive prisoners mad? After a month, he raged. His anger was incandescent. Cal screamed silently, cursing everything he could think that led him to this place. The Emperor, the Empire, his parents, his fiefdom. Nothing was safe from his hatred. Time soldiered on, and his rage grew with its passing. Cal lost count of the times he promised to murder whoever invented the incessant beeping. He dreamed of the ways he would do it. It kept him entertained, imagining bringing death to that faceless individual. He crafted elaborate scenarios in his imagination where he unlocked the secret of the beeps, exposing a hidden code that would free him from stasis. He would break out of this prison, eluding the guards, before stealing a ship to take him to the coordinates the code revealed. From there, he would confront the scientists behind it all, taking his sweet revenge. After a decade, he was convinced he was insane. His imagination became his reality. He would spend months in different worlds, exploring their lands and meeting the people there. He lost track of time. The frequency of the beeps seemed to slow, each lasting an eternity before blessed silence returned. At other times, they sped up until their noise was constant, a horrid keening wail that threatened to shatter what remained of his psyche. Cal retreated deeper into his mind to avoid the noise, losing himself in the worlds within. He began to forget who he was, why he was here, and for what purpose he was being tortured. He lived in those realities, lifetimes spent as someone else. After a century, he questioned sanity itself. What was sane? Who determined that a mind should be a certain way? Maybe reality itself was insane, and only by passing through this trial could his consciousness be elevated on the other side. Cal's thoughts turned and twisted. For years, he questioned existence itself. He stopped crafting worlds within his mind, instead seeking the truth of who he was. After 2 centuries, his mind was blank. He had spiraled so far out of control he had leapt past insanity, landing firmly in a new sense of rationality. Spending 200 years in the maze of his thoughts, he had found that he simply didn't care anymore. He had arrived at a grand truth that nothing truly mattered. Strangely, it was this supposed nihilistic view of reality that saved him. He explored his past. By letting go of his obsession with explaining his existence, he arrived in the only place that mattered. He became a child again, growing up on Caledon. He spent his years in stasis, reliving his days under his grandfather's tutelage. He revisited the capital city, Caledonia, where his family's ancestral home had been erected over 10,000 years ago. Little remained of those humble beginnings. Time had worn even the sturdiest stones to dust, but he had seen the records. The first explorers had fled a terra that was on the verge of collapse, overpopulated and polluted. His ancestors had found a beautiful blue and green pearl in the darkness of space, Caledon. After 300 years, Cal's mind was firmly in the past. He was a boy chasing his mother, his legs barely able to keep him upright. He remembered how she ignored him, more interested in her holidays, entertainment shows broadcasted from all over the empire. He had cried when his grandmother had seen him. Scooping him up, the Duchess had given him his first memory of being loved. Memory after memory returned to him, playing in an endless loop. His parents were a disappointment. Even as a youth he knew that. But his grandparents were always there for him. His grandmother's death had been agonizing, his grandfather's even more brutal, until he was alone. That was when the worst happened. One wrong decision after another, Cal had watched his parents squander everything his grandparents had built. It was through these memories that a new resolve built itself in Cal. His grandmother had taught him to love and care for others, to cherish what was important in life. His grandfather directed that love towards their duchy to cherish Caledon. Centuries had elapsed, with Cal reliving the same 2 decades of his short life. Over and over again, He watched the two people he cared for most in the world build something. They nurtured their home and cared for their people. His grandmother had made it her life's goal to see that every person under their rule, and their hundreds of billions, had access to food, education, medicine, and shelter. They praised her as a living saint and rejoiced when she visited their worlds. If his grandmother was the helping hand, then his grandfather was the shield that protected them. He led their armies against invaders, chasing down the pirates and profiteers who sought to pillage and rob. She was the light, driving back the darkness with her kindness, while he was the cleansing flame that burned away all that sought to harm them. When they died, one shortly after the other, Cal had been lost. His mother was an egotistical narcissist, more interested in how the other nobility perceived her than in her own people. She had spent fortunes on the current fashions, having specialty goods shipped at exorbitant costs from all corners of the empire. His father, the reigning duke, had never been kind or attentive to their fiefdom. He had spent years traveling to other fiefs, making connections, and enjoying the fruits of life that only one with vast wealth and relationships could discover. Cal's father hadn't returned when his grandmother died, only rushing back to take his rightful place once Cal's grandfather was on his deathbed. As a duke, he made all the wrong decisions. Ignoring the advice of others, he had thrown his lot to those who opposed the emperor. The poison they had whispered into his ear had spoken of gaining more, of adding more planets under his rule, more wealth to spend on his vices, and more power to lord over others. As Cal replayed his life, the first half was like a beautiful dream of learning and discovery, guided by his grandparents. It molded him into the man he was now. If that period was a dream, his second half of life was a nightmare. Forced to relive the horrors of war, the consequence of actions taken by fools who thought they knew better. Over and over, a dozen times, Cal relived those memories. Each time, his grandfather's words, spoken on his deathbed, echoed in his mind. They formed a determination that saw him through the madness and anger. Our family exists to serve Caledon. Your father doesn't understand that, Cal, but I know you do. Regardless of what happens, I know that you will do your duty. Promise me that you will carry on our legacy. After 500 years, the endless beeping of the stasis chamber computer stopped. The coldness retreated, and the field of energy leaving him suspended retracted. For the first time in 5 centuries, Caledon, Baron of Caledon, felt his feet touch the ground as his eyes opened. I promise, Cal whispered, his voice filled with resolve. Chapter 3 Homecoming, Part 1. Chapter 3. The technician walked briskly down a long corridor of the prison, her white lab coat practically glowing in the dim light. Flanking her were 2 guards, their black exoskeleton combat suits sleek and dark, molded to well-muscled figures. Their helmets prevented her from seeing their faces, making them look exceptionally intimidating. They exuded an air of professionalism, lost pistols securely holstered on their hips. It had been centuries since they had last had any problems from the stasis ward, and they meant to keep that streak going for years to come. She checked her hand terminal and confirmed that the next prisoner was due for release shortly. The prison was restricted from the rest of the Imperial net, a closed-circuit system requirement that prevented implants or holos from uploading information. It necessitated clumsy but secure handheld devices with display screens. Tapping her finger on the flashing button that indicated a stasis field deactivating, she read the name out loud. Caledon, 500 years, she whispered, her subdued voice barely reaching the guards behind her. Skipping over the details of his crimes, she focused on the duration. 5 centuries would wreak havoc on a prisoner's mind, rendering them confused and disoriented. In some of the more extreme cases she had seen, the person had forgotten who they were, leading to a need for years of rehabilitation. It may seem extreme to some, but she had seen the statistics for recidivism. It was low, and when combined with the inevitable memory loss and intensive rehabilitation, extremely effective at deterring crime. Turning to the guards behind her, she spoke in a louder tone. The next one is coming off 500 years. The prisoner may need to be carried out. Call for a gurney, she advised. One guard nodded, speaking into his helmet communicator, requesting the required equipment, while the other guard chuckled. A scatty, always good for a laugh, the guard joked. The technician frowned at the slang. Scatty was what many of her colleagues named the ones that came off long-term stasis. Short for scatterbrained, they were addle-minded, too far gone to stand without assistance. It would typically take years before they were capable of rejoining society. Gurney is on its way, the other guard confirmed. With a nod, the technician led the way to the cell, the door opening automatically after confirming her and the guard's presence. Entering the room, she was surprised by its occupant. The man was standing, his eyes open and alert. He appeared to be doing a series of simple stretches, his muscles stiff after prolonged inactivity. It was a side effect of long-term stasis. Even if the body didn't age, it still remembered its captivity. Caledon was tall, nearly 7 feet, with long black hair and piercing blue eyes. Naked, his body was slim but well-muscled and perfectly proportioned. He was slightly tanned, healthy-looking and one of the most handsome men the technician had ever seen. The technician stopped abruptly, causing the guard behind her to nearly bump into her back. She couldn't help herself, so startled was she by the man in front of her that her task was driven from her mind. He was physically perfect, a prominent example of genetic manipulation and hereditary traits that could only be obtained through generations of selective breeding and costly genome therapy. The only way that was possible would be if he were a noble, the technician whispered, her eyes wide. She cursed herself for a fool. From her nervous fingers, she dropped the data pad onto the floor. The hardy device didn't suffer a scratch, but she was too flustered to care. She hadn't done more than skim the prisoner profile. She was so accustomed to dealing with criminals that their information blended together. She was too young to have been alive for a trial of a noble, but she had heard of it. Everyone in the Empire knew of it. How could she not have recognized the name? Caledon was a wasteland now, only a mere shadow of its former glory, but it had been a colossal duchy before the rebellion. She began to shake with nervousness, not prepared to be in the presence of a noble. The technician's mind went blank, simply staring at Cal. Nobles held the life and death of commoners in the palm of their hands. Not just physically, although their enhancements put them in an entirely different league from those around them. It was the law that allowed them to determine her fate. Nobles, even this one who had just come out of stasis, could only be tried by the Emperor himself. Offending a member of the nobility was to look death in the eye and spit in it. Thankfully, they were bound by traditions and devotion to the Emperor. She had only heard stories of nobles acting against the virtues extolled by the ruler of humanity. But that fear remained. Cal straightened from his stretches as the white-coated technician entered his cell. The machine that generated the stasis field, and had elevated his body from the floor, made faint ticking noises as it cooled, its presence a constant reminder of his imprisonment. Hearing her exclamation, he smiled, flashing perfect, pearly white teeth at her, hoping to put the woman at ease. It wasn't easy. He hadn't smiled or spoken to another human in centuries except in his memory. Watching her gaze as it drifted lower, he was suddenly aware of his lack of clothing. After 500 years of isolation, he couldn't care less what she saw. He was merely eager to be away from here. Cal would run naked through the corridors of this place if it got him to a ship faster. "You're here to show me the exit?" Cal asked. His voice drew the woman's attention back to his face, and she blushed deeply. Behind her, the guards shuffled nervously. Cal was a prisoner, but devotion to the nobility, and the Emperor they represented, had been ingrained into their psyches. "Me," the technician began before coughing and clearing her throat. Her tone fell back onto the comfort of formality, taking a business-as-usual approach as she started her sentence again. "Milord, we're here to escort you to a medical examination. You've been in stasis for 500 years. Per your sentence, you will be released, pending a physical and psychological assessment," she stated, about to type into her data pad, when she realized it was still on the floor. Blushing, the young woman bent over to retrieve the device, turning scarlet red once her eyes inadvertently landed on Cal's body once more as she straightened. Flustered, she quickly typed a request for medical to prepare. "There's no need. I'm in excellent condition. Prepare a transport ship to bring me back to Caledon. I've been away too long." Cal said, the last part barely a whisper as he frowned, thinking of what his absence had done to his planet. "I must insist, Baron Caledon. Please follow us," the technician said, a hint of pleading in her voice as she gestured to the doorway behind them. Cal head jerked to the side at hearing the title of Baron. It felt wrong, a reminder of his family's sin, but he accepted it, taking on the title as a penance for his failure. Deep inside, his resolve to restore what was lost grew even more potent. Cal paused, considering his options for a moment, before nodding. It would likely take them time to arrange his transport, and if he fought against their assessments, it could delay things. He would go along with the exams, hoping to expedite the process. For the next few hours he was poked and prodded, forced through various tests by a team of doctors. Because of his status, the prison staff weren't taking any chances with his health. The last thing they would ever want is to be the people blamed if a noble left their care in ill health. They assigned their best physicians to examine him. Thankfully, Cal was eventually clothed, wearing a simple, gray long-sleeved shirt and soft, black pants. Feeling like a human once more and not a lab rat, he had a long discussion with the prison psychologist, who deemed him reasonably sane and ready to rejoin society. It was something of a miracle, considering even the hardiest of inmates usually required months of rehabilitation after leaving stasis. Cal attributed it to his desire to get to work rebuilding what was lost and his resolve to right the wrongs his father had committed. Regardless of the reason, less than 6 hours after awakening, Cal was being led to the spaceship hangar by 2 guards, who respectfully maintained their distance. The prison was a space station, hanging in the darkness of the void between stars, the coordinates of its location hidden from even the Imperial net, preventing rescue attempts for the inmates. Cal recalled leaving Terra by starship, but with the engine, it could be located anywhere in the galaxy after a single jump. The interior of the prison lacked viewports, something he had noticed on his arrival, further obscuring it from being located. The hangar was small, barely large enough to house the 2-person transport vessel to take him to the starship, waiting safely at a distance from the prison. The transport was only large enough to hold the pilot and a single prisoner. Square and squat-looking, its thrusters appeared capable of only short trips, another security measure. It was old and outdated. The repairs and replacement parts were apparent, as several panels were discolored. It was clear that it had seen many years of service, its only purpose being to ferry inmates the short distance to the starship's hold. Leaving his guards behind, Cal climbed into the vessel's rear, ducking low to avoid the ceiling. Strapping into the single chair, he waited patiently for takeoff, the hum of the ship's systems providing comforting background noise. In moments they were leaving, the artificial gravity of the prison retreating. Cal's stomach lurched as he felt the unfamiliar feeling of weightlessness. He hadn't spent much time in space beside a few short trips to some of the more essential planets under his family's rule when he was younger. Once the rebellion had started, it was too dangerous for the air to be off the planet, restricting him to Caledon. After a short acceleration, the thrusters pushed him back into his seat. A few minutes of silent movement let him know they were traveling before he was pressed forward slightly, straining against his seatbelt. With a soft, jarring motion, they landed on the starship that would carry him back to Caledon. Chapter 4 Homecoming, Part 2. Chapter 4. Disembarking from the transport, Cal was instantly familiar with the starship, even though he had never been on this particular vessel before. They were all the same, every single starship that utilized the engine to travel faster than light. They were capable of jumping vast distances instantaneously, and were the lifeblood of trade in the Empire and invaluable tools for war. Their shape and size were controlled by a mathematical formula severe enough that even the mass of their cargo and passengers were severely limited. His transport had deposited him in the main cargo hold, a single space so enormous that Cal couldn't see the distant walls from the clutter of vehicles, cargo, and bustling crowds. It was well lit, as bright as noon on Caledon, and overwhelmingly noisy. People were shouting to be heard over the sound of other voices. At the same time, hovering drones controlled remotely by crew operators lifted cargo crates and containers into neat stacks, making room to offload them at their next destination. Starships were relatively common. The Empire had millions of them, but they were costly to operate and maintain. Even to carry a person of his stature, a noble of the Empire, the ship would still need to make multiple stops along the way to his destination, picking up and delivering passengers and cargo to mitigate costs. Cal sighed as he joined the multitude of people, blending in despite his height and appearance. He remembered when he had traveled through space with his grandfather, they had thousands of starships under their command, several dedicated to simply carrying their family wherever they desired, according to their whim. If he was forced to travel by commercial ship, they were likely gone, sold or destroyed during his centuries of confinement, or lost during the rebellion. Beggars cannot be choosers, Cal thought, the age-old saying coming to mind as he assessed his surroundings. A consequence of his years of isolation had made him prefer quiet and solitude. He wanted to be away from the mob. Weaving through the crowd, Cal found a seat by a large window, somewhat quieter and out of the bulk of the passengers' way. The window was black, a security measure to ensure the anonymity of the prison's location to the travelers. It would clear once the ship jumped, granting them a view of the journey. Cal had barely sat down before the ship lurched, a disorienting sensation as if somebody suddenly pulled the ground out from beneath him. It felt as if he were falling, tumbling through the air before it stilled abruptly. His stomach roiled, and he squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, waiting for the ill feeling to pass. The window next to his seat cleared, revealing a bright blue sphere. To the left of where he was sitting, the planet was dark, twinkling with city lights. Half in darkness, the sun shone just over the horizon as the starship rose high above. Cal could see hundreds of other ships around them, including several starships with engines, while most were only intrasystem vessels, only able to travel within planetary space. They appeared to be offloading cargo and passengers, overseen by dozens of heavily armed security ships maintaining order and peace. Cal had no idea where the prison was, relative to Caledon or Terra, giving him no frame of reference on where he was. He didn't recognize the planet through the window, and the system was utterly foreign to his eyes. But that wasn't a surprise. The engine could have jumped them anywhere in the galaxy, only limited by its captain's desire for fuel efficiency and cost savings. Coinciding with the clearing of the viewing window, the Imperial net became active once more, giving the passengers access to the service. Cal had lost his implants when he surrendered to the Imperial Guard, cutting off his ability to access the net remotely, but luckily, the passenger chairs had built-in display screens. Picking up the datapad attached to the arm of his chair, he frowned at the dirty display. Cal delicately wiped the terminal with his sleeve, clearing away the fingerprints and grime that had built up on the display before tapping the screen with his finger. Cal searched for news of Caledon first, ignoring the entertainment or unrelated local events. Headline after headline came up on the screen, painting a picture of his home that he had feared to see. He read news articles about crime currently at levels unheard of in centuries, matching the worst statistics of the Empire. Homelessness, corruption, and unemployment rates were so high Cal thought it would be easier to count those who still had a job rather than the unemployed. The more information that he found, the bleaker life on Caledon appeared. After his trial, the Empire stripped their former duchy of all remaining military assets and imposed strict fines for inciting insurrection against the Emperor. Since the administration ruling in Cal's stead couldn't pay, the Empire seized all their readily available assets. Imperial bank accounts, industrial and manufacturing equipment, commercial goods, everything went to pay their debts. To survive, his administrators borrowed more from the banks to feed and shelter their people, increasing the debt repayments and forcing them to borrow even more. It was a vicious, inescapable cycle that had driven Caledon to poverty. Cal saw images of his homeland, filled with slums. The cities were decayed husks of their former beauty, turning to ruin as time wore them down. The people lacked the resources and the determination to repair them. Caledonia, the city housing his ancestral home, was shocking to see. The gardens were gone, and the beautiful green parks that his grandmother herself had tended were left fallow, overgrown with weeds. The people had cut down all the forests, using the tall trees that had brushed the sky to construct simple homes, little more than shacks, to shelter entire families. Planet Caledon was once a lush and fertile garden world, the jewel of the Empire. Its people were healthy and prosperous. Caledonia had been the cultural center of their duchy, home to artists and scholars, with universities and libraries. The struggle against this new reality in which they found themselves had ripped away the people's dedication to higher learning. The need for education had been replaced by the struggle to survive. Turning off the display, Cal dropped the datapad onto his lap. The shock of what he saw was enough to make him despair. He had expected it to be terrible, but this was beyond his wildest dreams. He thought the Emperor had granted him some mercy, keeping him alive and allowing him to retain the title of nobility. But this convinced Cal that the true torture awaited his return. The stasis had merely been a way to allow time to construct a homecoming that would break him. He imagined the Emperor, laughing on his imperial throne as he reduced the rebellious Caledon to a pathetic nothing. Cal's despair turned to rage. His hand clenched into a fist, and his knuckles cracked. It lasted only a moment before calm returned to him. His planet's current plight was not the Emperor's doing. Cal's father was the one to blame. It was him that joined in a rebellion that saw worlds burn. Caledon was paying the price for one man's mistake. The resolve within him overwhelmed all other emotions. He would set this right, protect the people, regain what was lost, and restore his grandfather's legacy. Leaning back in his chair, Cal closed his eyes. He began to create a plan. It was easy in a way. He already knew the starting and end points. He only needed to fill in the pieces. Where he was, with nothing, to where Cal wanted to be, with everything he had lost. He would regain Caledon's pride and prosperity. He felt the ship jump again. The feeling of falling accompanied it, but he was growing accustomed to the sensation. By the third time it happened, he barely reacted, and his plan was coming together. Cal opened his eyes and picked the data pad back up, quickly searching the net for his family's assets. The Imperial Bank, the largest in the galaxy, had seized all his accounts. His parents, his own, even the few they had hidden under false names and distant relatives. The Emperor's accountants had been thorough. Closing the link, he contacted several of the smaller banks, using code names and aliases, only to learn that they, too, had been found. Frustrated, Cal let out a deep breath. He wasn't sure what the temporary administration of Caledon had for finances, but he doubted it was much. Understanding that he was essentially destitute, Cal began the long process of reconnecting with old allies. Here, too, he was hampered. Most were dead or imprisoned. With his military assets seized and Caledon a den of criminals, he would need backing to restore order. Lost in his thoughts, Cal acquainted himself with this new universe he found himself in. Alone and penniless, implementing his dream of restoring Caledon to its former glory was becoming more of an unattainable fantasy, a pipe dream. But there was still hope. Cal may have been alone, but he carried a legacy, part of a hereditary noble line that extended to the initial exodus from Terra. He only needed to have the strength and determination to see it through. Thinking, Cal watched as the scenery changed. Planet after planet passed through the window. All around him, the voices surged and ebbed as people left the starship and new ones arrived. Before long, a familiar sight greeted his tired eyes. He could see a blue and green marble hanging in the darkness, orbited by a pair of white moons. Finally, after 500 years, Caledon was coming home. Chapter 5 Homecoming, Part 3. Chapter 5. Florine Scylla, governor of Caledon, looked up at the sky nervously. She had been on edge all month as the date of the Baron's release approached. She had arranged his transport from prison back to Caledon, a lengthy process requiring her to contract a transport vessel to retrieve him from orbit and book the Baron a ticket on a passenger starship. She cringed at the thought of a noble force to travel with a mass of commoners, especially one she reported to directly. Would he blame her for the current state of his barony? The lack of resources, the poor state of its infrastructure, and the high crime levels? There was little she could do to fix things. Their planet is trapped in a centuries-long quagmire, sinking deeper into debt every year. The Empire had seized nearly everything of value as repayment for the rebellion. The little they had remaining, the banks and other vultures had picked clean, feasting on the corpse of their once magnificent planet. Turning, she ensured everything was perfect for his arrival. Well, it was as perfect as it could be with the few available resources. The government had no ships to send to transport the Baron home. She could barely scrape together the Imperial credits to hire a vessel capable of reaching orbit. The landing pad to receive the Baron was a simple, elevated flat surface at the rear of the Baron's estate. The concrete platform was crack-filled, old, and desperately in need of repair, which left it in a similar state to everything else around here. Governor Scylla thought, letting out a deep sigh. The feeling of stress had her stomach tied in knots. Looking behind her, she ran her eyes critically over the few aides she could afford. Each wore a uniform in the Caledonian colors, black and scarlet red. They were clean and tidy, although even their clothing showed its age, worn and threadbare, hand-me-downs from their predecessors after they had left. Someone had found a pair of the Baron's old banners, likely buried in some storage crate in the estate's basement, and aired them out. Matching their uniform's colors, the symbol of Caledon was prominently displayed, a black stag on a red shield, rearing back on its two legs, its head tilted skywards. It was supposed to represent the virtues grace and elegance, but Scylla scoffed at the notion. She had seen the Holovids. The old duke, their current Baron's grandfather, may have had those kind and noble virtues, but the last duke had led them deep into the gutter. The coward had shot himself rather than join his people in their misery. Where were the grace and elegance in that act? Nodding at her aides in approval of their tidy appearance, she watched the sky, knowing that she had done all she could. The governor's thoughts turned to the baron. She knew of the baron's appearance from the historical records before his imprisonment. The trial had been news throughout the empire. It was the last judgment by the emperor condemning a criminal of the rebellion, with Caledon bearing the full brunt of the emperor's justice. She was aware of his looks but not his personality. During the hollow of the trial, he was quiet, his head held high as he accepted the verdict. He had been calm and in control, speaking with remorse and a desire to spare his people for his family's mistakes, all things that endeared him to Scylla. Going back further, she had combed the records of the old duke, Caledon's grandfather. The white-haired older man had been nearly 1,000 years of age when he died, having had several children throughout his life. Although only Caledon's father survived to inherit the title, a young boy would frequently accompany him in his later years, and Scylla watched Caledon grow as she went from one record to another. Quiet and observant, she could see right away that Caledon was an attentive student to the duke. Caledon attended court, toured the duchy and met with their retainers, all things that his father had never done, being too busy traveling the empire in search of every vice imaginable. The holos after the old duke's death had been hard for Scylla to watch. Arrogant, conceited, and heedless, Caledon's father had led their people down a path to ruination. Billions died through war, starvation, and disease. Even now, centuries later, people celebrate his death. It was even an unofficial holiday, one which Scylla herself commemorated. Governor Scylla finally spotted the transport on the horizon. It quickly grew in her vision, the roar of its landing thrusters shattering the silence and kicking up gusts of wind. Brushing her hair out of her eyes, Scylla stepped forward as the door to the transport opened, offloading the baron. Saying a silent prayer that this lord would be a savior rather than a new form of evil descending upon them, she greeted him. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. The view from the transport window was depressing, even worse than the images he had seen on the data pad before his arrival. The planet he had known was gone. In its place was a strange wasteland. Cal nearly wept at the vision from the transport. Caledon, once a jewel, was a broken gemstone, her cities on the brink of ruin. Slums overran her surface, and pollution choked her skies. This strange land wasn't his home. His home was a paradise, the pinnacle of human achievement, an Eden. This planet was a lie, and for a moment, Cal thought he was still in the stasis chamber, his mind playing tricks on him, constructing a nightmare to torment him. But this was real. There would be no emerging from this nightmarish reality, no abrupt awakening to a life more aligned with his memories. Here before him was a crisis, a catastrophe of his family's doing, a wrong he was responsible for correcting. Finally, after an eternity of waiting, the Caledon estate came into view. Like the rest of the planet, time had not been kind to his family's home. Red bricks on the building's facade had begun to crack. The white marble had yellowed and stained. The gold statues and highlights were gone, likely pillaged years before or sold by the administration to pay its debts. A few poorly tended gardens remained, the vast lawns brown and spotty, and the paths riddled with weeds growing through the cracks of the stone. The palace, the centermost building that housed his family's quarters and audience room, had evidence of a terrible fire. Black soot covered large sections of the walls, and the round ceiling above had broken, with a massive hole in the very top where the audience hall ceiling should be. The estate had dozens of buildings, all for different purposes. Excluding the palace, there were the servants' quarters, the guards' halls, and various administrative complexes. Cal could see that only 2 buildings were currently in use, and the rest were boarded up and closed off. Only one sizable administrative office building and a large, 5-story residential structure were presently inhabited on the estate. As the ship came to the landing pad, Cal could see only 3 people were waiting for him. 2 were young, in their early 20s, and wearing Caledon ducal uniforms. Barony. Cal thought, correcting himself. They wore Caledon barony uniforms, marking them as aides or servants. The older woman in the front, her hair whipping across her face from the transport's landing, caught his attention. She was much shorter than Cal, possibly 5.5 feet, and slim. She was wearing a smart-looking uniform, a black jacket and skirt, with a pin on her lapel that bore his house symbol. Her long brown hair refused to settle until the wind caused by their landing died down, forcing her to tie it back into a rough bun quickly. The ship landed, and the thrusters quieted. In moments the door was opening, and Cal was standing on Caledon again after a 500-year absence. Breathing in deeply, he stifled a cough as wood smoke filled his nostrils. Wood smoke, on Caledon, as if they were some backwater outposts on the edges of humanity's empire, eking out a living from the land. Frowning, Cal ignored the smell and the desolation around him. Instead, he focused on the woman walking briskly toward him. From her face, he guessed she was middle-aged, likely in her early hundreds. But, although her brown hair showed traces of gray and creases around her eyes and mouth, she walked with sagging shoulders like she was carrying an immense burden. Cal reassessed her age, placing her as much younger and prematurely aged by combination of stress and the lack of advanced medical care. Baron Caledon. The Scylla greeted him, giving him a bow, tilting her head towards the ground while keeping one hand over her heart. I am Governor Scylla, overseer of planet Caledon, on your grace's behalf. Scylla, Cal said, speaking the name and trying to place it. His memory was excellent, and had only improved after stasis. Being forced to relive his life on a loop kept things fresh in his mind. I had an aide with the surname Scylla. Would you be related? Cal asked. My great-grandfather. He became governor after your trial. It passed down through the line until coming to me. Scylla said, standing upright and looking over the Baron. He was dressed like a commoner, wearing a gray, long-sleeved shirt that fit poorly, bagging off his torso around the stomach and sides. Wearing black pants that were too long, she noticed that he was barefoot. Her eyes widened at the thought of a noble walking through a starship, and his barony, without shoes. My lord, if you would come with me, I'll show you to your rooms, and I'll prepare a change of clothes, Scylla offered, gesturing to the stairs leading to the administration complex below. Cal's old quarters were gone, burned in a fire after being looted during a riot shortly after his imprisonment. They had converted an entire floor to his use on the top floor, with a view of the gardens. Later, I want to know the current state of Caledon, Governor. Tell me everything. Cal said, his blue eyes cold and determined. Scylla shivered under that stare, nodding quickly and leading him downstairs to her office. Chapter 6 Homecoming, Part 4. Chapter 6. The governor's office was large but sparsely decorated. A wooden desk that had probably been around since before Cal's imprisonment dominated the center. A sitting area to the side consisting of a few chairs that showed significant wear and some personal items belonging to Scylla. Cal looked over the room with dissatisfaction. If even the planet's governor had to make do with such conditions, it spoke volumes of the current state of affairs. Scylla gestured to a chair before taking a seat in the one across from it. He raised an eyebrow at her lack of etiquette. Typically, one would wait until a noble sat first before taking their own chair, but he chose to ignore the slight. He had much bigger problems than people not adhering to social norms in his presence. Ignoring the offer, Cal walked to the large windows, taking in the view from the 5th floor administration complex. The worn, tiled flooring was cold under his bare feet, but manageable, especially after being on that frigid starship. In the distance, he could see the transport leaving, quickly fading from view as it returned to wherever Scylla had hired it. Behind him, he heard the governor settle into her chair while an aide poured tea for them both, leaving the steaming cups on the table in the center of the sitting area. Cal waited for the door to close, leaving them alone, before speaking. I accessed the net while on my way home. Even my worst nightmares were tame in comparison to this, Cal said, turning his head to look at the governor, his expression icy and his eyes hard. Rage filled him as he thought about what had happened to his home. He was too restless to sit but too tired to stand after the long journey, so he settled for pacing, pushing his weary body to move. Scylla watched him warily, like observing a wild animal that could turn on her at any moment. The governor was terrified he would take his displeasure out on her, that he would place the blame for Caledon's current state on her fragile shoulders. Before she could respond, Cal took a deep breath, taking control of his emotions and forcing himself to sit in the chair across from her. He picked up his cup and drank the hot tea in a single gulp. It was bitter and cheap, with a slight staleness that spoke of the time it spent in storage. By the time he set the cup back down, he was in complete control again. Tell me everything, Cal ordered, leaning back in his chair. He could see the nervousness in Scylla, the fear of his reaction. It was to be expected. Things were terrible, and it would be normal to find someone to criticize and condemn. Scylla thought he would place that burden on her, but Cal knew the truth. It was his fault, his responsibility. The failure belonged to Cal alone. Where would you like me to start? If you access the net, you know we're at rock bottom, Scylla said, her voice resigned to suffering his displeasure. Cal quirked an eyebrow at the woman. It seemed that he would need to be upfront with her, to build trust before they could cooperate. Let's start with your administration. How many staff do you have? Cal inquired. Nearly 300. Mostly administrative employees, a handful of security officers for the estate, Scylla responded. Standing, she walked to her desk, pulled an outdated datapad from a drawer and returned to her chair. She had compiled a report for the Baron, which painted a bleak picture. Cal winced at the number. Only 300 staff to oversee a planet. When his grandfather was alive, the city of Caledonia housed tens of millions, a significant percentage of them being staff and their families to help govern the thousands of planets in their fiefdom. Financials? He ventured, already dreading the answer. Dismal. To be blunt, your government is bankrupt. What revenue we generate is legally entitled to be given to the Imperial Bank as debt repayment. We have some reserves, mostly from a recent loan, but it won't last a year. The interest alone is crippling, Scylla explained. She pulled up her report on the datapad before handing the oversized and obsolete piece of technology over to the Baron. Heavily scratched and battered, the words on screen were barely visible through the cracks, and it appeared to be older than he was. To her surprise, he read it. She had expected him to ignore her hard work, glossing over her concerns as he took charge. It was an image she had built of nobility, too proud to mind the details, too concerned with appearance and elegance to dirty themselves with worrying about money and budgets. The more she interacted with the Baron, the more her view of him shifted from a caricature of nobility to a genuine person who seemed serious about doing whatever he could to help. As he scrolled through the report, his lips moved slightly, parting and twitching as he read. Scylla saw a crease form between his brows, deepening as he read. The document was very meticulous. Cal saw that tax revenue was low. Most of the businesses and organizations on Caledon had unpaid taxes, a majority for consecutive years, but the government had not done anything about it. Reaching the end of Scylla's report, his eyes widened as he saw Caledon's current debt. It was an astronomical sum that would have been outrageous even at his planet's height of power. There was no way they could repay this amount, even if they tuned the economy to perfection. His frown turned to a snarl of anger as he saw the interest rate. It was robbery, pure and simple. The Imperial Bank had taken advantage of his absence to gouge his government. Cal had to restrain himself from leaping from his chair, closing his eyes to calm down again. Do you now understand the financial problems Caledon is struggling against? Scylla asked, only speaking when she saw the redness drain from Cal's face, his emotions settle. Yes, I do. We have two major concerns regarding the economy: uncollected taxes and the Imperial Bank. Cal summed up, placing the datapad onto the table between them, careful not to damage it further. Correct. Scylla agreed, nodding her head at his words. Many people on Caledon feel they don't need to pay their taxes since we provide minimal services, and we are powerless to collect on it if they are past due. Valid concerns, Cal said, nodding. You have 300 staff for an entire planet. You cannot ensure that people receive necessities like food and clean water. You can't even enforce the law. It's a surprise they pay any taxes whatsoever. Cal finished, turning to look out the window once more, thinking for a moment. Most businesses pay the bare minimum, enough to keep the government from collapsing. They don't want the rest of the empire turning their attention here, shining a light on their activities. For some of the less reputable organizations, Caledon is a paradise. Cheap labor bordering on slavery, no government oversight or law enforcement. They give us enough in taxes to function but remain ineffectual. The silence stretched as he formulated a plan. Cal needed time to get a stable hold on this planet. He hadn't expected to return to a situation this dire when he had gone to stasis. But he had prepared for it, just in case. We need to lessen these debt repayments. Set up a meeting with the Imperial Bank as soon as possible. You have a representative here on Caledon that you have been dealing with? Cal asked. Merrick Tan, loathsome toad of a man. The Imperial Bank has a branch in Kosa, and they treat the city like their own fiefdom. I'll tell Tan that the Baron wishes to meet him in the morning. He may show up, but I can't guarantee it. I doubt he thinks you have much to offer him. Scylla replied, shrugging her shoulders while making a note on the datapad. As the fourth largest city on Caledon, Kosa was famed for its beaches and warm weather. It was a travel destination filled with resorts and hotels catering to tourists, now exclusive to the Imperial Bank and its employees. He'll be interested in what I have to say. Just set up the meeting, Cal said. Regarding taxes, there isn't much we can do without improving our hold over Caledon. We need to be able to enforce the law, and reduce the stranglehold others have over my cities. Scylla shook her head at his words. That will be impossible with just our current staff, and we lack the funds to hire professionals. I have less than a dozen security officers armed with centuries-old lost guns and basic body armor from before the rebellion. They can stop a random person from wandering onto the estate, but against some larger criminal organizations, they would be worse than useless. Scylla explained. If we got them better equipment, could we recruit more soldiers from amongst the locals? Cal asked, already knowing the answer. Anyone worth recruiting would already be on the other side. What's left are people too old to care or too young to know better. We only retained control of the estate because everything of value was looted centuries ago. Scylla responded, shaking her head at the suggestion. Cal nodded sadly before standing once more. He knew where to get help, but he had hoped not to drag anyone else into his family's mess. Do you have a secure communications terminal capable of transmitting off-planet? Chapter 7 A Call to Arms, Part 1. Chapter 7. A woman's loud swearing and the clanging of metal on metal filled the hold of the mercenary starship with a deafening noise. Rows of armored mechanical mobile combat suits, or mechs, stood in a line along the exterior walls of the spacious storage compartment. It would have been an impressive display if most of the vehicles weren't ancient and half intact. The mechs were a chaotic mishmash of parts in various colors. There were components installed on frames that had been in use years before the rebellion had occurred. Parts manufactured and fitted based on designs made popular in the Unification War that unified the Empire under a single ruler, a conflict that happened thousands of years ago. They were outdated, bulky and slow-moving compared to the latest Imperial models. But they packed a punch, could take a hit and worked under the worst planetary conditions. They could hold their own in a firefight anywhere in the galaxy with a bit of restoration ingenuity and scavenged parts. One of the smallest mechs, a scout class, stood at the end of the line, near the rear of the storage hold. A slim, vaguely humanoid, lightly armored machine of 20 feet in height, it was designed for speed and agility. A young woman knelt beside an open panel on its left leg, up to her waist inside the mobile suit. She was the source of the swearing as she banged on something inside the leg section with the wrench. "Come on, you son of a bitch!" she cursed, slamming her wrench against the stuck hydraulic. It ricocheted off the side with a loud bang before striking her in the thumb. Pulling her body out of the compartment, she squeezed her thumb with her other hand, pacing as she waited for the pain to fade. The young woman wore orange coveralls, with the sleeves and torso wrapped around her hips. She sported a gray tank top, covered liberally in dirt and black stains. The young woman would have been pretty, with pale skin and reddish blonde hair, if she had removed the grease smeared across her face that matched her coveralls, obscuring her cheeks and forehead. With a loud huff, she pushed strands of hair away from her face with dirty hands before rounding on the mech again. "You hunk of crap!" she screamed, kicking the scout class mech with her hard-toed boot. Punctuating her blows with more creative language, she was interrupted by a voice calling her from behind. "Talha! Talha!" One of the crew members shouted, cupping his hands over his mouth to amplify his voice. He shrank back when the fiery woman rounded on him. "What?" she screamed. "The captain wants to see you," sounded urgent. He replied, jerking a thumb towards the command section of the starship before scurrying off. He didn't want to be anywhere near Talha if it was bad news. The woman was a force of nature when she was in a fury. Tossing her wrench onto the ground beside the open panel, she made her way to the front of the ship, not bothering to clean up before meeting with the captain. Along the way, most of the other crew members glanced at her quickly, judging her mood, before looking away. Talha had become something of a figurehead to their ship. They could read how the winds were blowing, like ancient sailors crossing the seas of old Terra, by her mood. If she was irritable or angry, it meant business as usual. They knew something was terribly wrong if she was happy or smiling. She assessed the mechs as she walked, noting that they had less than a dozen fully operational. For a mercenary crew, that was extremely light. The last few contracts were too low paying, and too high risk, to keep their fleet of mechs in tip-top shape. Not enough money for replacements, too much damage to keep up with repairs. It was a situation without an easy fix unless something drastically changed their fortunes. Work was drying up, and their reputation was falling fast. People in the know recognized the skill of their pilots, and the exceptional abilities of their support staff to keep their mechs running, but they needed better equipment. And to get that, they needed money. Most of the best contracts involved long-term service to a noble, which the captain refused to do. It meant a loss of freedom that she wasn't willing to give up. So, they were stuck with short-term contracts, working for people who didn't care if they lived or died. It was wearing, trying to eke out a living as a mercenary. Her naive excitement about seeing the galaxy had worn away pretty fast when faced with the drudgery and monotony of mercenary life. Talha could feel her body lighten when she walked across certain small sections of the hold, the artificial gravity loosening its grip on her. A byproduct of the engine that powered their starship. If the gravity was failing, it meant the engine was on its last legs. It desperately needed servicing, but it was the most expensive part of the ship by a large margin. If they couldn't keep the mechs running, they wouldn't have a source of income, which meant no repairs for the ship. But if they didn't repair the engine, they would be dead in the water. She sighed, making a note to speak with the engineers about the ship repairs. Maybe they could rig something together. It was yet another thing to do on the endless list of Talha's Sun, third seat of the Sun's Marauders. She left the storage hold and stepped over the raised bulkhead that separated the storage compartment from a short hallway. The entrances to the crew quarters, mess hall and recreation facilities were all located in this slight stretch of corridor. Ignoring the side passages, Talha made her way to the end, where the command center was. A circular room with the captain's chair dominating the center, it faced a 360-degree wall of view screens. A navigation console, capable of directing the starship to jump anywhere in the galaxy, stood against the left of the entranceway. If the engine was the heart of the ship, then the command center was its brains. Overall, it was a basic setup, lacking weapons, shields, or advanced internal systems due to the demanding nature of the engine. The command center only required a single person to operate. The ship's computer calculated the complex mathematical computations necessary to jump safely by inputting the coordinates into the console. The command center was currently empty, the view screens showing the space around them. In the distance, to her right, the local sun was a white speck, its light faint this far from the center of the system. Directly ahead of where she entered, an asteroid loomed, with several smaller ships entering and leaving a shielded opening on its surface. The Marauders had only arrived less than an hour ago. They had come here to trade, looking for parts for some of their mechs, and to access the Imperial net. What kind of trouble could the captain have found already? Talha wondered. Walking into the room, she moved past the captain's chair, entering a side passage on the left where a small meeting room doubled as the captain's quarters were situated. As she entered, the smell of pipe smoke hit Talha in the face, a nasty habit that several veteran crew members refused to give up. She was immediately assaulted by the oppressive atmosphere once inside the room. A dozen people were sitting or standing around a table, with the captain at one end. Next to her, Talha's grandfather, the captain's husband, was glowering, his thick arms folded across his broad chest. The rest of those present were all senior members of the ship. Each was a grizzled expert with centuries of experience in combat, and more successful mercenary contracts than Talha could count. They were the original veterans who had formed the Marauders with Talha's grandparents, those few still alive and active, foregoing retirement to train and shepherd the newer generations. Talha, sit! Her grandmother, Tamara's son, spoke while gesturing to an empty seat at the table. Tamara, captain of Sun's Marauders, was a legend. Nearly 600 years old, she was still a formidable woman, despite her gray hair. She had led the Marauders for centuries. Through one conflict after another, thousands of contracts had seen their fortunes rise and fall. Tamara was a complex and demanding person with nerves of steel and a face that Talha didn't think had ever smiled once in her life. Her grandfather, Elric, was a perfect match for Tamara. He was fiery emotion to her cold iron, a trait that he had passed on to Talha. With short gray hair, pale skin from lack of sunlight and heavily scarred, Tamara was not beautiful, but she had a presence about her. Slender and less than 5.5 feet tall, the captain could fill the room, drawing all eyes to her. Best of all, in a mech she was unstoppable. What is it? I was trying to get the scout up and running. I thought you told me it was my top priority. Talha asked, looking around the room. It was grim, and no one was smiling or talking. Even on the most severe contracts, these men and women treated danger as irrelevant. What was going on? A sliver of fear wormed its way into Talha's stomach, an icy feeling that crawled slowly from her guts and into her veins. Her grandmother looked at her husband for a moment, a silent conversation passing between them before the older woman turned back to Talha. We've received a communication. As third seat of the Marauders, I want your opinion. Tamara said, her tone flat and emotionless. The screen behind her lit up, showing a man, handsome and elegant. He was wearing simple clothing, a long gray-sleeved shirt that had seen wear, the material thinning. Behind him, she could spot several buildings through a window and a city beyond. They were foreign to her eyes, someplace she didn't recognize. Tamara's son, my name is Caledon, and I'm requesting your assistance. Chapter 8 A Call to Arms, Part 2. Chapter 8 Caledon, son of the traitor Emeric Caledon, the last Duke of the Caledonian Duchy. Emeric had been one of the rebellion's leaders against the Emperor, leading to billions of deaths. Talha recognized his name immediately. Anyone in the Empire would. Every child learned of the rebellion, and the trial of Caledon. Talha had seen the recordings of it herself dozens of times, forced to sit through the teacher's endless history lessons on its impact. She hadn't known he had been released. Why was he contacting her grandmother? Caledon is in the grip of criminals, the government has lost control of her major cities, and we lack the personnel to challenge them. You may have read about our plight on the net, and I assure you that it is worse than reported. With your support, we will be able to secure the planet again. Caledon paused at this moment, taking a deep breath. His elegant appearance crumbled at that point, simply becoming a man, worried and tired. He looked away, composing himself once more, before turning back towards the view screen. I eagerly await your response, he stated before the screen went black. The room, which was already grim and depressing, grew even more ominous. No one spoke. The silence was heavy and menacing. What is your opinion, third seat? Tamara asked, oddly formal. Everyone in the room turned their eyes to Talha, the pressure of their gazes like a physical thing, causing her to wilt slightly until her anger pushed past her discomfort. I think that it's ridiculous. The traitor's son is asking us to go to Caledon to help him. Why should we? Screw him. His family made that mess, and he should live with it. Talha said, pointing at the screen as she shouted. The atmosphere grew even more sullen, with traces of anger at every word. Talha didn't understand why they were entertaining this nonsense. Emeric Caledon was a traitor to the Empire. His son deserves whatever happens to him. As she finished her rant, her grandfather looked like he was going to respond, unfolding his arms and opening his mouth. When Tamara placed a hand against his forearm, he settled immediately. She doesn't know our history, Elric. Her opinion is important. She speaks for the younger crew. Tamara said, not taking her eyes off Talha. What history? Talha responded, confused. Why would her grandparents have a history with a baron who's been imprisoned in stasis for 5 centuries? Everyone in this room, excluding you, has something in common. We were all born in the Caledonian dukedom under the old duke, Emeritus Caledon. We served in his house guard before the rebellion. Tamara said, her tone holding a hint of pride. Around the table, Talha could see the veterans sitting taller and lifting their heads slightly higher at the revelation. Wait, what? Talha stammered, looking around the room. She knew her grandparents were old, but she hadn't known exactly how old they were. They were soldiers, and their genetic enhancements slowed aging, but it just wasn't something that crossed her mind. I was born on Caledon and joined the house guard at 18. It was a record, and I was the youngest to make the cut in a century. I worked my way up to commanding a company of 200 mechs, and your grandfather was my technician. Eventually, the Duke assigned us to guard his grandson, Caledon. Tamara explained, and her face took on a troubled expression. I don't say this lightly, Talha, and I am not ashamed to admit it, but I loved and adored the old Duke and Duchess. Everyone here did. The veterans nodded at her words. One grizzled man even wiped a tear away from the corner of his eye, shocking Talha at the display of emotion. I believe they were 2 of the greatest people who ever lived, displaying the very best of humanity, and Caledon inherited the finest traits of his grandparents. His father, Emmerich, may be a traitor, but we owe our lives to Cal. Tamara said, pausing after speaking. Talha was stunned. She hadn't known any of this. When the old Duke died, Caledon kept us on as his personal guard. He had us stationed on Caledon with our families while the rebellion burned across the empire. Caledon was just a child when Emeritus died, but the lad understood what his father was doing was wrong. It wasn't until the rebellion began to fail, their armies retreating, that Emmerich ordered everyone to the front line. Elric explained, taking over the narrative. So Caledon gave us a starship, this ship, and our mechs and sent us away with our families. Tamara said, Talha, he could have come with us. We could have protected him, hidden him away on the outskirts of the empire. But he wouldn't hear of it. He traveled to Terra and apologized to the emperor because he wanted mercy for the people. That boy was ready to die to keep us all safe. Elric added, how is it that I never knew any of this? Talha exclaimed. She had thought her family was originally from Aleth, where she was born, and her parents lived. You were young, and it's all in the past. I never expected Caledon to reach out to us, but he likely never expected Caledon to be as bad as it is now when he left stasis. Tamara responded, shrugging her shoulder. So now you know why him contacting us is so significant. We wanted your opinion. You don't have a history with Lord Caledon. None of us want to drag the crew into this just because of our past. We must help him. The rest of the crew don't. Elric clarified, looking around the table as everyone nodded at his words. I honestly don't know what to say. I suppose I understand why you would want to go there, to help the Baron, but the crew. Talha murmured, her thoughts spinning rapidly. The ship was falling apart around them. The few mechs they had were barely functional, and they lacked the funds to repair or replace critical equipment. It was unreasonable to expect the crew to go off and assist Caledon for almost no money, and Talha explained as much. I understand. Tamara responded, nodding her head as she listened to Talha's concerns. I will contact Lord Caledon and explain our circumstances. The ship will jump to planet Caledon, where we will disembark, after which Talha will be captain of the remaining Sun's Marauders. Tamara ordered, standing and turning around to the view screen behind her. Before Talha could respond, her grandmother tapped the screen, accessing the net to contact Baron Caledon. Instantaneous communication is an offshoot of technology that began while researching the engine. Requiring inflexible and expensive structures and direct communication lines, it was only available while at a planet or starport with net access. Talha knew that it worked by sending signals through rifts in space, similar to how a ship traveled, but it was a great deal less power-intensive. More information on the technology was restricted, much like how no one but Imperial engineers understood how the engine worked or how the Emperor directly owned all the companies who manufactured its systems. The black screen brightened immediately, showing the logo for the Imperial network, a golden eagle surrounded by 12 stars before a man appeared on the view screen. It seemed it had been only a brief time since he sent his message to Tamara. He had changed his clothes, replacing his gray shirt with a uniform, a black coat with red stitching. Caledon smiled as he saw the captain, the tiredness fading from his eyes. He was incredibly handsome, but it was like a figure from history had leapt out of a recording and called her. Talha was stunned for a moment. "Tamara, it's wonderful to see you again. You look well." Cal greeted her. In another move that shocked Talha, her grandmother smiled. A slight grin lifted a corner of her lips. It was a day of firsts. "For an old lady?" Tamara retorted, causing the Baron to burst out in laughter. It was a glorious sound, filled with warmth, something that was missing from their starship. "You look about the same. Thanks Stasis for keeping you ageless," Tamara said. The laughter faded from Cal, his face becoming serious once more. "You know how it is, young body, old soul. My grandfather was right. Stasis is a punishment for a reason." Cal responded, going quiet for a moment, his eyes distant, before he looked to the side. "Elric, I didn't expect to see you still toiling away. Shouldn't you be tending to a garden, complaining about the pests?" Cal asked, smiling once more as he saw the large man. Talha was surprised at how well the Baron knew her grandparents. Not many people knew of her grandfather's secret obsession with gardening. "I couldn't let my wife pilot a mech that I haven't fixed first. She's too hard on the damn things. We'd be out of all our equipment in a year. The grandkids can tend the gardens for us now." Elric responded, surprising Cal by placing a hand on the captain's shoulder. "You're married, with grandchildren?" "Of course you are. I apologize. The lost time is still an adjustment. It seems as if you were watching over me only a couple of years ago, and now—" Cal trailed off. Ignoring his discomfort, Cal greeted the rest of the people in the room, knowing them each by name, and remembering little tidbits of information. Talha was impressed by his memory until she thought of how Stasis had likely felt like a long night's sleep to the Baron. The events of 500 years ago would still be fresh in his mind. "I apologize once again. I'm afraid I don't know you, miss," Cal asked, letting the question linger. Talha's son, third seat of the Marauders," she offered, standing up in her chair so he could see her better. Cal nodded at the name, looking from the young woman to the couple in front of him. "She looks just like you, Tamara. Daughter?" Cal guessed. "Granddaughter. Talented pilot," Tamara said, looking behind her to Talha before looking back at Cal. "Better mechanic." Elric chimed in, his scowl fading as he looked at the young woman. "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Talha's son, third seat of the Marauders," Cal responded, his voice formal without being insulting. Talha nodded her head to return the greeting. She wasn't used to dealing with nobles, but this one seemed easygoing. Besides, he needed their help, and she didn't think Cal could afford to be fussy about manners. "I suspect this wasn't a social call. Have you received my offer? What are your thoughts?" Cal asked, looking away from Talha and focusing on the captain. Before Tamara could speak, Talha interrupted. "It hasn't been brought to the crew yet. The captain and others are willing to help, but I have concerns. There are things you should know first about our capabilities, and I want to talk about the contract," Talha said, stepping around the table and coming up to the view screen. Tamara frowned at her interruption, but a look from Elric stopped her from interfering. Cal blinked, sneaking a glance at Tamara before turning his attention back to the young woman before him. She was wearing coveralls, covered in grease, but she took charge. He admired that determination. "Very well, I would expect nothing less, Miss Sun. The contract is simple. I wish to hire Sun's Marauders to help secure Caledon and stay on as my house guard for a period of 1 year to assist with recruitment from the local population and training," Cal said, adopting a formal tone once more. Talha turned her head slightly to her grandmother, silently asking if she should continue. After a moment, the older woman nodded. "Payment?" Talha asked, knowing that Caledon was in financial hardships. It was common knowledge, and the Baron had admitted it in his communication. "Your standard rate. I have a meeting with the Imperial Bank tomorrow. There will be no issue with funds going forward. I guarantee it," Cal said, his voice hard and his eyes cold. Tamara nodded at his words, trusting him to come through. Seeing that, Talha knew there would be no arguing with the captain. "Can you provide an advance? Our mechs require repairs, and we're at a trading hub that has access to some of the parts they need." Talha pushed, ignoring the warning look from her grandmother. Cal shook his head immediately at the request. "No, I'm not in a position to do that. How many combat units do you have operational? I need support staff, administrators, and ground troops. Can you provide them? Cal asked, looking at Elric. The large man let out a huff, running a hand through his gray hair. 22 units, maybe 23 if we can get the scout up and running. Elric responded, not looking at Cal. There are nearly 2,000 of us on the ship, mostly support staff, a few hundred pilots, but we don't have the mechs to deploy them. We lost a lot of our equipment over the last few contracts. Tamara explained. The mechs we have working are held together with spit and glue. If you want us to retake a planet, we must repair our current equipment and purchase more. You're going to have to give us an advance, Baron. Talha said sternly. Cal looked at her for a moment before turning to Elric. If I give you the components, everything you ask for, how many mechs could you bring? Cal asked. 200, a full company. Elric responded. Cal had given them those mechs when he sent them away, and they had kept them, even when they were nothing but scavenged husks. Cal thought for a moment before turning to Tamara. I'll provide the parts here, on Caledon. You need to bring everyone you can. I want enough pilots and mercenaries to retake this planet. Do we have a deal, Miss Sun? Cal asked, focusing on Talha. You have components there? How? Talha asked, confused. If he could do that, this contract was a lifeline to them. Your grandparents weren't the only things I smuggled out of Caledon under my father's nose. I'll see you soon. Cal said, the screen turning black. Chapter 9 Past Due Debts, Part 1. Chapter 9. Cal stood up from the secure communications terminal once the screen turned black, nodding to the attendant in acknowledgement, and leaving the room. Scylla met him in the corridor, falling into step with the Baron as he headed toward the palace. I take it you were successful? The governor asked, noticing the happy look on the Baron's face. Mostly. The marauders are in rough shape. They need our help as much as we require theirs. We'll have to adjust our timelines. Cal responded, explaining their circumstances. Scylla had been shocked when he first told her about hiring mercenaries. She expected black-hearted thugs that would be as bad as the criminals they would be fighting. Until Cal had told her their history, how he would trust them with his life, she had warmed to the idea but was still wary of the concept. Scylla would reserve judgment until they met. You should get some rest. It's late, and I've scheduled the meeting with the bank first thing in the morning. Scylla suggested, guiding him down a series of hallways and stairwells. Cal nodded at the suggestion. The day had been draining, with multiple jumps by starship to reach Caledon, only to return to find his home in ruins. He wanted to push through. There was too much to do, but he knew the governor was right. Tomorrow would bring challenges, and he would need to be well rested to face them. They came to his room, a space only slightly larger than the governor's office. It was sparsely decorated, with bare walls, only a small desk, a single wooden chair, and a tiny bed. Cal had thought the governor was playing a trick on him when he first saw it until he had toured the rest of the facilities. The room was the best they could do. Good night, Lord Baron, Scylla said, her tone formal and punctuated with a slight bow. The difference in her behavior was noticeable after her initial coldness when they had first met. Cal smiled at the sight. Good night, Governor Scylla. Cal responded, slowly shutting the door as she walked away. Taking off his worn and faded black uniform jacket Scylla had found for him, he hung it over the back of the wooden chair. He walked to the large windows, looking out over the estate. The sun had fallen while he was talking to the marauders, the buildings around them black in the night. They couldn't even afford to repair their facilities or keep them lit at night. Another sign of how far they had fallen, slapping him in the face. With a sigh, Cal prepared for bed, hoping the meeting in the morning would make them financially more secure. Laying in the small bed, his feet hanging over the edge, Cal pulled out the data pad he had borrowed from Scylla. Tapping on the screen, he began to search his private accounts within remote information servers from before he had gone to stasis. Unlike his financial accounts, these were undiscovered by Imperial technicians and located outside the borders of the former duchy. He would need weapons if he were going into battle against the Imperial Bank tomorrow. Luckily, as he had told Talha earlier, he had hidden a few valuable things away. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. Merrick Tan was late. Scylla scheduled the meeting for early morning, but as the sun climbed higher into the sky, the banker was nowhere to be seen. Cal paced the ruins of the palace meeting hall, the perfect venue for their meeting, in his opinion. The state of the hall was a sign of their dire financial straits, staring him right in the face. I told you, he doesn't feel you have anything to offer the bank. He's already making an absolute fortune off the criminals and corporations on Caledon. Why would he risk that by working with you? He's a toad, playing both sides, laughing as he loans us more money, all while financing those working against us. Scylla stated from where she sat. One of her aides had brought her a chair, a simple stool with a bit of padding, and she wriggled uncomfortably. They had been waiting for hours. Cal refused to leave the palace until he met with the banker. What are you going to say to him? Scylla asked, not for the first time. She had been curious about it all morning. Cal seemed confident that he would reach an accord with the Imperial Bank. He refused even to consider the possibility of failure. I'm going to rely on his sense of morality and desire to do good for the people, Cal stated, not pausing his pacing. Scylla let out a loud snort at the comment, echoing off the palace walls. Cal stopped walking at the unladylike sound, looking at the governor with a wide grin. Scylla put her hand over her mouth, her cheeks reddening. For a moment, she forgot she was in the presence of nobility. Cal's patient and tolerant attitude had made her relax, sometimes ignoring decorum. I apologize, my lord. That sounds like it will be an excellent plan, Scylla said, giving a small seated bow. This time, Cal was the one to scoff at the insincerity of her words. Before they could continue their conversation, one of Scylla's aides walked into the hall. Her shoes crunched on the thick layer of debris and dirt accumulated in the room. Giving an awkward bow, unused to the custom, she reported to Cal. My lord, Merrick Tan has arrived. She hesitated before continuing. He has an entourage. Show them in, Cal said, not concerned by the presence of others sitting in their meeting. It would only strengthen his argument when the time came. Half a dozen guards entered first, wearing combat armor and visorless helmets that obscured their faces. They wielded lost guns, long-barreled rifles that looked brand new. Cal frowned as he saw them, his body tense and ready. Carrying a weapon in the presence of a noble, except for his personal house guard, was a capital offense. Merrick Tan was already displaying his disregard for Cal and hadn't even entered the room yet. Finding the meeting hall to be secure, the front row of guards parted slightly, revealing a trio of figures in the center. Two were women, voluptuous and stunningly beautiful. Cal could spot the expensive clothing they wore, obviously imported from off-world based on the material. Wedged between the two gorgeous women was a man. Merrick Tan was shorter, less than 6 feet, and wearing a business suit. He was handsome, with short brown hair and bright green eyes. What stood out most to Cal was the waxy appearance of his skin, the sheen of sweat on his face, and the slight shakiness in his hands. Cal's father had suffered from similar flaws, barely noticeable unless one knew the signs and symptoms. It came from years of indulging in vices. Drugs of every kind and enough alcohol to drown cities took a toll on the body. There were some things that even the most expensive rejuvenation procedures and genetic enhancements couldn't eliminate. They left their mark on the body. Merrick Tan noticed Cal's frown, his gaze flickering from his guards to the Baron before he plastered a slimy smile on his face. With a gesture, he ordered his guards to stand by the back wall. He walked forward a few more steps with his escorts before they stopped midway to Cal. Walking alone, Tan reached the bottom of the steps to a platform that had once held the ducal throne. With a slight tilt of his head, Tan presented himself before Cal. Baron Caledon, I am Merrick Tan, Chief Executive Officer of Caledon's branch of the Imperial Bank. How may I be of service? Tan spoke, looking for a chair and frowning when he noticed none. He was about to voice his displeasure when Cal interrupted him. Mr. Tan, it's good of you to show up finally. I've been eager to speak with you since I returned. We have much to discuss. Cal said, striding slowly towards the banker. Tan's frown changed to a sneer at Cal's words. Baron, I believe I know what you are hoping to accomplish. Unfortunately, the terms of Caledon's debt are not up for negotiation. We have a legally binding contract between your government and our bank. The governor signed in your absence, an unfortunate necessity due to your legal troubles. But it is legitimate, under the name of our emperor. Tan said, his tone regretful, even as he smiled at Cal's current predicament. Mr. Tan, you misunderstand my intentions regarding today. You're correct that I wanted to speak to you about righting a wrong, but you're mistaken about which wrong I am seeking to rectify. My objective is to repair the harm caused by my father, to absolve his sins, Cal said, strolling down the steps where his father's throne had once been, his shoes crunching on the debris as he spoke. He stopped in front of Tan, who seemed confused by what Cal was saying. What did the dead duke's sins have to do with the Imperial Bank? One of my father's greatest sins was extracting vast wealth from the planets under his control during the rebellion, an obscene amount of capital. He beggared thousands of worlds to pay for his war. And do you know where he placed that money, Mr. Tan? Cal asked, leaning forward until he was in the banker's face. Behind them, the guards shifted nervously, unsure if they should intervene. The Imperial Bank. Despite the Emperor's order forbidding your bank from having dealings with the rebels. Isn't that interesting, Mr. Tan? Cal questioned. The Imperial Bank, which the Emperor owns, violated his command and worked with my father to supply and arm the rebellion. Cal finished, watching as Tan's face paled at the implication. Chapter 10 Past Due Debts, Part 2. Chapter 10 Lies! Merrick Tan yelled before catching himself. Covering his exclamation with a cough, he cleared his throat, the redness in his face fading as his calm demeanor returned. Apologies, Baron. I meant that you must be mistaken or confused. Stasis can play tricks on the mind. If what you were saying were true, there would be evidence, records, and documents. The Imperial Bank would never defy the Emperor's orders. Tan said, his grin returning. Despite his confidence, there was a bit of desperation in his eyes, a frantic hope that the Baron was incorrect. Indeed, nothing like that existed. Imperial investigators would have uncovered such a thing after the rebellion. You're correct, of course. There would be evidence. Cal confirmed, turning and walking back up the steps. As he did so, he gave Scylla a slight nod, the woman wide-eyed at the revelation he had just casually divulged. The stunned governor pulled out her battered datapad, tapping the screen and sending a file to Tan. Cal had provided it to her this morning but hadn't elaborated on what it was, simply saying that it would help in their negotiations. Now she knew it was likely the evidence of his father's dealings with the Imperial Bank. Tan's eyes lost focus, a sign that he was reviewing the information through his ocular implant, the information showing directly to his mind, bypassing the need for clunky data pads or secure terminals. An expensive piece of technology, but one that Cal knew the wealthy banker could easily afford. As he read through the information, Tan's face grew pale, his lips quivered, and the twitching in his fingers grew stronger. The file Scylla sent contained more than just communications between the former Duke and the executives of the Imperial Bank, but account numbers, transaction receipts, and even holos of their meetings. If this got out, it wouldn't just ruin Tan, it would lead to thousands of executions. The Emperor's justice would be swift and merciless as it culled the Imperial Bank. Even if Merrick Tan had never done business with the Duke, he was stained by association. If he were lucky enough to keep his life, his career would be over. Closing the file, Tan thought quickly about how he could salvage this. Could he kill the Baron and the Governor, and conceal the file? His thoughts flickered toward his guards. As a safeguard, the file will be sent directly to the Emperor on mine, or the Governor's, death. It will also include a transcript of our meeting. Cal spoke, quickly reading the trail of thoughts and emotions that Tan was going through. What do you want? Merrick Tan asked, his voice losing the arrogance that he previously held. He was only interested in coming out of this meeting alive. If the bank executives had an inkling he knew their secrets, they wouldn't hesitate to permanently ensure his silence. Walking back to where his father's throne had once stood prominent, Cal sat on a large piece of rubble, satisfied that Tan understood the severity of the threat he held against him. The debt repayments stop immediately. You've collected enough on the interest to pay the initial amount a dozen times over. I will not allow you to bleed Caledon dry. Cal said, his tone hard, making it clear that it wasn't a negotiation. Sat beside him on her stool, Scylla was impressed by the display, confident that the Baron would get his desired result, something she thought impossible. Tan's face flushed red with barely controlled anger at the demand. And what am I supposed to say to my superiors? That I've had a change of heart, that I've suddenly decided to forgive centuries of debt, and cast away our profits after a single meeting with you, Tan hissed out through clenched teeth. I do not care, Mr. Tan. I am informing you that my government will not pay. Spin it however you want, but the days of our dependence on the Imperial Bank are over. Cal stated. Tan began to pace, muttering quietly and running his hand through his hair. Scylla quirked an eyebrow at the Baron, silently asking if she should intercede, but Cal only shook his head slightly. Tan was a caged animal looking for a means to escape. He needed to arrive at the inevitable conclusion on his own. There was no way out, no exit to the cage. Merrick Tan belonged to Cal now, and his life was in the Baron's hands. Fine. I will announce that we are investing in the development of Caledon. We should expect a short-term loss for long-term profit. There will be grumbling from my superiors, but my record is spotless. It could work with careful management. Tan said, grudgingly accepting the idea. I believe that is an excellent plan, Mr. Tan, and in the spirit of moving forward together, I believe it would be wise for you to give a very generous donation to the government of Caledon to expand government services. Before Tan could explode once again, Cal continued. You see, we require additional staff but lack the capital to hire them. We also need funds to repair the estate and purchase supplies. A donation, an extremely charitable endowment, would go a long way to helping us. Cal said, a smirk on his lips as the shorter man standing before him erupted. Merrick Tan threw a tantrum that Cal hadn't seen since his mother had been alive. Elrith Caledon had been famous for throwing a fit at the slightest inconvenience. Tan didn't hold a candle to her, but watching it was entertaining. The banker stomped his feet, shouting and cursing with enough enthusiasm that the estate's guards had come to see what was happening. A quick gesture by Scylla sent them on their way. After nearly 5 minutes, Tan calmed enough to speak coherently, his chest heaving and face covered in sweat from the exertion. His 2 beautiful companions had long since fled the room, terrified of what was occurring. A donation! Extortion! This meeting is nothing but a shakedown. I won't pay. Release the documents. See if I care. Tan ranted, throwing his hands up into the air. Cal shook his head at the display, his face showing a false expression of sadness. Mr. Tan, how could you say that? I'm only asking for a donation of funds to ensure a brighter future for Caledon. Besides, how much is your life worth, truly? 1 million Imperial credits, 2 million? I think the small amount of money I'm asking for is far less valuable than your own life. Wouldn't you agree? Cal asked, his tone reasonable. Next to him, Scylla was attempting to stifle a laugh. She had dealt with Merrick Tan for many years, and she never had the upper hand. Today was delightful. Fine. A one-time contribution. I don't care what you have on me. I won't do more. Tan said, and Cal knew not to push him too far. They still had one last request for the banker. Thank you. That was very generous of you. Scylla will be in touch. She can even provide you with a record of your donation for your taxes. Cal smiled as a wave of redness covered Tan's face again. He couldn't resist a final dig. There is one final thing. When the time comes, you will freeze the assets of every criminal organization on Caledon and each individual and business account on the list Scylla provides you. Once I have control over the planet once more, you will release the funds into my account. Cal ordered. Are you insane? Tan said, too shocked at what he heard to be angry. What the Baron asked for wouldn't just cause unrest or riots. It will be war, Tan whispered, His eyes wide as the consequence of what Cal was asking sank in. Next to him, Scylla stared at the Baron in shock. She knew he was planning on confronting the businesses and criminal organizations that held sway over most major cities. But this was much more direct than she had expected. Yes, it will be. The conflict is inevitable, and I don't want anyone using funds to purchase mercenaries and weapons before we are ready. You are to alert me if there is any suspicious activity, such as large amounts of credits leaving accounts or off-planet transfers. Is that understood? Cal asked, observing Tan. Merrick Tan was reconsidering his agreement with the Baron. The man was reckless, he would get himself, and Tan killed. But he was stuck. If the Baron released that information, Tan was a dead man. He nodded his head in a forceful jerk. Good, you may leave, Mr. Tan. Have a pleasant day, Cal said, gesturing for the banker to exit. Before Tan could reach the door, Cal spoke once more. Oh, and Mr. Tan? You should invest in a book on etiquette. There are some things you could learn that could save your life. For example, if you ever bring armed guards into my presence again, I will have your head. Cal said. His pleasant tone was at odds with the threat he delivered. The banker nodded, giving a quick bow, before hurrying out of this mad Baron's presence. Scylla's laughter chased him to the front gate. Chapter 11 Delving into the Past, Part 1. Chapter 11 Talha's son tugged at the collar of her uniform. The brand-new clothing was uncomfortable and stiff. Black, red and in a formal cut, the high-collared jackets were styled in the custom of the Caledon House Guard. The mercenaries had to accept attire as part of their new contract. The Baron wanted it known to onlookers who they were aligned with when the fighting began. This new uniform was jarring to her. She was accustomed to dressing in coveralls and well-worn, comfortable pilot suits. Looking around at the hold, she could see that many of the younger crew felt the same. The veterans who had served in the Duke's Guard wore them with ease, their faces proud and heads held high. The storage hold of their starship was packed with the crew. Talha had never seen so many people on the ship before. Tamara sent out a call to former members of the Marauders, those that retired or been forced to look for work elsewhere as their equipment and contracts dwindled. They had come in droves, pushing the starship to its capacity limit. Tamara's son now had enough pilots to operate an entire company of mechs, along with the support staff and mechanics to repair them. Tamara had also recruited thousands of soldiers to aid the Baron with securing the surface. They would require weapons and combat exercises, but Cal had promised to give them whatever they needed. The crew stood patiently in rows, wearing their new uniforms while waiting for her grandparents to return from Caledon with the Baron. They had arrived above the planet a few hours ago. Tamara and Elric immediately took a shuttle down to the surface to meet with the Baron alone. Cal had requested the pickup. He would be taking them to a location off-planet where he had hidden their mech components and weapons. Nervous? A man's voice spoke in Talha's ear. Turning, she saw the handsome face of Gareth Quaid. He had been with the Marauders a few years ago until he left to become a freelancer, a pilot for hire. Talented and cocky, she hadn't expected him to return, but the promise of steady pay, and a reasonably easy contract that provided a mech, had been too much of a temptation to deny. Irritated. Bad enough that I have to wear this stupid outfit, but now I'm standing next to you, Talha retorted, causing Gareth to burst out laughing. He seemed at ease in the uniform, the black and red suiting his tan skin and long black hair. It's not so bad. Not every day do you get to attend to nobility. It makes a good story to tell at the bar. Gareth responded, shrugging his shoulder. Is that why you came back? For a good story? Talha asked, genuinely curious. Gareth had left them when their good fortunes began to turn for the worse. The last she had heard, he worked for one of the large corporations. It had been a surprise when he showed up, answering her grandmother's call for pilots. Partially, Gareth said, chuckling. Mostly, it was for the steady pay. I took a nasty hit on my last contract. I had to go into debt for the Reagan. Lost my arm, half my face. He finished, holding out his left arm and showing her. If Gareth hadn't said anything, she would never have known it was regrown. It was good work. Talha winced at the thought of needing the procedure. Regenerating limbs was expensive, and his debts were likely outrageous. Who are you working for? Talha asked, surprised that the client wouldn't offer to pay for the treatment. Some of the smaller clients couldn't, but usually, they built it into the contract's cost. Acer Corp. They offered the treatment, but I'd have to extend the contract. Didn't seem worth it. Gareth said, shrugging his shoulders at the comment. Talha could understand some of the longer-term commissions could be a life sentence, better a debt than slavery. But this seems lovelier. Easy gig, has good pay, and meshs are provided. Still, they look worse for wear. Have you been slacking, Talha? Gareth joked, eyeing the heavily damaged and outdated meshs lining the walls. From his experienced eye, only a couple dozen worked. The rest were stripped bare. The Baron must be desperate if he hired this lot. Gareth thought, not aware of the connection between Tamara and Cal. Shut it. I work with what we've got. We'll have the full complement up and running in no time. The Baron is providing components. Talha responded. Where is he getting them? Mech parts are getting scarce. The bigger organizations have been hoarding them because of the recent rumors. Gareth lowered his voice, barely a whisper over the din. What rumors? Talha asked. She hadn't heard anything, but she had been busy the last few months. Gareth leaned forward so she could listen to him. Word is going around the net that the Emperor's health is declining. The princes are cutting deals with the nobility, gathering support. They're each eyeing the throne. He finished, straightening his back and looking around to see if anyone heard. Seeing that they were isolated, he sighed in relief. Is that why you're here? Too worried that Assacorp would get you caught in the middle of it? Talha reasoned, eyeing him out of the corner of her eye. Gareth grinned, giving her a wink. You know me too well. There are credits to be made, that's for sure. But what good is money if you aren't alive to spend it? Gareth joked, turning away and looking at the aft section, where the bay doors were opening. Shielded, they allowed transport vessels to enter and exit without exposing the interior to the vacuum of space. Talha didn't notice. She was too engrossed in thinking about what Gareth had said. If the Emperor dies, his children will likely fight for the throne, plunging the Empire into chaos unless it's resolved peacefully. It hadn't been much of a concern in the past. The Emperor was over 1,500 years old. She shook it from her thoughts. It was a problem for someone else. What she needed to focus on was the now. Caledon was far away from Terra, a backwater planet too poor and powerless to affect more significant events in the Empire. Her grandparents' transport vessel was large enough to hold a few dozen people and a couple of mechs. It was empty now, just Tamara and Elric, with the captain piloting. She hadn't wanted anyone else coming along, ruining the reunion. The long, squarish ship extended leg-like landing gears, the weight causing them to sink, absorbing the force of the landing. Cutting fuel to its thrusters, the vessel silenced before a door opened on the side, a set of stairs extending to the floor of the storage hold. Tamara's son led the way forward, impeccably dressed in a black and red uniform. She added a pin of a yellow sun with a red fist in the center on her lapel. Reaching the deck, she turned, observing as a woman exited. Middle-aged, her hair brown with traces of gray, Governor Scylla was wearing a dark blue jacket with a matching skirt. Carefully walking down the steps, she stood beside Tamara, curiously watching the crew. Her eyes drifted to the mechs, a frown appearing as she saw their current state. Next down was Elric. The large man was laughing, an unfamiliar look on his typically frowning face. He was looking behind him, saying something too low for Talha to hear, before walking down the steps and joining his wife. Last was Caledon, the Baron and their current employer. Tall and handsome, he was wearing a plain black and red uniform, the same as the crew, but his clothing seemed to fit him perfectly. He was smiling broadly, still chuckling from his conversation with Elric. As he saw the crowd waiting in rows, he gave a small wave before walking down the steps. Talha's first impression of the Baron was one of amazement. She had never seen a more handsome man or one so tall. Even though he towered over the others, he didn't appear disproportionate. He seemed casual and at ease, like he was amongst friends instead of strange soldiers that would soon be fighting for his planet. Emperor above, is he even real? I heard nobles came from a different stock than the rest of us, but... Gareth added beside her, his voice a whisper as he shook his head at the sight of the Baron. Talha jabbed him in the ribs, cutting him off before he could draw attention to them. The Baron made his rounds, greeting the veterans he was familiar with again, shaking their hands and calling them by name. Talha grew bored after only a few minutes. She looked away from the spectacle in front of her, and towards the scout mech she had been repairing. She must have lost track of time. Her thoughts wandered toward the repair of the machine when the Baron was in front of her. She could see his lips move, but she was so distracted that her mind took a moment to catch up. Again, Miss Sunday. What? Talha asked, looking at Cal dumbly, not catching what he had said. Cal smiled, amused at her lack of etiquette. Behind him, Talha could see her grandmother frowning, promising a long talk with her after this was over. "I said, it is nice to see you again, Miss Sunday," Cal repeated, his eyes filled with laughter at this unexpected source of entertainment. "You too. Are you going to give us our parts now? I want to get back to work," Talha blurted out before she could catch herself. Tamara's frown became even more severe, while next to her, Gareth was stifling a laugh. Damn her mouth. She couldn't seem to keep her foot out of it. "I wouldn't dream of keeping you waiting. We can take the transport if you're ready?" Cal asked, looking to Tamara for permission. The captain nodded, forcefully tearing her gaze away from Talha and looking at the Baron. "We can. I'll need to get a pilot. We need to discuss things on the way, and I would prefer not to do both," Tamara said. "I can pilot if you'd like, m'lord," Gareth offered, stepping forward and giving the Baron a salute, a clenched fist to his chest, over his heart. Cal waited for Tamara to confirm before nodding. "Let's go." Chapter 12 Delving into the Past, Part 2. Chapter 12 The transport glided out of the starship's hangar, entering the void of space. Through the viewports, Talha could see the faint shimmering of a shield surrounding their craft, enhancing its defenses and protecting it from the stellar radiation. In the seats ahead of her, Tamara and Cal were already deep in discussion, their voices a whisper. Talha could pick up a few words, a sentence here and there, enough to know they were talking about the logistics of their deployment. Cal had given Gareth directions to travel to Caledon's nearest moon, Luna, tidally locked, its pockmarked white surface shone in the sunlight ahead of them, their ship's thrusters swiftly carrying the group into its orbit. As the ship banked to the right, slowing their descent and gliding over the grayish-white rock of the moon's exterior, Talha couldn't see anything around them to indicate the presence of any mech parts. No component storage facilities or repair centers. Just desolate nothingness. Could the Baron have been mistaken, or were they too well hidden to see from their current height? "What are we looking for?" Talha called out, interrupting her grandmother's conversation. Unbuckling the straps that kept her in the seat, she floated above her chair, using a handhold to propel her body closer to the front monitors, where Gareth was piloting. Without an FTL engine, the transport lacked the artificial gravity of a starship. "It's hidden on the dark side. Stay on this heading. There's something I want to see first. Don't worry. It won't take long," Cal said, already seeing the impatience on Talha's face. "What do you mean they should be hidden on the dark side?" Talha asked. "It was still there when I went to stasis. The components are well hidden, and I have no reason to believe they have gone missing," Cal said, trying to assure the fiery young woman. She scowled at his response. "But you haven't verified that it's still there? What if we're wasting our time? What if it's gone, and we're stuck with our thumbs up our asses?" Talha cursed, her face turning red in anger and frustration. "Talha, that's enough." Tamara reprimanded her granddaughter, already regretting bringing her. "If they are missing, I will obtain your components somewhere else. But, as I've said, I have no reason to believe they are not there," Cal repeated, looking away from the fuming redhead. He watched the rocky ground as it sped by, ignoring the others for the moment. Talha spun away from the Baron, crossing her arms with a huff and looking out the opposite window. "There!" Cal called, pointing out the window. "Slow down the ship, please. I want a closer look." Gareth nodded, banking the ship slowly to the right, the hum of the thrusters quieting as the vessel decelerated. Cal unbuckled his seatbelt, propelling himself to the front, where he pushed gently against the bulkhead, pressing his feet back onto the metal deck. In the distance was a massive crater, hundreds of miles wide and so deep that the sun's light couldn't reach the bottom. Unlike the grayish-white surface of the moon, the cavity was charred black. Something had burned the surrounding area, and the intensity of the heat left glass amongst the rock and regolith that shimmered as it caught the light. Cal barely breathed as he stared at the crater. Seeing it up close made it more real, somehow, than when he stared at it from Caledon's surface. What appeared as only a slight blemish on the pure white surface of the moon in the night sky was a monument, a testament to the rebellion. He was staring at a grave, the final resting place of millions of people, their lives ended in a moment. "Cal," Tamara said, speaking up from behind her. He ignored her voice, staring at the desolation. "I watched it happen. I was in the palace, practically a prisoner at that point. My father had told everyone it was for fear of abduction. That the Emperor would use me to ransom his surrender. He said I would be a bargaining chip. But the truth was that he was afraid I would turn the people against him. He kept me isolated and alone in that gilded cage. Cal whispered, placing his hand against the window. He was so afraid at the end, jumping at shadows, terrified of betrayal. Cal finished, squeezing his eyes shut against the sight. What are we looking at, my lord? Gareth asked, confused. He couldn't see any traces of conflict one would expect to see after a battle. The evidence would never wash away in the vacuum of space. Luna City. I remember coming here a few times while in the House Guard. Stopovers after an escort mission outside the system. They were amongst the best ship repair facilities in the duchy. Tamara offered, looking out the window next to Cal. Mech manufacturing as well. I started my career here at Luna City on the fabrication line. Low gravity is perfect for assembly, easier to maneuver and more comfortable for the technicians. Elric added. The large man refused to look, keeping his gaze on the front monitors. What happened? Talha asked, her face pressed up against the window. In the distance, she thought she could see structures on the rim of the crater, what looked like large buildings, toppled to the side. Engine failure in one of the dock starships. The explosion took out the whole city. Afterwards, the Duke claimed that it was the Imperials sabotaging the facility. The war got hotter after that, and support for the Duke increased. Elric explained. That was the official story. Are you saying that isn't what happened, Cal? Tamara asked. Cal nodded at the question, turning away from the window and pushing himself back to his seat. As he fumbled with the straps, he spoke. I had thought that I could make him see reason, but I quickly learned that he would never stop. He was set on a path and would take us down with him. So I spoke out and communicated with resistance groups all over the duchy. I had hoped that if we gathered enough support, we could force Father to end the war or remove him from power. Cal explained, finally buckling on his seatbelt. Luna City was a tipping point. It was too important to ignore, so some unions and worker groups organized a protest. My father found out that I was involved, that I was speaking out against him. Cal paused, looking out the window, thinking about that night. I remember the explosion. It was nighttime, and I was out on the balcony when suddenly it was daytime, as if the sun had risen. Father never mentioned it, didn't say a word about what I had been doing, but I knew. Luna City was a warning to shut my mouth and never cross him. My father is many things, but squeamish was never one of them. Cal finished, gesturing for Gareth to continue flying. The transport slowly passed over the crater, the hum of its thrusters growing louder as the ship accelerated. In moments, the remains of Luna City were left far behind them. That wasn't your fault, Cal. You were only a boy. Tamara said. She had been on Caledon when the explosion occurred. It was one of the reasons Cal sent them away, sparing them from his father's wrath and the war. It's all right, Tamara. I know whose fault it was. I was young and stupid, but I won't make that mistake again. I've learned to be prepared and not to let others pay for my failings. Cal stated, turning away from the window. The group was silent as the transport flew across the sky. In only a few minutes, the light was fading, the sun blocked by the bulk of the Luna, leaving them in the black of night. Gareth flicked a switch on the console next to his controls. The darkness beneath them lit up, the transport's searchlights highlighting the surroundings dimly. Do you know the coordinates, my lord? Gareth asked, checking his position on the display. A topographical map appeared on the screen, showing the inclines and rises beneath him. He couldn't see any structures or energy signatures on the ship's sensors. Cal rattled off quick directions. The transport banked sharply to the left, realigning with a new course. Traveling swiftly through the darkness, they arrived at their destination. We're here, but I'm still not seeing anything on the sensors. Are you sure this is the spot? Gareth asked, confirming again that there was nothing below them, just rock and regolith. There were no energy or radiation signatures, nothing to indicate that there had ever been anything here. This is the spot, Cal said, unbuckling his seatbelt and floating to the front of the ship. Tapping a few instructions into the control console next to the pilot's seat, he brought up the topographical map. Magnifying it, he pointed out a fissure. It was hidden under an overhang, making it difficult to see with the naked eye. Down here, it should open up, but be cautious. Anything could have changed in 5 centuries. Cal said, patting the pilot on the shoulder reassuringly before returning to his seat and strapping himself back in. Here we go. Gareth said, taking a deep breath before pointing the nose of the ship downwards towards the darkness below. Chapter 13 Delving into the Past, Part 3. Chapter 13. The ship plunged towards the moon's surface, traveling extremely close to the rocky ground before leveling its descent and passing under the overhanging rock face that sheltered the fissure. Gareth's piloting skills were on full display, quickly navigating the entranceway before halting its dive and killing the ship's forward momentum. Adjusting the thrusters, Gareth hovered the transport above the dark cavern before easing it slowly downwards. The passengers watched the grey rock walls pass from the windows until they gradually widened. The fissure expanded greatly after the initial opening, the ship's light barely reaching the edges. "Are you sure this is the place, milord? I'm still not getting anything on the dash." A beeping from the console interrupted him. Taking his hand off the steering yoke, he pushed several buttons on the screen to his right, pulling up the sensor readings. "Got something. Looks like faint energy readings and refined metals," Gareth said, interpreting the analysis on screen. Talha pushed out of her chair, crowding next to the port window and staring into the darkness below. "Hold on. It should be coming into sight shortly," Gareth said, gradually drifting the descending ship towards the largest metallic cluster. In moments, Talha could see the floor of the cavern. The bottom of the fissure was a vast open space, relatively flat and made of hard stone. The transport's lights reflected off a metal sea, creating a shimmering light field of abandoned technology. "It's a junkyard," Talha murmured into the quiet passenger cabin. Piles of abandoned equipment lay scattered across the ground. Directly below, she could see mounds of mech weapons, squarish and bulky heavy loss guns, ballistic autocannons with attached belt-fed ammo boxes, difficult to use, and famously fragile long-barreled railguns that fired devastatingly powerful rounds of depleted uranium. Talha observed missile launchers, plasma rifles, and even large swords, axes and hammers for close combat. Thousands of mech weapons had been discarded here. At the same time, she could also see crates and containers full of smaller personnel weapons like lost pistols and rifles, appropriate for soldiers and powered exocets. Talha could spot the reason they had been abandoned rather quickly. Each was damaged, barrels twisted, or components missing, but they were all perfectly persevered. The depth of the fissure must stop the degradation from cosmic radiation, while preventing falling debris from covering them. It was a perfect place for the long-term storage of equipment. "How did you know where to find this place?" Talha asked, looking away from the collection of weapons and turning back to the Baron. Cal shrugged, shaking his head, refusing to comment. She was about to ask more forcefully when Tamara floated up beside her. "Let it lie," her grandmother said, recognizing the troubled look on Cal's face. There was a reason he knew about this stockpile of broken equipment, but he obviously didn't want to discuss it, and she wouldn't let Talha push for an answer. He didn't owe them explanations. "Are you sure you can use these? They don't look to be in good shape," Governor Scylla asked loudly, drawing attention away from Cal. After their short time together, she knew him well enough to understand when he needed space. "It won't be a problem. We can cobble together more than enough parts to outfit the Marauders. We've worked with less," Elric replied, standing next to the sensor console and taking detailed scans of the equipment below. "Fly over here," Elric said, pointing out a spot on the screen. "That should be where the mechs are," he finished, guiding Gareth. The transport slowly glided above the cavern floor, its floodlights driving back the darkness. More equipment came into view, armor segments from mobile suits, additional weapons, mech limbs and crates of components. Elric documented each pile, marking it for future retrieval. There were even hundreds of powered exoskeletons combat suits, showing various states of damage. Each was in black and red, the colors of Caledon. Some had bullet holes and lines of burnt black cuts from laser fire. Adjustable to the wearer's height, the suits were covered in thick armor panels that could absorb bullet fire, kinetic impacts, and lost pistol energy. With an enclosed helmet, the user would be protected from the vacuum of space, and the suit had a limited oxygen supply. As the ship passed over the equipment, their lights began to reveal more prominent metallic figures and shapes. Mechs and mobile suits were casually tossed into the bottom of the ravine. A disorganized mess met Talha's eyes, and she quickly searched for what they needed. Mechs came in a variety of shapes and sizes. The smallest was slightly larger than a powered combat suit, a little over 12 feet tall. The ultra-light class, or battle armor as it was known, was a hybrid between the standard combat suit and a mech. A perfect entry point for beginner pilots who were unaccustomed to the strain that piloting put on the mind and body. Talha could see dozens of them heaped together. Their humanoid shape reminded her of medieval knights from Old Terra. Small, agile and capable of leaping to great heights with the use of thrusters, they were perfect for urban combat. Being lightly armored, they would be shredded in a firefight against mechs. They looked like they were chewed up and spit out, Talha said, assessing the damage to the units. They may be able to salvage a functional ultra-light out of every 3 or 4 here, but it would be time-consuming. More over here, about the same condition, Elric said from the front, highlighting more. We'll need them. They are ideal for what we need. Without unnecessary collateral damage, we can't send heavier mechs into city centers. Tamara said, having Elric mark them as a high priority. The ship continued to pass over more machines, light-class scout mechs, with their speedy limbs and slender bodies. These were in better shape, with only a few holes or burn marks in critical systems, but they had the components the Marauders needed. Gareth whistled as the front lights revealed a bulkier machine. Over 60 feet high, it appeared to be in pristine condition until they could see its back. A weapon slashed or cut it, and the center cockpit where the pilot resided was cruelly gouged out. Bulwark, medium class, Elric said, recognizing it immediately. Heavily armored, with stocky limbs and a broad body, it lived up to its name, capable of taking a pounding on the front lines. The Marauders didn't have one. They preferred faster or long-range combat mechs. Could we fix it? Talha asked, hating to leave it behind. Her parents had called her a collector growing up, always wanting a complete set of anything she found interesting. It had been books, figurines, and now mechs. She could picture it standing in line with the others on display. No. Even if we could, our medium-class pilots haven't been trained on it. Ignore it and move on. Tamara ordered, directing Gareth to travel to the next location. The transport glided forward, revealing more machines, hundreds of mechs, with signs of battle. Light, medium, heavy, and even a few premier assault classes were here. There were more than enough salvageable components to have the Marauders up and running quickly, with their full complement of technicians ready to get to work immediately. As Tamara, Elric and Talha discussed the logistics of getting the salvage back to their starship, Scylla watched Cal with a nervous eye. The Baron had grown solemn and quiet, staring out the window at the damaged equipment around them without any visible emotion. In the short time Scylla had known him, he had never been like this. Cal was usually engaging and quick with a smile or a snappy remark, putting everyone at ease. It was as if he were waiting for something. What could he dash? I'm picking up something big on the sensors, Gareth said, interrupting the governor's thoughts. At the remark, Cal started a slight, involuntary movement that Scylla would never have noticed if she hadn't been staring at him. Strange. There's some interference. I can't get a clearer reading, Elric said, moving away from the window and back to the sensor console. Pulling up the display, he tried to enhance the image, but it wasn't working. It's coming from something ahead. See? It must be just over that hill, Gareth said, pointing out the front window at a grayish object. It became increasingly more detailed as they came closer. What he had mistaken for a hill was a starship, its body massive, dwarfing their transport ship by order of magnitude. The starship was heavily damaged, the hull split apart by energy weapons and multiple explosions. It was covered in a layer of rock and debris from where it crashed to the fissure's surface. On the side, the red stag of the Duchy of Caledon stood prominent. Below the house symbol, where the name of the starship would be written, the damage had obscured it. I don't remember the Duke losing a starship on Luna. What is this doing here? Elric asked, turning to Tamara for an answer. She shook her head at the questions. She had never heard of its loss. I can check the records when we return, see if anything is written about it. Maybe we can discover its name. Scylla offered. The Aurora? It was named after my grandmother. Cal spoke, intruding on their conversation. Seeing their confused and curious expressions, he sighed before continuing. I had it hidden here, part of my scheme of ending the rebellion. The crew would smuggle me off Caledon to Luna, and from there, I would go to the Emperor, a willing hostage. It was my last-ditch effort to stop my father. Cal explained. What happened? Scylla asked. I was young and stupid. I hadn't learned to cover my tracks very well. He destroyed the starship, confined me to the palace and punished Luna City. Cal said, staring at the wreck of the Aurora. As I said to Mara, I know who is to blame for my failures. He finished, turning away from the view screen and ordering Gareth to take them back. Cal wanted to return to Caledon and be alone with his thoughts. The transport left the fissure, leaving the husks of mechs and the ruined starship behind. They had unraveled the mystery of Caledon's knowledge of the junkyard's existence. But no one on board was happy with the revelation. Chapter 14 City of Sin, Part 1. Chapter 14. A paradise of sin had evolved over the centuries in the southern hemisphere of Caledon. New Antioch had been a small, relatively unknown city during the rebellion. Not a tourist destination like Cosa, lacking the manufacturing industry of Trier or the off-planet commerce like Caledonia. Its larger sister cities mainly had ignored it until the Duke had died. Like wolves, sensing weakness and the draw of profits, businesses and corporations had swooped in to fill the void left by the Baron's imprisonment. A triumvirate of corporations seized Trier, bringing in cheap, pollution-causing machines and exploiting the local population for inexpensive labor. The Imperial Bank purchased large tracts of land in Cosa, but it was New Antioch where one individual focused his attention. Ellis Morrow had a vision, a dream, and he would make it a reality through any means necessary. He left his home planet behind, moving to the lawless Caledon to construct his goal. It would be a city of sin, a haven for every type of vice imaginable. Its isolation and lack of government oversight had led to a unique opportunity, the chance to create a free city. One without the burden of laws, morality, or ethics. Drugs, prostitution, gambling, and any depravity could be obtained for the right price in the free city of New Antioch. For 200 years, Ellis Morrow had built a kingdom, a dynasty, with him as its lord and ruler. He had his hands deep in every pocket, taking his cut. His people's ears were all over, listening into conversations and selling secrets, or blackmailing for his silence. The free city shined at night with neon lights and advertisements that reached the sky, its streets filled with revelers and partygoers. Drug addicts and drunks brushed shoulders with the wealthy socialites who came from across the empire to experience its vile filth, safely escorted by bodyguards and soldiers with the freedom to murder whoever crossed them. Everything had its price in New Antioch, even a life. During the day, the sun cast its light on an army of workers who cleaned its streets, wiping away the blood and filth in preparation for another night, their labor a repayment of their debts to Antioch's king. Business deals that would be illegal elsewhere were carried out by the light of day in cafes and restaurants. Their anonymity was assured, and their actions protected, as long as Morrow got his cut of the profits. The uncrowned king of Antioch was currently in his office on the top floor of the tallest skyscraper in the city, overseeing last night's profits. Ellis Morrow was tall, still appearing youthful despite his nearly 400 years of life. His pure white hair slicked back out of his face was the only indication of his age. His money afforded him rejuvenation and regeneration procedures that were out of reach by most of the empire, ensuring he would be alive to rule his fiefdom for many more years. Dressed in a cashmere and wool suit imported from Old Terra, Morrow sat at a desk made of extinct blackwood. The unbroken piece of the rare wood was the largest in existence. He had obtained it at an auction centuries ago, having once belonged to a Duke of Caledon thousands of years before. Morrow checked through the columns of profits and loss, a projection screen on his desk showing pie charts and graphs. He swiped his hand through the hollow, moving it to a prediction of the end-of-year fiscal forecasts. "These goddamn bribes are bleeding me dry," Morrow muttered, pulling up a list of amounts credited to prominent individuals on Caledon and the surrounding space. He heavily censored and controlled the net in New Antioch, employing an army of technicians and hackers to scrub his name from unwanted attention. He relied on blackmail to keep the silence of those visiting his city. No one wanted their activities disclosed on the net, and risk reaching imperial eyes. The bribes were for those interested parties that avoided his city but could make trouble in the future. A small amount of money to keep the Imperials away, or anyone from attempting to push him out, went far in his business. What infuriated him the most was the amounts had been increasing as he became more successful. It was getting harder to hide New Antioch from inquiring outsiders, which was an existential threat to his bottom line. Pushing the screen away in disgust at the losses, he pulled out a detailed cost report of last night's activities. One of his wealthier patrons from Helios, a planet nearly on the other side of the galaxy, had gone on a rampage last night. She burned down a building, killing dozens of his workers and other guests, and finally crashed a stolen hovercar into a storefront. Luckily, either the store nor the building had been owned by him, or he would genuinely be enraged. He shook his head at the amount required for compensation before adding it to the woman's tab. She was accumulating quite the bill, but he knew she could pay for it. Chuckling as he doubled the markup on the amount of damage, Morrow was about to send it down to his administrators to finalize when his assistant walked into the room. A young man, impeccably dressed in a business suit and tie, had a worried frown as he walked swiftly towards the blackwood desk. "What is it?" Morrow asked, closing the hollow projection with a swipe of his hand. Morrow distrusted implants, calling them nothing but Imperial spy tech. His assistant was carrying a datapad under his arm, an outdated piece of technology but secure. Having an old datapad on his isolated and controlled system was better than ocular implants connected directly to the Imperial net. He forbade them from entering his office and restricted their use by his employees. "The governor is addressing the planet in 5 minutes. They wouldn't give the press details on what it's about, but Baron Caledon has been seen around the estate," the assistant said, placing the datapad onto the table and tapping a few buttons. A hollow projection activated, hanging suspended above the desk from the emitter embedded into the display. It showed the banner of the Caledon barony, the red stag on a field of black. A line of text scrolled along the bottom of the projection, repeating the information that Morrow's assistant had just relayed. "Governor Silla to speak at 9 a.m. CCT. The words of the announcement were written in bold white letters. The sound was on mute, but Morrow could see several reporters speculating the reason for a sudden press conference, their mouths moving silently to the side of the Caledonian house symbol as they discussed with each other. "This is going to be trouble," Morrow predicted. Taping his finger against the hard surface of the desk, he thought for a moment before nodding. "Have security prepare for an assault. We may have to drag this Baron kicking and screaming into the present if he thinks he can push us around. It's time he learned that things have changed since he was last here." His assistant nodded, turning to leave the room. "And have Merrick Tan transfer some of our assets off-world. We may need to bring in some outside muscle, and I want to have the funds available." Morrow shouted, "Yes, sir!" The assistant responded, closing the door and rushing to accomplish his tasks. Morrow uttered a loud harumph, and his face twisted in a scowl as he waited for the governor to speak. He developed a sixth sense of danger, which had kept him alive over the years. He learned to trust his instincts, and right now, they were screaming at him to act, to surround himself with guards and weapons and shoot anything that threatened to take his paradise away. Ellis Morrow was the single richest man on Caledon, a title he had earned through hard work and unscrupulous morals. He would act without hesitation if he had to kill the governor and her upstart, recently liberated baron. The Emperor be damned. His grumbles were interrupted by the appearance of the governor. Florine Silla looked well rested and confident, her hair and makeup impeccable as she wore a black and red dress, a subtle reminder of the nobility she served. Morrow hadn't met her face to face before, preferring to deal with her through intermediaries. He didn't like her one bit. She had no faults to exploit, no vices to blackmail. She and her government was a necessary evil forced on them by the Emperor, but he had worked on pulling the teeth from it over the years. He pressed a button on the datapad, increasing the volume as she walked to the podium. Chapter 15 City of Sin Part 2. Chapter 15. "Good morning, my fellow Caledonians," Governor Silla began, looking over the assembled reporters whose ocular implants were recording and transmitting her speech across the planet. For many, this was the first time they had heard her speak. The governor rarely had anything to say to the public. There was no need to communicate besides the occasional memo or notice. Her government was ineffectual and poor, and the planet was lawless. 10 millennia ago, our people crossed the vastness of space looking for a new home, a place that could shelter and protect them, where they could raise their families in peace and security. After years of crossing the void between stars, they found Caledon. Over time, we grew strong and prosperous, and when the first emperor united our galaxy under his benevolent rule, our planet was granted a ducal title and the right to self-govern. Regardless of the instabilities afflicting the rest of the empire, Caledon was a beacon of peace, the jewel of humanity. 500 years ago, Duke Emmerich rose in rebellion against our emperor, plunging us into war and chaos that cost him his life. His son, Caledon surrendered, traveling to Terra to beg the Emperor for mercy, not for himself but for his people. He succeeded, our citizens were spared, but he was sentenced to 500 years of imprisonment in stasis. Scylla paused, gathering herself for the next part of her speech. Caledon, Baron of Caledon, has returned, she stated. The reporters shifted in their seats, eager to ask questions but knowing that the governor had more to say. The Baron is dismayed at the state of our planet and has delivered our government a mandate. We are to return Caledon to its former glory. To do so, he has granted me the resources and means of restoring order and law to our barony. As of this moment, martial law is declared on Caledon. Citizens are forbidden from leaving their homes after dark, and Scylla's speech was cut off as Ellis Morrow threw the datapad against the wall of his office. Even the sturdy piece of technology couldn't withstand the force, and it shattered, pieces of plastic and glass falling to his carpeted floor. "Son of a bitch!" he screamed. Morrow knew this wouldn't be good news. He felt like a rat in a cage scratching at the walls. There was only one way out of this situation. He would need to kill the governor and capture this Caledon. He'd build an army with his current security forces and considerable wealth. A baron as a puppet could be helpful. He could expand his operations across the planet, branching out his ventures. With a feral grin twisting his handsome, unnaturally youthful face, he was about to call out for his assistant when the man came rushing into his office. "Mr. Morrow, our security forces are assembling throughout the city, but I couldn't send any of our funds off-world. The Imperial Bank has frozen all our accounts, even your private assets." Morrow's assistant explained, an anxious look on his face. "God damn it!" Morrow cursed, slamming his clenched fist against the blackwood table. He trusted his security forces to be able to overwhelm the few estate guards the Baron had remaining, but freezing his accounts meant Scylla was prepared for him. The governor knew his response to her speech would be violent, and she wouldn't count on just her handful of guards to secure the planet. She must have help, off-world support that could overthrow his hold on New Antioch. Morrow needed funds for mercenaries to support his troops and bribes to keep Scylla from getting Imperial help or, worse, turning some of his rivals against him. He gestured impatiently for his assistant's datapad. Confused, it took the man a moment to understand. As he passed the new datapad to his boss, he recognized the shattered remnants of his old one on the ground by the far wall. Ellis Morrow angrily connected the device to the Imperial net and waited for the recipient to answer. Merrick Tan's face hovered above the blackwood desk, the display emitter showing his handsome visage and greasy smile. The banker looked exhausted and overworked. His ordinarily perfect suit and hair were slightly untidy, as if he had been at work for too many hours, foregoing a change of clothes or his hygiene. "Ellis Morrow, how may I assist you?" Tan said, his exhaustion fading as he smirked at the person on the other end of the holocall. "Cut the shit, Tan. Why are my accounts frozen?" Morrow hissed out, his hands gripping the desk's edge as he leaned forward aggressively. He wanted nothing more than to rip that smug look off the banker's face. But unfortunately, Morrow needed him. "Regrettably, Baron Caledon has ordered that every account of a suspected less than legitimate income stream be frozen until they undergo a thorough review. All your accounts were on the list provided to me by Governor Scylla," Tan said, shrugging his shoulder and placing a hand against his cheek as he reclined back into his chair. "Well, unfreeze them, you little shit!" Morrow shouted. "The Imperial Bank is at the Emperor's service. As the Emperor's chosen representative on Caledon, we must obey the Baron's request," Tan replied, enjoying the image of Ellis Morrow's face turning beet red. After Tan met with the Baron, he appreciated being on the winning side again. The experience of being squeezed dry by Caledon had left him traumatized for days. "Don't forget what I have on you, Tan. How would your superiors react to learning about your little escapades here in New Antioch? Release my funds, or I distribute the holos," Morrow threatened, using his trump card. Merrick Tan was a man who enjoyed the liberty the free city provided to its utmost. Drugs, alcohol, women, the banker would spend weeks in a state of near bliss, his every whim catered to. Morrow had ensured that every moment was captured and recorded for a time like this. "Release it," Tan said, shrugging disinterestedly. He would likely lose his job. The Imperial Bank was aware of the rumors of his activities but chose to ignore them in favor of the profits he brought in. but having it thrown in their face, on the net for everyone to see, they would be forced to act. Still, Tan would sooner be fired from the Imperial Bank than face the Baron's wrath. He could find a new job, but Caledon would take his life. His crimes in New Antioch were relatively minor, a few years in stasis at the maximum. It wasn't worth risking the Baron's ire to avoid such a modest punishment. I'm not negotiating with you, Tan. Unfreeze my accounts, or everything I have on you will get uploaded to the net. Morrow repeated, shocked at the banker's uncaring attitude. And I'm telling you, release it. Tan reiterated. He stopped slouching. Instead, he leaned forward, his expression becoming serious. Let me give you some advice, Mr. Morrow. Don't worry, it's free. Tan stated, forestalling Morrow's objection. Leave Caledon as soon as you possibly can. Take some of your more valuable items, that desk, the artwork and treasures you have hidden in some vault, and flee. I'm sure you have a private starship waiting in orbit to take you anywhere in the galaxy. I suggest you make use of it, because you can do nothing to make me betray the Baron. Whatever terror you inspire in others, whatever blackmail you have, whatever bribes you can scrounge together without your accounts, it's irrelevant. Caledon is an unstoppable force whose entire purpose in life is to restore what he lost, and you're an obstacle in his path. You will be caught on the wrong side of history, Mr. Morrow. Tan said. Tan's words were shocking enough to drive all other emotions from Morrow's mind. The banker severed the connection as soon as he was finished speaking, not giving Morrow a chance to respond. For the first time in centuries, Ellis Morrow was left stunned. His rage and his frustrations were gone. In its place was a numbness. The worst part was that his instincts agreed with the banker's words. The evidence was right in front of him. The Imperial Bank's cooperation, the governor's sudden declaration, and finally, the fire trails in the sky above New Antioch as mech drop pods and troop transports left orbit and raced towards the surface. Ellis Morrow could see the end approaching from his window, the imminent destruction of everything he had spent centuries building. Perhaps it would be wise for him to follow Merrick Tan's advice. Chapter 16 City of Sin, Part 3. Chapter 16. The drop pod violently shook on entry. The friction from Caledon's atmosphere flared a bright red around them as it tried to slow their descent. Heavily shielded, the pod barely reacted to the increased temperatures, and the interior remained cool and dark. Talha, safely ensconced in the recently repaired light-class scout mech, ran another system check while she waited to land. Looking at the HUD, she scanned the list of systems. Everything was well within parameters. The components they had retrieved from Luna had been fully compatible. The jostling of the pod scarcely registered to her. She could barely feel it within the cockpit of the Scout. She had only recently been promoted to a light-class pilot. The extensive testing requirements were arduous, but she had finally become the youngest pilot in the Sun's Marauders at 24. Seeing no issues with her machine, she waited impatiently for the pod to release her from her restraints. With a rattling bang, the pod walls released, separating from the main body and freeing her and her two companions. Wrenching her mech free of the shoulder clamps that secured her to the hull, she leapt from the pod while it was still in midair, the thrusters on her mech's back and legs propelling her away. The Scout couldn't fly, its thrusters were too weak, but it could glide gently toward the ground. Carrying a long-barreled, heavy Lost gun in her hands, she drifted towards the surface when thermal warning notifications suddenly obscured the edges of her vision. Contact! One of the other pilots shouted, alerting his companions. A streak of crimson light shot out from behind her, striking the drop pod and burning a hole through the thick metal plates. Spinning around, Talha cut off her thrusters, increasing her velocity toward the ground to gain some distance. Just a moment after her maneuver, the pod exploded, sending shrapnel and debris flying toward her. Talha could hear the metal striking her mech's exterior with small pinging sounds. The force of the explosion sent her reeling, her mech spiraling towards the ground as she re-engaged her thrusters to right her descent. Talha restored her equilibrium just as she struck the ground. The mech's long legs left twin furrows in the soft soil, ripping grass and some small brush from the earth. To her left, her companions, piloting similar light-class scouts, fared better. They landed near a small thicket of trees, taking cover immediately. The trees wouldn't stop a powerful beam weapon, but it would obscure them from their attackers. Burning debris fell all around them, setting small patches of grass on fire. They were just outside the city limits of New Antioch. The free city was a sparkling beacon in the distance, a dozen or so kilometers away. "Did either of you see where that came from?" Talha asked, raising the lost gun and directing it towards the city. In her HUD, the aiming reticle danced about, gradually adjusting to the environment. Gravity, heat, the planet's atmosphere, everything could affect their weapons, and it could take a while before they could adapt their aim. "Top of a building on the left of side of the city. We can't hit it from here with lost guns. We need to get closer." A man's voice sounded out over their squad's communication channel. "Let's move," Talha said, her mech already dashing forward. A scout could reach a couple of 100 kilometers an hour on a flat plane, and she used every ounce of speed she could muster. The trio separated, keeping their distance from each other as they ran to reduce the likelihood of being targeted. Talha received another thermal warning notification as a new beam of crimson energy shot directly toward her. She threw herself to the side just as the attack struck the ground behind her, leaving a long gouge and burning the earth in a straight line. The attack came from a large building on the city outskirts. Her suit's HUD automatically highlighted it, zooming in to show a cluster of local security forces wearing powered exosuits. In the center of their group was a large particle projection cannon, its barrel glowing red from the heat generated by its discharge. "PPC!" Talha called out, raising her lost gun to fire. A PPC could burn a hole through any mech the Marauders deployed in New Antioch. They had to remove it immediately before it could do any real damage. Before she could aim, a streak of laser fire shot toward the building from the sky. Like a lightning bolt, it split the air in a bright, bluish-white energy line. Talha watched it accurately strike the PPC, the attack vaporizing the weapon and the crew operating it before burying itself into the street below harmlessly. Above her, hanging motionless in the sky, was a mech. Over 40 feet high, the humanoid machine was similar to her scout, lean and slim. Its frame was painted black, with red highlights on its body and limbs. Gripped tightly in its hands was a lost gun, its barrel still smoking from the laser discharge. From its back, two wing-like thrusters protruded, keeping the mech aloft and sending reddish-orange flames behind it, like a cloak billowing in the wind. "Seraph!" Talha called out. The Seraph was a medium-class mech, identifiable by the angel-like wings of its namesake. Lightly armored, it was highly mobile and suited for long-range combat. Talha could see the telltale shimmer of a personal shield surrounding the machine, protecting it from energy weapons. "Impressed?" Gareth responded, and she could hear his voice's playfulness and pride at the remarkable shot. Not many pilots could fire a heavy lost gun at that range and accurately strike its target, while avoiding collateral damage. "Humph, I was until you opened your mouth. What are you doing here?" Talha retorted, her mech racing across the open field toward the city again. Above, Gareth followed, watching over their progress while looking for further threats. "You're falling behind. The other teams are already in the city, so I thought you could use a hand," he answered. In the distance, Talha could see lost gun fire, ultra-light battle armor and a few mechs of the Marauders fighting against the security forces of New Antioch. While they focused on the PPC, other drop pods had landed on the surface. Transports, finished dropping off their troops, were strafing the city, their accurate fire hitting the city's entrenched forces. "We're fine," Talha responded, her scout leaping across a small building and running down the street toward the office tower of Ellis Morrow. The plan was to seize the man as soon as possible while clearing a path for their ground combat troops to enter the building while the mech secured the perimeter. Talha had just passed the building when a barrage of missiles landed in the intersection, hurling debris and chunks of concrete. Like a dancer, she swerved and pivoted, her mech narrowly avoiding the falling rubble. Time seemed to slow down to her awareness as her pilot's instincts took over. Piloting puts a tremendous amount of strain on a pilot's body and mind. Typically, there was a slight delay between the thought to move or act by the pilot and the mech responding. It took years to learn how to operate a mech, and each successive class added to the difficulty of forming a connection, a link between human and machine. For Talha, nothing brought her closer to perfecting that link than danger. She moved and dodged, all while carefully raising her lost gun and aiming. Whatever delay was removed, she acted like the mech was part of her body. With an ear-splitting crack like thunder, the lost gun fired. A bluish-white beam of light shot out of her rifle, streaking down the street and slamming into a half-concealed mech. A squat-bodied light class with thick, stubby legs and a broad torso sporting a missile launcher and a pair of autocannons. The beam splintered into multiple light rays as it hit the mech's torso, inflicting minor damage. "Shit!" Talha cursed, preparing to fire again when the Seraph sped towards the enemy mech. Swerving amongst the debris, Gareth piloted his machine until it nearly scraped the ground, swiftly closing in on the enemy. He smashed into it with his shoulder and knocked the lighter mech to the ground before firing his lost gun directly into the cockpit. The beam cut through its torso, leaving a smoking husk behind. Kicking it away, Gareth turned to look at the stunned Talha behind him. "I'm amazing, I know. Just don't go falling in love with me. Your grandparents would never approve." With that, the Seraph returned to the skies, leaving Talha's scout behind. "You just had to ruin it," she muttered, glancing at the ruined mech before setting off again, rejoining her companions. Chapter 17 Triumvirate Part 1. Chapter 17. Trier, the industrial and manufacturing capital of the Duchy of Caledon, was now privately owned and operated by a triumvirate of corporations. Before the rebellion, its secure facilities would produce some of the dukedom's most high-end technological goods. With a workforce of tens of millions, it had previously been the driving force of Caledon's economy and the supplier of consumer electronics, military products like mechs and weapons, and starship components. With imperial restrictions on technological research and production, only a few planets were legally capable of producing the fabled engine, with strict controls and security clearances required. One such place was Caledon before the rebellion stripped them of the right, and the capability, to manufacture the prized machine. After the rebellion, a few of the remaining businesses sensed an opportunity. The facilities and workers lingered after the Imperials had seized the expensive and sought-after tools and devices housed there. With a highly skilled and desperate workforce remaining, the corporations swiftly took over Trier, using only a small investment to secure new equipment and put the people to work again. The wages were significantly lower, and the work was backbreaking, but most had no other options. Trier was producing again in only a few years, but they made much cheaper and more environmentally destructive products rather than high-end technology. Chemicals, weapons, inexpensive devices and manufactured goods, even hovercars. Sustainable practices and clean energy were things of the past in Caledon after the Baron went into stasis. A cloud of smog settled over the city, and the corporations raked in the profits. Lines of hovercars carried goods to its ports, transports taking them from the surface to markets all over the galaxy. On the ground of the city, lines of workers plodded mechanically to their jobs, their expressions stoic and resigned as they breathed in the polluted air. They had long since given up hope of a better life for themselves. They were merely trying to provide for their families as the corporations drained them of their vitality in exchange for ever-growing profit margins. Over the centuries, the government of Caledon could not maintain control of Trier, leaving the city's rule to the businesses that owned it. Gradually, mergers and hostile takeovers consolidated the power of Trier under three corporations. A triumvirate of the largest organizations ruled the metropolis. In the city's center, a building dominated the hazy and polluted skyline. It had been constructed for cost efficiency and wasn't a beautiful architectural wonder, but a cheaply made concrete and glass eyesore. Its surface was covered in advertisements and holographic billboards as it rose over 100 stories high. In a boardroom on the top floor, two people waited impatiently for a third to join them. The room was sparse, only used occasionally for meetings between the triumvirate, the three corporations jointly ruling Trier. No artwork or pictures hung on its walls, and its windows only highlighted the bleak landscape. What made this room special was its security. Guarded by the security forces of all three corporations, it was protected from the most common methods of eavesdropping and spycraft. Recording devices would not work, and no one outside the room could hear what was said by its occupants. A triangle-shaped table dominated the center of the space, its edges bordered by a single chair, and its tabletop comprised each corporation's color and logo. In the middle of the table, a hollow projecting Governor Scylla's speech was playing on a loop, interspersed by images of conflict across the planet. The governor's speech had only ended less than an hour before, but Caledonian house guards were assaulting multiple cities, imposing martial law and seizing illegal assets. On the right, a middle-aged man sat in a high-backed chair by a wall of windows overlooking the city. Handsome, with blonde hair and blue eyes, his head was turned away from the table, looking out the window. If he was impatient or worried about current events, he didn't show it. David Rowe represented Eclipse Dynamics. It had originally been an asteroid mining company, before expanding into the corporate Goliath it was today. Their symbol on the table was a white half-moon partially obscured by a black disk. Across from the calm man, an older gentleman tapped his finger impatiently against the table. Short, with perfectly coiffed black hair and a neatly trimmed beard, Maximilian Webster represented Select Energy, their symbol a yellow lightning bolt splitting the L in Select for their logo. This is ridiculous. Where is she? The planet's going to shit, and we're twiddling our thumbs. We need a plan, Rowe. Webster grumbled, leaning back in his chair and impatiently looking at the door. They had been waiting here since the governor's speech ended, having been called by their missing third member to discuss what to do about this new change of events. Despite the significance of current affairs, Miranda Atkinson of Atkinson Micromotors was absent. She'll be here, Rowe replied calmly, not even looking at his companion. Of the three leaders of Trier, Rowe had always been the most composed, his emotions almost detached from reality. Webster thought he was a sociopath, but none of the information his people had found confirmed it. To all accounts, he was simply an apathetic businessman, doing his job without a passion for it. Compared to Rowe, Max Webster was always on the edge of impatience. He was a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment at the slightest inconvenience. Unlike David Rowe, Webster immensely enjoyed his position as Select Energy's CEO. The money was good, but the power his work gave him was the best perk. He loved the feeling of control he had over the lives and fates of others. In Trier, he had no equals, excluding his counterparts in this room. There's no need for urgency, Max. Between our collective security forces, we're more than capable of repelling any invasion from the local government. Moreover, besides infringing a few environmental and imperial labor laws, we haven't done anything to warrant the government's aggression toward us, Rowe explained, looking away from the windows and focusing on the hollow projection over the table. I'm so comforted by your bullshit, Rowe. There are mechs already fortifying Caledonia, and there's fighting in the streets of New Antioch. Webster shouted, pointing at the video feed. Caledonia is a slum, and New Antioch is completely lawless. Ellis Morrow prides himself on being on the wrong side of the law. We are not him, Max. The maximum penalty for our alleged wrongdoing is a harsh fine at most. Take a breath and relax. Miranda will be here soon, Rowe assured him. Speak of the devil, Rowe continued, turning to his left as he heard the secure door unlock and open. Miranda Atkinson was a stunningly beautiful, if cold, woman. Long black hair, bright blue eyes and pale skin. She didn't need makeup or rejuvenation procedures to stun. Extremely businesslike and professional, she had recently taken over the company from her father, who had retired off-world for health reasons. A young woman below 30 years of age, she had led Atkinson Micromotors from the bottom and profits of the triumvirate to firmly at the head of the pack. Finally! Webster exclaimed on seeing the beautiful woman. Miranda wore a black business suit, jacket, and long skirt. Her heels clicked on the hard flooring as she crossed the room to the table and placed an expensive, slim datapad on the table. Taking her seat, she didn't have a chance to speak before Webster resumed talking. We need to come to a consensus, Miranda. This moron thinks we have nothing to fear from this upheaval. But I disagree, Webster said, pointing a finger accusingly at Rowe. We don't. We can negotiate a reasonable settlement with the Baron if we remain calm. Perhaps if we offer enough capital to distract him, he will allow us to operate normally, with a few additional restrictions. Rowe reasoned. If that were the case, why did he have all our accounts frozen? God damn that Merrick Tan. He's even leaned on the smaller banks. I'm locked out of everything. I should have gutted that bastard when I had the chance. Webster growled, wiping spittle from his mouth and beard as he cursed. Rowe waved the argument away with his hand, not looking to start a dispute with the other man. Instead, he turned to Miranda. Why were you late, Miranda? Rowe asked calmly, assessing the woman's expression. Unlike her usual frosty demeanor, she seemed nervous and slightly uncomfortable. My apologies. I had a meeting, Miranda replied, matching Rowe's eyes. With whom? Who could be more important than us at a time like this? Webster asked, surprised and irritated that they had to wait for her in the first place. Miranda took a deep breath, running her hand along her jacket, smoothing out an imagined wrinkle. The Baron Caledon, Chapter 18 Triumvirate Part 2. Chapter 18 You traitorous bitch! Webster bellowed, slamming his hand against the table. Even Roe, typically unfazed by events around him, raised an eyebrow at her revelation of communicating with Baron Caledon. Miranda Atkinson sat at the table unworried and serene, her cold mask back in place, concealing her emotions. From across the table, Webster was getting out of his seat, his intent to leave the secure room obvious, when she stopped him with a single sentence. "You're going to want to hear what I have to say, Max," she stated, her piercing blue eyes pinning the older man in place. "You've met with the Baron. Did you discuss the terms of our submission?" Roe asked, his agile mind already connecting the pieces. Miranda's continued presence here after her admission, rather than fleeing or being accompanied by Caledonian house guards, likely meant the Baron had a proposition to convey to the Triumvirate, and Miranda was his intermediary. "Why would we even listen to anything she has to say? She's already sold us out and dash," Webster shouted before being cut off. "Max, sit down and listen. Don't be a fool." Roe cut in, uncharacteristically raising his voice. Seeing they were both heeding her words, Miranda explained her conversation with Caledon. "He arrived at my office before the governor's speech began, alone, without a guard or escort dash." Miranda's explanation was interrupted by Webster. "Wait, he's here, in Trier? Alone?" Webster asked, his mind whirling as thoughts and plans quickly flickered and flashed through his mind. Webster needed his accounts unfrozen. His shareholders would riot if he didn't do something soon. Perhaps he could see Caledon separately and cut a deal of his own, one with more favorable conditions if he agreed to work against the others. "Yes, the Baron is downstairs as we speak," Miranda explained, gesturing to the door. Roe unconsciously looked to the exit. He had to admit that he was impressed with the Baron's boldness. He came to the Tiger's Den without an escort or army at his back to negotiate with them. "What does he want?" Roe asked, tearing his eyes away from the doorway and back to Miranda. "I would suspect the same thing he wanted with me. A peaceful transition of Trier from our control to his. There were also several stipulations you may find onerous, but I believe they are necessary for the continued existence of our organizations in Trier and the barony." Miranda continued. "What stipulations?" Webster prompted, not liking the sound of that word. "He will discuss that with you both. I've assured the Baron his safety while in Trier, and you may hear him out. After, the decision is yours whether you accept his offer or not," Miranda said. She took a deep breath and stood from her chair as she saw no argument from her counterparts about the Baron's presence. She straightened her clothing before moving towards the door. Miranda waited a moment for Roe and Webster to settle again before opening the locked door and speaking quietly to the Atkinson Micromotor security forces stationed there. In only a moment, a tall man was moving through the doorway, flanked by a pair of Miranda's guards in jet-black powered exocets. Caledon wore a perfectly pressed and brand-new black and red uniform and perfectly styled hair. Handsome and towering, he had a commanding presence, instantly controlling the room as he stepped inside. Cal waited a moment for Miranda's greeting bow and a gesture for him to enter and sit at the table. Roe and Webster both stood immediately, the former giving an elegant bow of his own while the latter gave a jerky nod in welcome. Sitting at the triangular table, the tabletop before him showed the logo of Atkinson Micromotors, a gear surrounding the simple, stylized font of the name. Cal nodded to the others to sit, waving away the guards. At a curt nod from Miranda, the exosuit-clad soldiers left them alone, relocking the door. Walking behind the Baron, she stood beside his chair while the others sat down, waiting for him to speak. "Gentlemen, I am Caledon, Baron of Caledon," Cal began, his tone curt but not impolite. "I am not one for pleasantries and banality while my people suffer, so I will be straight and to the point with you. I have frozen your accounts and retracted your right to lawfully conduct business on Caledon. You have polluted our planet, oppressed my people and flaunted your disregard for the Empire's laws. You will submit yourselves, and your organizations, to my judgment," Cal said, looking slowly from one man to the other. "Outrageous. We have been in business on Caledon for over 300 years. I will take this to the Imperial Court, Baron. You cannot disregard the law simply because you were absent for 5 centuries. Webster said, standing up and jabbing a finger at Cal. "That is, of course, you're right. You may petition the Emperor, and he may rebuke me or potentially remove me from my position as Baron for my actions today, but it is far more likely that he will agree with my behavior. The Emperor abhors those who treat others poorly and seek profit over the lives under their care. And remember, the wheels of bureaucracy move incredibly slow. It may be years before you stand before our Lord Emperor, hat in hand, begging for a redress of your grievances, while I will have secured my hold over Trier and spent all of your hard-earned assets in improving the lives of Caledon's citizens. Cal threatened, a sly grin breaking across his face. What is your proposal, Lord Baron? Ro asked, looking from Cal to the quiet Miranda standing slightly behind and to the side of her former chair. I grant you the same offer as I did to Ms. Atkinson, in exchange for an admission of guilt by the Triumvirate and the corporations of Trier they represent. I will not hold you personally liable for the actions of the corporations under your management. Cal began. That sounds too good to be true, my lord. Webster added the honorific belatedly. There will be fines, substantial enough to repair the damage you have done to Caledon's environment and the workforce you have oppressed and exploited. Reparations will be made to Trier's citizens. Furthermore, you will be stripped of any governmental powers you currently hold. I rule Caledon, and Trier will be governed by those I trust to act for the public good. Finally, you will follow imperial law. From this point forward, I will not tolerate lawlessness on Caledon. Examples will be made, as Ellis Morrow can personally attest. Cal finished, waiting for their response. Morrow? Ro asked, curious. The news reported the siege of New Antioch, but it only started a few hours ago. He is in custody and will stand trial, as will everyone who enjoyed the services of his so-called free city. Cal explained, causing Webster to blanch. The man had been a frequent customer of New Antioch. If we refuse? Ro asked, looking at Miranda and Webster. Their reactions didn't escape his eyes. He could already see the acceptance on Atkinson Micromotors CEO's face, while Webster looked to be contemplating outright war to avoid his fate. You and any executives of your corporations will be labeled fugitives of the law and treated as such. Your accounts, business and personal, have all been frozen. I have also taken control of all starships currently in orbit. Unless you have another way out of the Caledonian system, I suggest you take my offer. Cal stated, snuffing out any remaining flames of defiance in the Triumvirate. I accept your offer, my lord. Miranda said immediately. She had already agreed to Cal's terms during their first meeting, but he had refused to accept her plea of guilt until the Triumvirate gathered. Cal nodded at her words, turning to look at the handsome, blonde-haired man from Eclipse Dynamics. I agree as well. We will submit to your authority, my lord. Rhodes said, standing from his chair and giving another elegant bow, fist over heart. Cal turned to the last holdout, the older gentleman from Select Energy. I want your word that I won't see a day of stasis. I'll pay your fines. Just don't let me be imprisoned. Webster begged, firmly remaining in his seat until he saw Cal's nod. Once he did, he stood and bowed as well. In that case, I accept your offer. With that, Trier fell to Caledon without firing a single shot. Soon, troops of the House Guard marched through its streets while Mets patrolled the city's perimeter. Seeing that their days of suffering were over, the workers cheered as they saw them. Chapter 19 Flawed Part 1. Chapter 19. Cal strolled along the estate grounds as the bright noonday sun hung directly overhead. He had arrived back in Caledon just before summer had gripped the capital in its scorching heat. Foregoing his jacket, Cal wore a simple white-collared shirt with the black pants of his uniform. He enjoyed the warmth and the rustling of the wind in the trees. The serenity of the lawns and gardens had been a sanctuary for him during his youth, when he had been a prisoner, only lacking the title of inmate. That tranquility he sought was desperately hard to find recently. In the weeks since he had retaken control over Caledon, securing the planet, and seizing the funds necessary for its rebuilding, the estate was in constant construction. Crews worked to repair its buildings, and hovering construction drones lifted equipment and supplies to every corner of the estate. The facade of each structure had been stripped and replaced with new, locally sourced materials. Thousands of freshly hired staff crossed the grounds, a steady stream of employees for Governor Silla's growing workforce. The woman was practically giddy at the recently available funds, finally able to properly staff and support her government. With the security provided by Cal's House Guard, stability was slowly returning to the planet. Over time, prosperity would revisit Caledon as her markets recovered. More importantly, her presence in the empire will increase, attracting new investments and partnerships. Word had already reached across the breadth of the imperial net regarding his accomplishments in Caledon. With his initial successes here, he expected increasing challenges from other parts of the empire. Cal would need to be prepared for the future. With a sigh, Cal turned away from the gardens, blooming again under the careful ministrations of new gardeners, something he had insisted on for his mental health. In the distance, he could see one of Tamara's newly repaired mechs piloted by a trusted veteran that had served under his grandfather. The Colossus-class heavy mech was an unstoppable force capable of decimating an army. With its overwhelming firepower, heavy armor and effective shielding, it could single-handedly guard the estate against any opponent. Standing on 4 legs, Cal thought it looked like a centaur, a creature of Greek myth with a horse-like body and human torso. Scylla had joked that it was a humanoid spider or a crab. 80 feet high, it towered over the buildings. Its black metallic surface shined in the sun, reflecting the light. Leaving the garden, he walked back to the meeting room where the others waited for him, the short break in their ongoing discussion barely enough to re-energize him. Nodding at the employees and construction crews he passed, Cal entered a side entrance to one of the few remaining administration buildings still in use. Climbing the stairs, he arrived at a dingy-looking corridor, passing through an entryway and stepping into the meeting room. Cal was convinced that it was a converted storage room. It lacked windows. The only furniture was a large, metal folding table and a few chairs that ringed it. Governor Scylla looked up at his entrance. She was reviewing documents on her datapad, not the bulky, outdated model she had used when he first arrived on Caledon, but a newer, slim, up-to-date version. Next to her, Merrick Tan was leaning back in his chair, a projection of Caledon's current economic points displayed before him. The banker had graciously offered to assist in the restoration efforts in exchange for Cal's support and stifling some of the more interesting information that Ellis Morrow had released about him. It wasn't anything that Cal hadn't already suspected. The evidence was clear on Tan's body, but it was enough for the Imperial Bank to lose faith in him if it reached the light of day. Still, Cal trusted him to be a diligent public volunteer since it was Tan's only lifeline. Standing against a far wall, Tamara nodded at him as he entered. Her days were hectic now that they had settled into policing Caledon rather than fighting to secure it. She was engaged in recruiting amongst the locals for police and security services, as well as training new house guards. They presently relied on the Imperial Bank and several corporations to provide troops, but Cal wanted to move away from the policy quickly. The last member of their group was a slight surprise to the others, but Cal had grown to trust her. Miranda Atkinson had quit her role as CEO of Atkinson Micromotors, giving the position to one of her trusted underlings to work for his new government. She was intelligent and knowledgeable and an asset that Scylla had grown to rely on as well. Trier had already begun to repair the damage their greed had caused, but it would likely be years before Caledon's environment significantly improved. Still, every step forward was in the right direction. "How was your walk?" Scylla asked, closing the datapad and focusing on the Baron. "Good, the gardeners are making progress. Now if we can move our meetings out of this dungeon, I'll be happy." Cal joked, gesturing to the squalid room around them. It was the only place on the estate not amid reconstruction and the lone secure room Tamara could find. "I'm growing to enjoy it," Scylla responded, smiling. "Liar," Cal retorted, turning to Miranda. "Any luck?" "Nothing so far, my lord," Atkinson replied, her tone polite and formal. Unlike the others, she had yet to adjust to Ka's casual attitude with those he interacted with frequently and trusted. "Keep me informed if they make any inquiries. I would feel more comfortable knowing where we stand with the Imperial Tax Agency. Things have been in turmoil here for years. I can't imagine we're on a good footing with them," Cal said, pulling out one of the rickety wooden chairs and carefully sitting in it. It creaked alarmingly under his weight. Cal had Miranda reach out to the Emperor's revenue agents only recently. Caledon's financials had been dismal, but they were still required to provide a portion to the Empire. According to Scylla, they hadn't been formally audited in centuries. The tax agents largely ignored them. But Cal had a nagging feeling that the tax agency may come calling since things were improving, and he had been released. Like the sword of Damocles, he didn't want the threat of imperial interference hanging over his head. "Bureaucrats. They're likely still processing reports from when your grandfather was Duke," We have far more pressing things to be doing than trembling in fear over the dreaded taxman," Tant said, waving the concern away. Their meeting progressed for several more hours until the sun sank low on the horizon, and the end of another eventful day approached. Stretching, Cal stood from his rickety chair, nodding as the others left the room before gesturing to Scylla and Tamara to stay. "There is something I need to discuss privately with you," Cal stated, waiting for the door to close as Miranda and Tan left the room. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. Gareth Quaid locked the door to his private room, securing the old-fashioned deadbolt before making his way to the small bed. The Marauders were given quarters in a large hotel that had once catered to Caledon's many tourists and visitors. Those days were well in the past, and the structure had transitioned into an apartment building before Governor Scylla purchased it for the expanding House Guard troops. The construction was sound, if old and stark, and as mercenaries, the Marauders were used to rougher quarters. Sitting on the clean bed, Gareth pulled out a datapad, tapped a few buttons and waited for the secure link to connect to the other party. While he waited, a large tree, Yggdrasil, the world tree and the symbol of Acer Corporation, filled the screen. In moments, the word secure connection established showed on the screen before transitioning to show the visage of a woman. Beautiful, with brown hair and green eyes, her office was richly decorated, with large windows that offered a view of a prosperous and bustling city behind her. "You have news?" the woman asked, skipping any pleasantries. Gareth shook his head at the question. "Nothing. We've taken the planet. The locals didn't put up much of a fight. The only thing of interest was a stockpile of junked mechs the Baron had stashed on Luna." Gareth explained. "Did you find any trace of the item?" she asked, unwilling to name it or give details, even on a secure connection. She would not risk anyone overhearing any specifics of Acer Corporation's interest in Caledon. "No, nothing. But truth be told, even if the Baron had it, he had no cause to use it. The Marauders were enough to eliminate the few pockets of resistance." Gareth replied. "Perhaps we need to apply more pressure on Caledon, drive him into a corner to reveal what we seek. I will be in touch. For now, do nothing that may reveal your continued relationship with us," she finished, the screen turning black. "Yes, ma'am." Scoffing at the order, Gareth tossed the datapad onto the bed beside him. Chapter 20 Flawed Part 2. Chapter 20. "I've come to rely on you both this past month. What we have accomplished would have been impossible without your support. But there is something else I need your assistance with," Cal said, his tone serious. Scylla nodded immediately while a nervous feeling crept through her stomach. Whenever the Baron approached her with a problem, it was never simple. Next to her, Tamara waited for him to speak with the patience of a soldier. "Typically, an heir to a noble house is groomed to inherit through years of training and education. We will study politics, history, etiquette, mathematics and science on Terra with the best imperial tutors. It also allows us time to form bonds and connections with other scions. The Emperor would come to know us and judge our character by our accomplishments there," Cal explained. "After Terra, we would be assigned to a position in the Imperial Guard to gain military experience and knowledge. Piloting transports, mechs, and even starships, we would be expected to know countless details of combat and tactics. Finally, many noble sons and daughters become wards in other fiefdoms to be exposed to different cultures and strengthen our ties with other houses. My father spent 3 centuries traveling abroad before returning to claim his ducal title. He made many terrible decisions, but they weren't from a lack of education and experience. So, you see my problem and why I need your help. Cal finished. You're too young and inexperienced to be an effective baron. Tamara replied, conveying the problem concisely. I am only 20 years old. When my grandparents were alive, I was too young to study on Terra. They had a plan for my education, but it was discarded after their death. My father was leery of sending me away from Caledon. He didn't want me forming bonds with those who may be potential opponents of his plan for the rebellion. Truthfully, he was correct in his judgment. Cal said with a smile. He ordered all the materials my grandparents left me to be erased. My studies were to be halted until things stabilized. I managed to recover some, but not nearly enough. 10 years of basic education and 10 years of self-studies from things I managed to scrounge together without my parents knowing. Not nearly enough to prepare me for what is expected of a noble. Cal explained. The more time that passes without addressing my shortcomings, the more the cracks will show. People will begin to doubt my leadership abilities, and Caledon will suffer as it did in my absence. Cal stated. What do you need from us? Scylla asked. It's too late for me to go to Terra, and joining the Imperial Guard is not an option. Reaching out personally to tutors or enrolling in an academy will only highlight my inadequacies, which will be considered a weakness. After the rebellion, and the recent turmoil, Caledon needs a leader without flaws, and I cannot risk my deficiencies becoming common knowledge. Cal stated. He ran a hand through his hair, letting out a deep breath as he felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Only in this room, with the 2 people he trusted most, could he let it show. I can find tutors for you, gather the materials under the guise that it is for me, and the aides that I have hired. There are several people I trust off-world that can help. Scylla offered. It would benefit her as well since she could use a refresher. Her role had been largely ceremonial and ineffectual for decades. Now that she could effect changes on Caledon, she wanted to make the right decisions. Good. Tamara, I need to learn how to become a pilot. Mechs, transports, everything I must know to lead a military force. Cal said, turning to Tamara. She wasn't surprised that he couldn't operate a mech. In her time in the Guard, Cal's activities were heavily restricted. The older woman took a moment to assess the problem, running through a few scenarios on how to train someone in the basics of piloting. You need it to be discreet. That means live training is out. I can't have you stumbling around in a mech, hurting yourself and causing a ruckus. It'll draw eyes. Tamara said, explaining her reasoning. Do you have a solution? Cal asked. I do. On the starship, we have something that will work. It won't be perfect and can't replace the real thing, but the simulators can replicate our training. It's how Talha learned the basics before she moved on to an actual mech. But there's a problem. If we move a sim from our ship to the surface, it will draw eyes. I'll need to speak to Elric and Talha and see if we can find an alternative. Tamara said, giving Cal a nod before leaving the room. I'll gather everything in the next few days and send it to you. Scylla replied, patting Cal gently on the arm in appreciation of his difficulties. Thank you. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. So, what do you think? Talha asked, gesturing at the machine in front of Cal. It was a pod-shaped device, similar to a large coffin or sarcophagus, with wires running from its underside and connecting to a terminal near the far wall. They were in the basement of their residential building, in what had been a wine cellar, back when the estate had anything of value to store from Caledon's vineyards. It had been empty for centuries until Talha had commandeered it. It had been only a few days since his conversation with Scylla and Tamara. Both had come through spectacularly. The governor had provided him with more than enough resources for his studies, although she was still working on a tutor for him. But Tamara, Elric and Talha were the reason he found himself in a dusty, out-of-the-way wine cellar in the middle of the night. The redhead had practically dragged him down the stairs, her excitement palpable. From what he gathered, she enjoyed a challenge, and making him a simulator for his training was a task that she attacked with gusto. "It's a virtual reality terminal," Cal said, walking next to the machine and looking at it closely. At his approach, the pod split in half, the top retracting to reveal soft padding, several controls and a display screen. "More than just a VR terminal, it's a top-of-the-line model. Neuralink capable, it's more than enough to suit your needs. After a few adjustments, it can outperform even the latest simulators," Talha explained, pointing out a few features of the equipment. "That's great. Where did you get it?" Cal asked, confused. It had only been a few days. Did they order it from off-world? Morrow had it. He used it for his more basic needs. Elric said, his arms crossed as he stared at the machine. "Don't worry. We cleaned it," Talha said, seeing the frown on Cal's face. Shaking his head, Cal pushed the image of what Ellis Morrow would have used it for out of his mind. "How accurate will it be compared to a real mech?" Cal asked. "Nothing can replace the real thing," Talha said, repeating her grandmother's words. "But this will be very close. Mechs also use a Neuralink, the pilot's mind acting as a computer. Understandably, it puts tremendous strain on the operator. VR can do something similar, although most of the computing power comes from the Imperial net, rather than the user. When you go from a sim to a real mech, you'll understand the difference. It's clear as day. But training in VR means you won't hurt yourself, or have your head explode from the overload. There's a reason rookie pilots don't hop into a heavy class right out of the gate," Elric explained. "It takes years to adjust to the link. It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Everyone starts on a sim." Tamara added. "So, you'll have me begin on a mech sim?" Cal asked, looking from the VR terminal to Tamara. The older woman shook her head. "No. You need to learn more than just how to use a mech. There's a game that's perfect for you. It will teach you everything you need to know, and is fairly accurate. Talha plays it," Tamara said, pointing at her granddaughter. "You're going to have me play a game?" Cal said, doubt in his voice. "Don't disparage it. I'm having all the recruits for your house guards start on it. With a sim or VR terminal, it's safer and cheaper than live training." Tamara continued. "Fine. What's the name of this game?" Cal asked, resigned. "MechTech Battle Warrior," Talha said with a grin. Chapter 21 Game World, Part 1. Chapter 21. It had started with a simple concept, to provide pilots with a safe and realistic environment to train. Whether it was recent recruits operating mechs for the first time or veterans refreshing their skills and trying different equipment loadouts, its creators strived to be as authentic as possible to actual world conditions. Simulations existed for as long as mechs had. They were bulky equipment nearly as large as the mechs they simulated. With the complete ban on artificial intelligence, computers could not do the complex processing required to control something as advanced as a mech, putting the onus on the pilot to act as the brain of the machine. Any simulation would need to replicate the burden on the pilot, a difficult task requiring fixed structures to support the technology. Simulators were expensive, enormous, and only available on planets that could sustain them. These technological limitations required pilots to travel to training centers, increasing the cost and time for instruction. It wasn't until the invention of the galaxy-spanning Imperial Net that the processing burden could be shared amongst a network, reducing the size of the equipment needed. Suddenly, starships could house simulators, allowing mercenary companies, corporations, and even private citizens to own them. As their popularity expanded, so did the expectations placed on them. Pilots wanted to challenge each other, to prove their superiority. Whether it was their close associates, or one group against another, it soon turned the simulator into a safe way to settle conflicts without the loss of life and expensive equipment. Initially limited to direct connections between units, it soon evolved from a training tool to something else entirely. By putting more of the simulation on the Imperial net, pilots could interact with each other all over the galaxy. Corporations were introducing new mech designs and weapons technologies to a virtual audience that could test them before purchasing. Tournaments could be broadcast across the net to an audience of billions for minimal cost in production. Entire mercenary groups could fight against each other for fame and recognition without causalities, pitting their skills against one another to demonstrate their superiority in front of prospective clients. The uses of the simulation exploded. Seeing the potential for profits, a group of programmers packaged it in a new and unique way. Virtual reality terminals were popular in the Empire. They launched MechTech Battle Warrior to a very receptive public. Using clever tricks and coding, they could simulate the difficulty and skill required to pilot a mech without using an expensive simulator. The developers created a real-time and full-scale version of the galaxy within the game, where an individual could create a character and become a pilot. It was revolutionary for training and recruitment. Organizations with much cheaper equipment could efficiently train and recruit from anywhere in the galaxy. In this simulated version of the galaxy, the unification war never happened. It remained divided and lawless. Instead of a cohesive government, corporations and clans controlled humanity, run by real-life people. Tens of billions of concurrent players accessed the game at any given time across the Empire. To promote conflict in the game, the developers introduced a monthly subscription fee, a portion of which would flow to the clans or groups that owned the virtual counterpart of a real-life location. Suddenly, there was a financial interest in owning territory, and wars of conquest exploded across the virtual galaxy. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. Cal eased himself into the VR terminal, his body sinking into the soft cushioning of its interior. A screen projected in front of him, the manufacturer's logo hovering in front of his face. EPL's Technology, a corporation Cal hadn't heard of before, was one of the premier manufacturers of virtual reality terminals. "Have you ever used one of these before, Cal?" Talha asked, leaning over him and tapping a few buttons on the screen. The logo disappeared, showing a simple console menu. "No, never," Cal replied. He smuggled the datapads and other items into his room without his parents' knowledge. They had been wary of providing him with anything he could use to access the Imperial net after Luna. "Alright, see this button? It closes the pod. This red one to the side activates the VR. You'll almost certainly be disoriented at first. That's completely normal. It may take a while to get used to the feeling of the neural link. Just relax and let it do its thing," Talha advised, pointing at the buttons as she explained them before reassuringly patting him on the shoulder. Nodding to show his understanding, Cal pressed the green button on display. It flashed brightly, and the lid of his coffin closed over him. Lit by the display's light, he took a deep breath as he tapped the red activate button. The display in front of him dimmed, the pod darkening around him. A tingling sensation crept over his skin, and a pressure built up behind his eyes. He squeezed them shut against the discomfort. When he reopened his eyes, he was in an entirely different world. He was on a mountain peak in a small cabin. He could see a forest through the large windows, the sun shining on pristine white snow. Beside him, a fire crackled merrily, sending its heat across his skin. Breathing in deeply, Cal could smell the wood smoke. Juxtaposed against his new environment, Cal could still see his body in the VR terminal. It was as if he was in two worlds simultaneously. His body doubled, and his vision overlapped. It was incredibly confusing, and it took him a while to get used to it. He found that focusing on one world over the other caused it to become sharper, his awareness of the alternate world fading. The pressure behind his eyes remained, the strain Tamara had mentioned. Moving his virtual body, Cal stumbled forward and fell onto the cabin floor. Hitting his knee, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, while he could feel the sensation of his knee on the floor, the anticipated pain was absent. He had trouble moving his virtual body without shifting his real-world counterpart. It was akin to growing new limbs and attempting to use them. Slowly climbing back to his feet, Cal cautiously made his way around the room, unsteady on his virtual feet. He was like a newborn learning how to walk. "This must be the VR lobby," Cal said before frowning as the sound came out of his real world and virtual mouth simultaneously. Concentrating, he tried again, only using his virtual avatar's mouth. "I should get used to moving around here before entering the game." Cal spoke to the empty room. Better to embarrass himself in private than in a public space. He made his way around the cabin for the next hour, picking up objects and placing them down again. Looking out the large windows, Cal couldn't identify which planet the manufacturers of the VR terminal had replicated. It was remote, and he couldn't see a single sign of habitation anywhere in the distance, just mountains and forests, unbroken to the horizon. The cabin itself was rustic, entirely lacking in technology. It was just an open room with furniture and a few knickknacks placed around at random. In the center of the room was a table with several small figurines standing prominently on its surface. Cal bent over it to get a better look. To the right, a miniature golden eagle wearing a collar with 12 stars had its wings stretched widely. To his surprise, words appeared above it. "Access Imperial Net." Ignoring the bird, Cal turned to the next one. It was a mech. Its squat, humanoid figure wielded a heavy las gun. Above it hovered the words MechTech Battle Warrior. Reaching down, Cal touched the figure, clenching it between his fingers. The cabin faded around him, leaving him in black. The miniature mech disappeared into motes of light. Chapter 22 Game World, Part 2. Chapter 22. The darkness faded, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Cal stood on a plain. The sky above was gray and murky. In the distance, a city burned. Its skyscrapers crumbled as they succumbed to the flames. Overhead, fire trails streaked through the clouds from a barrage of missiles, each adding to the destruction and sending great gouts of fire and debris skyward. Its realism instantly brought him back to the fall of Caledon. Even the scent in the air was the same, smoke and the acrid sting of ozone. In front of Cal, squads of mechs fought each other for dominance. Bluish-white laser fire from heavy las guns burned holes through cockpits, each accompanied by thunderous loud cracks as they discharged. A hovering mech shot a railgun at a shielded colossus. The depleted uranium round ricocheted off its powerful shields, burying itself into the ground and leaving a smoking crater. It was overwhelming and terrible but majestic, a scene that left Cal stunned. In a galaxy without the guidance and benevolent rule of our Emperor, lawlessness and chaos rage across the stars. Will you become a unifying force or take advantage of the turmoil for personal benefit? A voice thundered out as the sounds of fighting faded. Cal found himself in blackness again, the word MechTech Battle Warrior lighting the sky above like a moon. "Impressive," Cal whispered. He stood in a white room, the wall in front of him a mirror, reflecting his image onto himself. On the mirror's surface, words scrawled across, written in scarlet ink. Character creation. Note: your height and weight cannot be adjusted, as this will affect gameplay. It made sense. Cal was doing this simulation to prepare for actual combat. It would not be easy to adjust if he changed his physical attributes. He had enough difficulty adapting as it was. It would be too great a change if he shrunk by 2 feet or became a giant. Standing before the mirror, Cal saw himself reflected perfectly on its surface. His height, weight and face matched his virtual avatar. While he wore a black and red uniform in real life, his avatar wore a simple outfit, blue jeans and a black t-shirt. Curious, he focused on his face, willing his avatar to shift some of his features. He couldn't alter his nose, cheeks or the shape of his lips, but he could make his hair different colors, modifying the length and style. To obscure his identity, he settled for a long, messy hairstyle with strands hanging over his face, keeping the black color to avoid attention. Focusing on this jawline, he willed a beard to sprout, keeping it untidy and untrimmed. Cal laughed as he saw his appearance. He reminded himself of his grandfather from some of the holos he had seen. 1,000 years ago, Emeritus Caledon looked similar, although significantly tidier. He doubted his grandmother would have accepted the Duke looking like a scraggly wanderer in a t-shirt and jeans. Aside from his height and his handsome features, Cal doubted anyone who didn't interact with him regularly would recognize him. By accepting his appearance, the mirror faded. The wall showed another sentence. State your chosen name you want to be displayed to others in universe. Note: your location will automatically be added to your chosen name to reduce duplication. Cal thought for a moment. Adding of Caledon may draw some attention, but over 5 billion people live there. There would likely be thousands of players with that title. Merit of Caledon, Cal said, deciding to honor his grandfather. Who would ever guess that the current Baron of Caledon would playing a game? He doubted anyone would be astute enough to connect the dots if he didn't try to draw attention to himself. The white room faded, his vision darkening before he found himself on a dust-covered street. A few buildings surrounded him, small and ramshackle constructions that appeared to be made out of materials the residents had scrounged together. The wind was blowing, ratting an old-fashioned wooden sign that read New Haven. In the corners of his eyes, Cal could see something similar to a HUD, a compass at the top with several symbols highlighted. One hung above what appeared to be a shop, a simple gun. At the same time, another armor chest piece symbol was next to another structure. He had a green bar on the bottom right of his vision with the word health above it. Before he could grow confused about what he was supposed to do next, a voice whispered in his ear. Welcome to New Haven. It has only recently been colonized on the very edge of the Scutum Centaurus arm. Why don't you help some of the locals? I'm sure they will be willing to assist you in return. All right, Cal replied without thinking. It was an automated message, and he didn't need to respond. Several markers appeared on his compass on the top of his eyesight. Looking around, Cal saw several people standing in doorways or strolling down the street. He assumed they were part of the game from the vacant look in their eyes and lack of names above their heads. From what Cal could tell, New Haven was a tutorial, a way to learn the basics of the game. As he walked down the street, he didn't see any other players, leading him to think it was a closed space designed only for him. It was likely that once he completed the mission here, he could leave and meet other people. Shrugging his shoulders, he followed the closest marker. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. A man sat on a rocking chair on the front porch of an old-style home on the outskirts of town. It had been easy to find him. Cal only needed to follow the marker on his compass until he arrived. The dialogue played as soon as Cal arrived at the indicator. Hello, Stanger! I'm having trouble with rots. They grow big here in New Haven, and I need someone to clear them out of my field behind my house. An older man said to Cal. It was strange to have a person speaking to him without matching his eyes, as if the man were talking to the air. If you can handle it, grab that gun over on that table and a box of bullets. The older man finished, gesturing to the table beside him. An antique bolt-action rifle sat on it. Rusted and tarnished, it looked ancient enough to have seen use on Terra itself before the Exodus. Shrugging his shoulder, Cal approached the weapon. As his hand neared it, a text box appeared above the gun. Bolt-action rifle. Ammo, 7.62 by 63 mm. Description: old, reliable, and cheap to manufacture. The perfect weapon for hunting rots in the outskirts of the galaxy. It's better than using a rock and a pointy stick. There's a reason weapons like this can still be found in the frontier worlds. Wonderful. I don't even know what a rot is, Cal said, picking up the archaic rifle and the box of bullets. Carrying one in each hand, he walked toward the back of the house, where a field of yellow wheat stretched for miles. New Haven must be located on a recently terraformed world. The style of the buildings, the lack of infrastructure, and the non-native plants and animals all told a story of the initial steps to colonize a frontier world on the galaxy's outer rim. Finding a stump where the farmer had likely cut a tree down in the past, Cal placed a box of ammo on its surface, pulling out a handful of bullets and stuffing some in his pocket. Hefting the gun, he took a moment to figure out how to load the weapon. Pulling back the rusted bolt handle, he fed a bullet into the chamber before pushing the handle forward again. I should at least try it before finding one of these rots, Cal whispered, looking for a target. The farmer had conveniently left a few glass bottles on a fence post, undoubtedly for this very purpose. Lifting the rifle, he secured it against his shoulder, aiming through the iron sights at one of the bottles. With a bang, he fired, completely missing the bottle. He watched as his bullet impacted a tree far behind and to the right of where he was aiming. As much as Cal wanted to blame the rifle, it was far more likely that he was just a terrible shot. This is going to take a while, Cal stated, reloading the rifle. Chapter 23 Game World, Part 3. Chapter 23. It took Cal half a dozen attempts to hit the glass bottle, a depressing amount of tries that damaged his ego. The second bottle only took 3 shots, which was much better, if only compared to his previous record. Running out of bottles to practice on and with his pocket stuffed with bullets, he searched for rots. Cal wasn't sure what they looked like or how many he would need to shoot, but it couldn't be too hard, not if it were in the tutorial. As he trudged through the wheat field, the sun shining overhead, Cal appreciated how real this game was. He could easily forget he was in a simulation if it wasn't for the HUD and the few fake elements, like the NPCs. After only a few minutes of searching, he found his first rot. They were similar to rats, only much bulkier. It was the size of a house cat, with brownish fur, sharp claws, and long teeth like a beaver. The rot was using a stalk of wheat to construct a nest, and its activities had left a swath of destruction in the farmer's field. Hefting his rifle, Cal carefully aimed at the creature as it was sniffing and pawing at the ground. With a loud bang, his shot missed the animal, striking the ground a few feet away. The rot, startled by the sound, perked its head up and froze, staring at Cal. Shaking his head at the action, he reloaded, carefully aiming at the animal again before firing. This time the shot struck true, hitting the virtual creature in the torso. It keeled over, the bullet penetrating its body before disappearing into motes of light. 1/4 rots eliminated. The words flashed at the top of Cal's vision. Well, that was easy. Hopefully, they're all like that, Cal whispered, lifting the rifle by its strap and slinging it across his shoulder. He spoke too soon. The next animal was on the edge of the field, shuffling slowly along as it appeared to be searching for something. Cal aimed carefully, kneeling on the ground to get a steadier shot. The rifle cracked, the bullet arcing too high, sailing past the rot and entering a forest on the other side of the fence. Again and again, Cal tried to shoot the moving creature, each time getting closer. Whether the animal was deaf or simply heedless of his presence, it didn't change its pattern. Likely a feature of the tutorial allowing him to practice against a moving target. After the 11th attempt, his bullet struck the rot in the head, blasting it into motes of light, and changing his ranking in the quest to 2 to 4. This is going to take forever, Cal whispered, hefting the rifle and searching for the next one. It took him an hour to find and eliminate the 4 rots, earning him 100 credits and the rifle as a reward. Leaving the farmhouse, Cal decided against continuing for today. He was getting tired, the strain behind his eyes becoming almost unbearable. Focusing on his real body, he tapped the terminal's red end session button. The lid of the VR terminal retracted, freeing him from the confines of the casket. So, how was it? Talha asked, looking up from her data pad as Cal climbed out of the pod. He looked tired. The session had lasted a couple of hours, and she knew from experience that it was draining until you become accustomed to using it. I'm terrible, Cal replied, explaining his experience at the cabin, learning to navigate the environment, to his awful aim against the rots. The redhead laughed as he recounted his adventure. Don't worry, you'll improve. The tutorial is designed to get you on your feet. You'll be running and gunning like a pro in no time. Talha assured him, grinning at the frown on his face. I think I need help if I'm to improve quickly. Do you think you can give me some pointers? Cal asked. It was galling to know he was inadequate at something, especially in a needed skill intricately tied to his title of Baron. He needed to be able to defend Caledon, and this was the first step in learning how. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. The next few days went rather quickly as Kel settled into a routine. True to her word, Talha trained with him in the mornings, sometimes joined by Tamara or Elric. They covered the basics of combat, how to hold a weapon and calm his breathing to aim better, as well as simple tactics to use in battle. Cal trained physically through calisthenics, workouts, or in unarmed combat sparring with Talha. He was in excellent shape. His genetics would never allow him to be soft or fat, but he wasn't used to the exertion of combat. His afternoons were spent with Scylla, either reviewing the study materials she had provided or going over the governmental business. Repairs on the estate were progressing well, and each day brought increased stability to Caledon. Soon, he would have the basics of government in place all across the planet, with his people in place to enforce imperial law. Best of all, business was returning to the planet. According to Scylla's economists, Caledon's economy would be recovering to the level it had been before Cal's arrival in less than a year. It was fantastic news considering the turmoil he had caused since his return. Merrick Tan was ecstatic, stating that his superiors would be very interested in further investments given some more time. Miranda already had several ideas on where that capital would be spent. In the evenings, Cal would re-enter the VR terminal, using what he had learned in his morning training. It was a daily cycle of applying what he learned in the mornings and finding areas he needed to improve in the evenings. In New Haven, he spent hours helping the NPCs of the town with their quests. There were dozens of them, all in varying degrees of difficulty. In one memorable quest, Cal helped a woman retrieve a lost item on the outskirts of town, only to be assaulted by a swarm of large insects. He had been handed a long stick by the woman, and spent a few minutes swinging wildly at the pests, driving them away. He shot more of the rots around town with his rifle, earning him more credits that could be used in the local shops. Another mission had him fighting the town drunk in the market square before a crowd of onlookers. To his shame and Talha's amusement, when he told her later, it had finally taken him 3 attempts to defeat the man. In all his plans of reconquering Caledon and leading its armies to protect his home, Cal never expected to brawl with a shirtless drunkard in the streets, while strangers cheered him on. At least it motivated him to learn how to defend himself in his morning training sessions. At last, after 3 days, Cal completed all the available quests in New Haven. For his efforts, he had several new items. The shops had only a small selection of weapons and armor, which Talha had explained would expand once he left the tutorial section. After handling all the weapons and visiting the attached firing range at the rear of the building, Cal selected a compact Lost pistol. It felt comfortable in his hand, packed a punch relative to its size, and its battery capacity meant he would only need to carry a few cartridges. With a holster on his new belt, he matched his weapon with a set of very worn, very hand-me-down body armor. Gray and faded, with patches and tears from its previous owners, It covered his torso and provided minimal protection against direct attacks from firearms. He combined it with a helmet in a matching color. It left his face exposed but covered his head adequately. Having spent all his credits and exhausting all the quests, Cal went to the only transport available off-planet, and out of the game's tutorial section. His last sight of New Haven was from an outdated shuttle that made the one that carried him from prison look practically new. Cal stared down at the planet as he traveled to a waiting starship. The whole process only took a few minutes. Arriving at an empty starship, something that would not happen in the real universe, it jumped immediately, carrying him to a more populated planet, where new adventures and players waited. Chapter 24 Game World, Part 4. Chapter 24. Through the transport window, Cal could see a bright blue orb hanging silently in the blackness of space. As his ship orbited the planet, gradually slowing down to enter its atmosphere, the surface transitioned from day to night. The dark side of his new destination was black, broken by smatterings of light so vivid that he could easily spot them from space. Cities dotted the ocean landscape, and as he descended and his shuttle moved into the daylight again, he could make them out. Gigantic floating cities had been built on the water's surface, like concrete and steel islands, rising above the depths of the ocean planet. Unlike the desolation of New Haven, this world was thriving, its cities filled with buildings that reached the sky. Hovercars and other transports spoke of a bustling metropolis. Arriving at System SC-6353 Planet Designation Triton. A woman's voice spoke to Cal from the empty transport. Mechanical and emotionless, it lacked the qualities of a human tone. Cal knew nothing about the world spread out below him. It wasn't surprising. The Empire had nearly 100,000 colonized planets stretching over the galaxy's breadth. Comprising trillions of people, a relatively sparsely populated water planet like this wouldn't stick out amongst the others. The transport landed on a platform above a complex. Cal's compass already showed symbols of the various shops, and one that he had come to connect with quest offerings. Disembarking, he walked down a flight of concrete steps to be greeted by a wide plaza. He could spot dozens of players, their names barely visible above their heads unless he concentrated, highlighting them to his eyes. They gathered around stalls where NPCs sold items. Everything displayed was available for players to purchase. To the left, an enormous warehouse-like structure dominated the space, offering mechs and transport ships capable of leaving orbit. To his right, a prominent notice board with quests floated in the air. Most of the players assembled there, perusing the available missions. Walking down the stairs, Cal breathed in the humid air. It smelled of the sea, and overhead, birds and flying creatures he had never encountered before wheeled and turned in the sky. The sun shone brightly, and the wind was calm, peaceful and warm. The structure's walls were covered in banners for the local clan, Raven's Riders. Their symbol was a purple raven, and the square was enveloped by their symbol and clan colors. Talha explained that planets could be controlled in two different ways. The first was through war and conquest. A clan could invade a territory and take it from another. The second was through influence. By completing quests and missions for the clan, its influence over a planet would rise until they became the de facto rulers. Conversely, doing a task against them would cause their influence to fall, allowing another group to supplant them. Planets gave clans virtual revenue, which could be used as mission rewards to freelance players like Cal. The system would generate random quests, with the prizes calculated by the clan in charge or its competitors. The intricacies didn't matter to Cal. All he cared about was the rewards the missions were giving out. He needed the funds to purchase better equipment. Walking down the steps from the landing platform, he entered the main square. Blending in with the crowd of players was simple. His worn armor and basic las pistol were similar to what everyone else was wearing. Triton was likely a stopping point for most newcomers to the game in this region of space. The perfect place for him to gain credits and experience combat. Coming to the large quest board, Cal held a hand over a small terminal giving him a projection of available quests. There were dozens, but most required mechs or equipment that he didn't possess, but there was an option to filter them out. Cal could choose from 4 of the available dozens at his current loadout and experience. Flipping through them quickly, he selected the mission with the best rewards. Mission: Raven's Riders requests assistance for guard duty. Location: Atlan City. Rewards: 200 credits/600 on victory. Death penalty: not applicable. Description: Raven's riders are preparing a transport of supplies destined for off-planet trade. They are requesting freelancers to assist with protecting the crates from thieves. Required, a minimum of 4 players. It had a higher base pay than the corresponding mission, steal from Raven's riders, which only offered a much larger reward if they successfully seized the crates. Cal wasn't sure of his skills, preferring a guaranteed payout, even if he lost, over a gamble. After pressing the accept button on the mission screen, Cal's compass immediately showed him a new marker. Following it out of the market square, he traveled through the streets of Atlant City, occasionally running into another player traveling in a different direction. After a few minutes, he arrived at a large warehouse. Stacks of crates had been gathered in the center of the expansive space. Cal could see that several other players had already gathered their equipment and weapons similar to his own. The symbol for the mission hung above the supplies, and when he came close, words appeared in his vision. 3/4 players gathered. While Cal waited, he assessed the building. There was the entrance he had come through and another on the far end of the building. Other crates and boxes were scattered throughout the warehouse, and he spotted several good areas to hunker down, with good sight lines on both entrances. When the last player sauntered into the warehouse, a voice spoke out. "Team Deathmatch!" It roared. Cal and his new allies were unexpectedly draped in the colors of Raven's riders, purple vestments with the Raven symbol prominent on the chest to identify their temporary allegiance. Running his hand through the garments, he felt they were illusionary, not affecting his movements or granting additional protection. "Split up," one of his allies ordered, punctuating his command by sprinting to one of the stacks of crates to their right. Drawing his lost pistol, Cal chose his own defensible area with good sidelines to both entrances and enough cover to hide behind. Gripping his gun with both hands, he tried to calm his mind, the emotions of his first combat encounter rampaging within him. Although it was only virtual, it felt accurate enough to send adrenaline coursing through his veins. Cal didn't know what to expect from this encounter. How would his skills measure up to others of his experience? They were all new players with similar training in the tutorial. He doubted even the short exercise in combat Tamara and Talha gave him over the past week would give him that much of an edge. He needn't have worried. A squad of 6 similarly dressed players, wearing battered and old equipment, charged into the warehouse. Clumped together, they didn't separate for better mobility and not to draw fire, nor did they find cover or scout the area first. Cal was shocked. He didn't think they would be this inexperienced. Behind him, his allies opened fire, their aim terrible, most of their laser fire and bullets not even coming close to hitting their targets. The only one who showed competence with his weapon was the person who ordered them to scatter at the start. Aiming carefully and controlling his breathing, Cal fired. His new lost pistol sent out a bluish-white streak of energy, accompanied by a sharp crack. It struck one of the other players in the chest. He was satisfied to see the surprised look on his opponent's face before he disappeared in motes of light. Again and again, he fired, his aim getting better as he grew accustomed to the weapon in his hands and the movements of the opposing force. They were learning as well, diving for cover and returning fire. Most of their shots missed, although Cal saw 2 of his allies fall before finally hitting the last opponent, ending the match. Breathing heavily, as if he had run a marathon, Cal saw a notification on his HUD. Mission accomplished. With that announcement, and the fading excitement from him, Cal was hooked. Chapter 25 Petition. Chapter 25. Over the next month, Cal spent every free moment he had to spare in the virtual world of Mechtek Battle Warrior. His skills improved dramatically under Tamara's and Talha's combined tutelage. Firearms, tactics, even unarmed combat, he noticed that against his peers in the game, he was markedly ahead. He was earning a bit of a reputation, to the point where several of his contacts in the game would join him on missions. He didn't encourage it or communicate with them much, but the quests became a breeze with their joining forces against inferior opponents. Cal soon upgraded his gear, replacing his old, worn-out armor with a brand-new set, shining black with a helmet that obscured his face. He added a lost rifle to complement his pistol, preferring the interchangeable battery cartridges and the accuracy of the lost rifle over the ballistic alternatives. He had also located Triton on the galactic map, part of the Scutum Centaurus arm. It was hundreds of thousands of light years away from Caledon, but only a single jump by starship. In the real world, it was part of another duchy, one of the thousands of planets administrated by Duchess Samira, a contemporary of Cal's that he had never met, her having come to power during his time in stasis. Much of the construction on the estate had been completed during this time, and while it didn't have the grandeur and majesty of the palace of Cal's youth, it was adequate for what they needed. The roof had been repaired in the palace throne hall, with a new, simple chair replacing the opulent throne that his father had preferred. The grounds, a place that Cal preferred to visit each day for solitude and peace, were thriving. The summer sun and the attention from the gardeners had brought back the green lawns and colorful flower beds. As Caledon healed and flourished, the lives of the people improved. The smell of wood smoke in the estate was gone, replaced with the scent of roses, lilacs, lilies, and freshly cut grass. Clean-up of the environment was progressing, and each day brought new challenges to Governor Silla and her government. With the repair of the estate, hearing petitions from amongst his citizens would need to be reinstated. It was a task that the reigning noble was responsible for performing. As the emperor's representative, it would be up to him to administer the law, and hear the appeals of the wrongfully accused, or those hoping for clemency. During his father's time, the Duke mainly ignored the citizens' pleas, preferring to focus more on his own pursuits. During his grandfather, Emeritus' reign, people would travel from all over the duchy to meet with him, requiring careful scheduling and an in-depth vetting process to eliminate those who were a waste of time, or whose verdicts from Silla's magistrates Cal agreed with. Still, even reducing the number to the bare minimum, Cal remembered his grandfather meeting with thousands of petitioners during those forums. Everyone, from business magnates to the poorest citizen, was entitled to be heard. Silla had scheduled a citizens' forum to coincide with unveiling the recently renovated estate. It would also be Cal's debut to the planet's public. Most of Caledon's inhabitants had only seen him through his trial's old holos. He preferred to communicate through Silla to ensure a proper chain of command and to allow her to be the face of the government. Walking up the steps to his throne on a raised dais, Cal assessed the room around him. A long red carpet ran the length of the room, plush and perfectly clean, while chairs and seating had been arranged in rows to each side. Large banners had been commissioned to hang from the walls, and the red stag of Caledon stood prominent. House guards, wearing newly created uniforms and wielding lost rifles, stood at the entrances and spaced evenly throughout the space. All were trusted veterans from the Marauders, Cal preferring familiar faces to surround him on such an important day. Next to him, Governor Silla stood beside his throne, wearing a black dress with a large, crimson stag brooch above her heart. Her hair and makeup were perfect, and she exuded calm and control despite the anxiety and nervousness that flooded through her. If someone had told her she would be leading a successful government of Caledon 2 months ago, she would have laughed in their face. Now, however, things were looking better than ever for their world. "Ready?" Cal asked, turning to the governor beside him. He waited until she took a deep breath and nodded before gesturing to the guards to open the doors. A sea of people entered the palace hall. Reporters, petitioners, business owners, magistrates and government employees from around the planet. Everyone was interested in seeing the Baron. Hollow recorders hovered above them, transmitting the scene to everyone on Caledon and the Imperial net beyond. The chairs quickly filled, and still more people arrived, standing along the walls and wherever they could find a space. Each of them stared unabashedly at Cal. His perfectly pressed and tailored uniform, handsome appearance, and noble temperament drew the eye, even without a throne. To many, he was a historical figure, looking like he had stepped straight out of the recordings of his trial 500 years before. Cal waited until everyone had filed into the hall before addressing the crowd. "I am Baron Caledon of Caledon. I must administer imperial justice on these lands by the grace and benevolence of the Emperor of Humanity. Step forward and be heard. I stand ready to listen to petitions on behalf of our sovereign," Cal stated, keeping his speech simple, like his interactions with those closest to him. Cal had a job to do, one that he would perform as expected. He wasn't a jester, entertaining the masses. He preferred to keep the pomp and pageantry to a minimum, abhorring his parents' behavior of soaking up attention with garish spending to elevate themselves above others. The day was scheduled to provide a forum for nearly 100 people to state their concerns or requests to Cal. All had provided a summary beforehand, allowing him to review and prepare his response, further hastening the process. The first petitioner was a business owner from Trier who was on the verge of losing his company due to the new environmental and labor laws. He requested an exemption on taxes for the year to balance the new costs. Cal approved it, provided the company adhered to regular assessments from Scylla's government to ensure they met their part of the bargain. The next few were similar until a small group stood before Cal. Dressed in plain clothes, they were representatives of the workers of Trier. "My lord, we request your support in forming a workers' union. We have interested members from all over Caledon, but most of our people are worried that there may be punishments or repercussions for joining. With your support, we can finally stand up for our rights." Their leader, a young woman, stated, "You will have it. You may form your union, and any implication of corporate retaliation will result in their expulsion from Caledon. You have my word." Cal replied. The rest of the petitions passed quickly, although only a few were memorable to Cal. As the issues had already been reviewed before the public forum, it was more of a public declaration than a drawn-out deliberation process. That was until the last petitioner of the day stood before Cal. A middle-aged man, he looked as if he had been through hard times, his clothes well-worn and faded. To Cal's recollection, the man was from off-world, seeking permission to expand his business operations into Caledon. The reality of the man's appearance made Cal doubt that explanation. "My lord, I am Alexander Burns of Rathmus. Before the rebellion, my family were the administrators of our world under your family's rule." Burns explained. Cal looked to Scylla, who subtly shook her head. She had no idea that Burns would be a petitioner. His purpose here today, including his provided name on the schedule, was falsified to allow him entry. She was about to call the guards to remove him when Cal halted her with a small gesture. "I am aware of your family's honored past, Mr. Burns. However, as you know, Rathmus is no longer under the purview of my barony. What brings you to Caledon?" Cal asked, curious. Caledon wasn't the only planet he owed a debt to, but he was powerless to assist anyone out of his sphere of influence. He would not defy the Emperor by pushing beyond what his title granted him. "I am here to request your help, my lord. Our planet is in anarchy. My family is destitute. Please, lord, we have served the Caledons loyally for thousands of years. Please help us." Burns cried, dropping to his knees and pressing his forehead to the ground. Cal frowned, knowing that other planets needed his help was on the forefront of his mind, but his hands were tied. In a sense, Cal was imprisoned on Caledon and bound by the Emperor's will like his iron chains had on Terra. He wanted to help everyone his family had wronged, but he was powerless to do so at the moment. Standing, he walked down the dais. Kneeling beside the man, Cal helped him to his feet. Gripping his arms, Cal spoke. "I understand, and I will help you. I will petition the Emperor, asking for permission to bring his justice and mercy to Rathmus," Cal stated, patting Burns on the shoulder. Chapter 26 Machinations. Chapter 26. Miranda Atkinson walked down a wide corridor of the administration complex with a datapad clutched tightly in her arms. The beautiful young woman's mind wandered as she traveled, replaying her earlier conversation with her father. The Atkinson clan was impressed with her work leading them through the crisis of the Baron's return. Their profits may have suffered temporarily, but they survived and would eventually recover. They had tried to get her to stay on SEO, but she felt that her path was leading her somewhere else. After meeting the Baron and being exposed to his convictions and dedication to improving the lives of the people of Caledon, she couldn't help but feel hollow inside at her absent accomplishments. There was more to life than profits, of taking from others and never giving back. Perhaps as part of Caledon's inner circle, Miranda could find what was missing. Her thoughts were interrupted by Merrick Tan as he appeared out of a side passage. Not slowing down, he matched her steps, waiting until the corridor cleared of other people before speaking. They had interacted with each other only a few times before coming to Caledon's palace. Her impression of Tan was less than favorable, although since he had joined Cal's faction, he had become significantly more pleasant to be around. "It's strange, isn't it?" the short man said. Tan was looking healthier, his skin drastically less waxy and sickly. His time in Caledonia has kept him on the wagon, curbing his vices by giving him purpose and strict adherence to the Baron's laws. "What is?" Miranda asked, confused. Sometimes it seemed that Tan started a conversation mid-sentence, expecting others to catch up and understand what he was referring to without prompting. Scylla and Cal were the only people she had ever seen who had the talent to speak to Tan and understand his way of thinking. Miranda had to focus her attention entirely on the banker. Otherwise, she felt that she was missing vital information during their conversations. "Do I have to spell it out? All those destitute, and indigent people are coming out of the woodwork and looking for a handout. A dozen worlds, all former members of the Caledon Duchy and all asking Cal for help. It's unnatural and reeks of opportunists. Tan muttered. Jealous? Not enough room for another opportunist with you already at the Baron's table? Miranda quipped. Ha ha! Tan responded sarcastically. Think about it. 1 or 2, I could believe, but a dozen? And with more rumored to be clamoring for a chance to petition the Baron? Something is going on, Miranda. I don't like it. The banker was serious, his face a frowning mask. So what is the problem with them asking for help? Maybe they've seen how Cal has turned Caledon around and want him to do the same for their worlds. He's brought peace and stability to our planet, and can do it to others too. Miranda stated, waving away the banker's concerns. That would be believable if I didn't know that those worlds are controlled by corporations and organizations not interested in stability. Mark my words, someone is pushing for this wave of petitioners, and we need to find out why. I've hitched my wagon to Caledon. Someone else's machinations won't drag me down with him. For what purpose? Even if Cal does agree to annex or assist those worlds, who would he come into conflict with? He won't move without the Emperor's approval. He's made that clear. Miranda asked, stopping and turning to Tan. I'm not entirely sure. Old grievances from before the Baron was imprisoned? Who knows? Cal doesn't have anything anyone would want. Caledon is still a dump compared to its former glory. It could be anyone. He has been lacking friends in the Empire since the rebellion. Tan said with a shrug. I can reach out to my contacts off-world to find out if anyone has an unhealthy interest in Cal. Have you let the Baron know of your concerns? Miranda asked, curious. Of course. Why do you think I'm speaking with you? He wants us to work together to investigate. His exact words were, I trust you both explicitly. Tan replied, shaking his head in wonder at the faith Cal placed in him. Then we can't let him down. I will inform you of anything I discover. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. Erica Pearson of Acer Corporation had been busy over the past month. It had been simple to incite the planets surrounding Caledon to petition Caledon for assistance in their plight. They had been oppressed for centuries, ruled over by nobles only interested in seeing them suffer for supporting a rebellion that had killed billions. Once the war was over, and Caledon was stripped of his ducal title, those planets went to the victors to do with as they saw fit. With selective advertising on the net, focusing on Caledon as the savior of planet Caledon and his humanitarian actions there, Erica had subtly encouraged the people of the former duchy to want the same for their worlds. Suppressing dissenting views and promoting the narrative that aligned with her interests, Erica had easily guided over a dozen worlds to beg the Baron for help. All for Acer Corporation's purpose. Thanks to her spy amongst Caledon's ranks, she knew the Baron wouldn't act without the Emperor's approval, which was doubtful to be granted. The Emperor was more interested in galactic stability over the squabbles amongst minor planets. She needed to pressure Caledon, to drive him into a corner where he would be forced to reveal his secrets to survive. This driving need led Erica to visit the city planet of Praxis, home of over 50 billion humans under the rule of Earl Praxis. The entire planet was a massive metropolis. Erica had arrived by starship to present an offer to him. Arriving at the Earl's palace, a massive structure gated and heavily guarded by mechs and soldiers and exosuits, Erica was led past his defenses by a squad of his house guards. Unlike Caledon's simple estate, with green grass and gardens of flowers, Earl Praxis preferred heavy stone with thick shields, an impenetrable fortress. During the rebellion, the Earl had been one of the leading opponents of the Caledons. They had a bitter rivalry that lasted millennia, culminating in the death of the Earl's son during an assault on planet Praxis. The Earl had sought revenge against the Duke, only to be robbed of it at the last moment by the Duke's cowardly act of taking his own life. There was no better place for Erica to visit to enact her plan. "What brings you to Praxis, Miss Pearson?" the Earl asked. Graying, handsome and tall, the Earl was wearing a uniform in navy blue and gold, his house colors. Displayed behind him was a banner with his symbol, a golden ram, on a field of blue. "Acer Corporation has an offer for you, milord. As you are undoubtedly aware, there have been concerning reports of instability in the planets surrounding Caledon. We want to offer you our assistance." Erica replied with a bow. "Those planets are fractured under a dozen different nobles' purview, not only mine. Why would you come to see me about this matter?" the Earl asked, quirking an eyebrow as he walked away from the well-dressed woman before him. He stood by a window, stifling the anger he felt at the mention of his hated enemy. "We both know that you are the reason that region of space has never united under a single house since Caledon's fall, milord," Erica responded. Whether it was a precaution to prevent another rebellion, or the Earl's hatred of Caledon, there had been active manipulation to keep the planets in the former duchy poor and disorganized. They had been split between the nobility, but Erica knew they were all loyal to the man standing before her. "What does Acer want?" the Earl asked, turning away from the window. "We have a mutual interest in the region. Acer has certain factions that we can bring into play to prevent Caledon from seizing those planets once more." Erica explained. "The Emperor will not allow the boy to have them. His petition will be denied." The Earl responded, confident that the son of a traitor would not be allowed to grow stronger. He would not allow them to rebuild. That region of space had been stripped of everything of value as a safeguard against another rebellion. Still, if it is approved and he is given leave to expand his influence, we can deny him that opportunity. "And in return?" the Earl asked, his interest piqued. He wouldn't stand in the way if Acer were willing to do the dirty work. But corporations were rarely charitable. "Caledon has access to a piece of technology we want to study," Erica stated. The Earl recognized what she was after immediately. He would have to be a fool not to understand what force drove her to act against the Caledons. "Absolutely not. If Caledon does have that mech, it will be turned over to the Emperor." The Earl's voice thundered, reverberating off the walls. It was too powerful to be ignored. He would never allow it to fall into anyone's hands other than someone he trusted explicitly. "Or yourself, milord? After a brief study by Acer, of course?" Erica tempted. Even the Earl didn't possess a mech as powerful as the one they sought on Caledon. The Earl was lost in thought, thinking of the possibilities such a mech could bring his house. If Acer did retrieve the mech, the Emperor would stifle their studies, leaving him with the machine. Very well. Chapter 27 World Event, Triton, Part 1. Chapter 27. Cal was waiting at the quest board in Atlan when a notification appeared on his HUD. Judging by the players' reactions around him, they received similar alerts. Notice: Triton World Event. Rogue mechs have assaulted the city of Olas. Raven's riders request assistance. Report to the transport vessels for transfer to Olas. Goal: defeat rogue mechs before the catastrophic destruction of Olas. Reward: 3,000 credits/30,000 credits on victory/bonus credits based on contribution. Death penalty: severe, loss of equipment and credits. No respawn in Olas combat zone. Player limit, not applicable. Reading the notice, Cal was intrigued. He had heard of player-driven world events, the system created in response to the actions of an individual or group. The credits for this mission were guaranteed, although he would be barred from re-entry if he died during the event. He would respawn in Atlan, missing a random piece of equipment, and some of his banked credits. But the reward for participating would more than cover the costs of his death. All around him, players were rushing to the landing pad to board the waiting transport ships. Thinking quickly, Cal joined them. His equipment was poor, its loss wouldn't be a setback, and he wanted to experience the game's version of a large-scale conflict. After finding an open seat on the first transport, the ship took off toward the south. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. The virtual wind whistled as it rushed past Cal's face. Helmeted and armored, he barely felt its presence as he fell toward the ground. The city of Ola stretched out beneath him as he plummeted. Fires had spread to large sections of the metropolis, and Cal could catch glimpses of bluish-white lost gun discharges streaking across the city's skyline. The fighting was too intense for the transports to make landfall, requiring the players to leap from far above the city. Flanking him, hundreds of other players were falling, some with their bodies firm and arms at their sides to gain speed, while several pinwheeled in the sky, unaccustomed to diving from transports. Cal imitated those who appeared more competent, adjusting his body to reduce drag and pulling ahead of the pack to reduce the risk of being struck by ground fire. He could see half a dozen mechs hurrying about on the ground, unleashing a torrent of destruction onto the city. Buildings crumbled around them, and the thick smoke and debris obscured the machines periodically from his sight. The rogue mechs were running rampant and unopposed. Nearly a quarter of the city was in ruins, and Cal could find no signs of resistance. A mech drop pod careened from above with a deafening roar, swiftly overtaking the players. It trailed fire as it fell, slowing slightly when its sides split open, releasing a trio of light-class mechs in Raven's riders purple and black, the symbol of the Raven prominent on their torsos. 3 scout mechs, long-limbed with broad bodies, wielding heavy lost guns and missile launchers, leapt from the pod. They had barely separated from the pod when a beam of red energy shot out from the city, striking one of the mechs directly in the torso. The energy ray halted momentarily, burning through the machine's armor before passing through it, leaving an orangish-red hole glowing in its chest. Even from where he was falling, Cal could feel the heat of the attack. The now pilotless mech tumbled for a moment before exploding. PPC. Cal thought, following the purplish afterimage it left in his vision to its source. A light-class mech knelt amongst the ruins with a long-barreled weapon braced against a toppled pillar. Slim and humanoid, it was metallic gray, lacking the trappings and symbols of a clan. Lacking the power to fire the PPC without an external source, cables ran from the gun to a large battery pack on the mech's back. Steam rose from the gun's barrel, the heat from its discharge slowly dissipating as it faded from bright red to a dull rust color. The mechs of Raven's riders retaliated before the energy of the PPC wholly dispersed. A scout class returned fire with a heavy lost gun, the thunderous crack of its beam echoing a steady beat as it fired. The other scout stabilized itself in the air with its thrusters before it fired a salvo of missiles from a launcher on its back. The bluish-white beam fractured as it struck the concealed mech in the shoulder, splintering into fragments that cut into the surrounding rubble. The rogue pilot dropped the PPC, taking off at a run behind a building, only for the missiles to rain down amongst it. Great gouts of flame and debris shot skyward, the structure collapsing around it. Cal doubted the mech survived, but the Raven's riders' pilots weren't taking any chances. While they drifted toward the ground, the tall and lanky mech kept its lost gun ready while its partner fired another round of rockets, adding to the destruction. He lost sight of the battling forces as the ground swiftly approached. Not slowing, Cal relied on the mission's free piece of technology given to him while on the transport as he plunged toward the roof of a tall apartment building. A field of energy formed around him like a protective cocoon. He slammed into the concrete structure, the field absorbing the force, slowing him instantly and protecting him from the inertia. The barrier was destroyed on impact, shattering like glass, along with the device Cal had attached to his belt. Standing on the tall structure, Cal surveyed his surroundings for a moment. He could hear the sounds of lost gunfire and the demolition of buildings to his left. The air reeked of smoke and burning plastics. It would have stung his eyes and lungs if this had occurred in reality. A flashing notification appeared on his compass, showing multiple waypoints. Turning his head, he focused on the closest one. It was a supply cache with heavy weapons and a large, player-operated turret with a PPC cannon attached. Looking down at his lost rifle, Cal knew it would be useless against the rampaging rogue mechs he had been hired to stop. The mission had hundreds of freelancers, none with the equipment necessary to destroy the machines raising no loss. They thought of everything. Cal muttered, looking for the quickest way off the roof and to the supply cache. Heading for the stairwell, he kicked the locked door blocking his access before running down the stairs to the street below. As he ran down a broad road, the sounds of fighting seemed to ebb and flow as the battle shifted throughout the city. Above, more mech drop pods arrived. One was about to land only a few blocks from his position when another beam of red energy struck it directly, burning a hole through the pod and continuing into the sky before dissipating. The pod exploded instantly, sending the remains of 3 more light-class mechs crashing toward the ground. Whoever these rogue mech pilots were, they were skilled. It was clear they had an advantage in weaponry and ability. With their mechs already entrenched in the city, Raven's riders would have difficulty routing them without significant causalities. Cal ducked behind a building as the burning wreckage of the drop pod struck the ground, sending a shockwave through the street. Parked hovercars tossed into the air, and shattered glass pelted the ground like hailstones. He waited until the tremors ceased before leaving the alleyway, running towards the quest marker on his HUD. Along the way, Cal spotted 2 other players who had been on the transports, heading in the same direction as him. Abruptly, a mech sprinted into the street from behind a building at the far end of the road. Leaping out of the street and hiding in a shop doorway, Cal had a moment of sheer terror at seeing the mechanical behemoth before he spied the purple raven on its torso. He was about to leave his hiding place again when another mech slammed into it from above. Dropping its heavy lost gun, the 2 mech grappled at the end of the street as the Raven's rider pilot was pushed into a building. Cal watched in shock as the collapsing building covered the 2 mechs and the players sheltering near it. Chapter 28 World Event Triton, Part 2. Chapter 28. Cal sprinted away from the destruction with all the speed he could muster. Behind him, the booming sound of metal striking metal rang out as the 2 mechs fought. Glass windows shattered, the street splintered and cracked, and buildings crumbled from the intense struggle as the ground rumbled and shook from the heavy blows. He had barely made it past an alleyway when a concrete structure fell, cutting off his line of sight to the mechs and giving him a reprieve. He was exhausted, his body shaking from the adrenaline despite it only being a virtual avatar. Aside from the lack of pain, everything in this game was similar to reality. It was stunning how real it all felt. Cal took a moment to find his bearings. Avoiding the fighting mechs had turned him away from his goal, forcing him to use a series of side streets and alleyways to reach the building where the supply cache was located. Why haven't the rogue mechs destroyed it yet? Cal quietly wondered as he approached the building that held his target. Ahead of him, another player entered the structure before making their way to the roof. His question was answered as he approached the building, feeling a cold and tingly sensation pass over his body as he entered the interior. A distortion field. Cal recognized it. A simple trick of bending the light to obscure targets from sight, although power-intensive and immobile. A mech's sensors could pierce its camouflage if they were close enough. It was likely that the players hired by Raven's riders were granted the ability to penetrate the concealment, while the rogue mechs were left blind. It was a way of giving the mechless players some minor advantage in this mission. Confident that he wouldn't be attacked unless an errant shot struck the building randomly, Cal quickly climbed the stairs, bursting out of the enclosed stairwell onto the flat concrete roof to see over a dozen other players, already digging through the supplies and observing the turret cannon. After surveying the area and the other players briefly, Cal made his way to the crates stacked in the center of the roof. Already opened, there were a few weapons available that would be effective against the mech. A missile launcher was smaller and more compact than the light-class mech had fired earlier. It would only fire a single rocket, unlike the barrage he had seen released before. There were also several larger lost guns, but after trying to heft one of them, he found it would affect his mobility too much, and he wanted to be able to run and hide after striking. Slinging the launcher across his back, he focused on the turret cannon. On a raised platform, the long-barreled gun was similar to what the sniper had used but mounted on a swivel device so a regular person could aim it. Lines of cables stretched from the cannon to a row of battery packs near the weapon's cache, and a row of text hovered above the turret. Agamemnon Systems Particle Projection Cannon Turret. Warning: use of turret will negate camouflage distortion field generator. Cal was reading through the text when he was interrupted by shouting behind him. Spinning around, he saw a young man climbing the turret platform. The cannon was on an elevated pivot, allowing a single person to swivel and move the weapon unassisted by gripping two large handles. "What the hell are you doing? We aren't ready yet," a young woman shouted from beside the weapon's cache. She was loaded down with a rocket launcher and a crate of ammunition. Dropping it, she sprinted forward to stop the young man. "Too bad. More for me then," the young man shouted, lifting the handles of the turret and spinning it towards a target. In the distance, Cal could see the two fighting mechs still grappling with each other. The Raven's Rider's light class was on the losing end, missing one of its arms, and its frame sported multiple dents and rips in its armor. It was on the ground, the rogue mech about to crush it with a large chunk of concrete ripped out of the building beside it. Lining up the turret's aiming sights with the standing mech, the young man pressed the trigger. A keening wail emerged from the cannon, the mechanism inside rapidly spinning as it charged. Cal could see lines of power run through the cables from the batteries to the gun, burning red-hot from the energy. With an ear-splitting roar, the PPC turret fired, a line of red tearing through the city as it sped toward the mech. The rogue pilot, warned of the imminent attack by its sensors, attempted to dive away, its thrusters powered on full as it leapt to the side, but the energy beam arrived first. Burning a hole through its lower body, the mech tumbled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the Raven's Rider's mech stomped on the downed mech's cockpit, driving its foot through the damaged armor and ending the pilot's life. "See, that's how you do it, fuck dash." The rest of the young man's cheer was ended by a thunderous crack of a lasgun's discharge. A bluish-white line of superheated energy vaporized the turret. Cal's last sight of the young man was his look of surprise before he was gone. The destructive energy looped back through the cables feeding the PPC turret, rushing to the storage batteries and overloading them. "They're gonna blow!" the young woman shouted, punctuating her cry with a mad dash off the roof, slinging her missile launcher and a crate of ammo over the side with her. As electrical discharges seared the rooftop around the batteries, the players ran in different directions. Cal was already in the air, his own launcher slung over his back, his lost rifle gripped tightly in his hands as another explosion rocked the roof, sending a wave of superheated air against his back. The blast pushed against him, propelling him sideways, and he smashed through an apartment window in the building next door. Rolling with momentum, Cal shattered a coffee table and a couch in the living room before slamming into the apartment's wall, indenting his frame into the wallboard. Coughing, his body suddenly felt stiff and challenging to move as he slowly climbed back to his feet. The game simulated injuries in ways other than pain, restricting bodily functions and movement. Cal's health bar in the bottom right was yellow, indicating severe but not life-threatening injuries. His armor showed large tears from the glass and burned marks from the flames. Limping across the room, Cal lifted the rocket launcher from the floor where it had been dislodged in his tumbling. His hearing was muffled like cotton gauze had been stuffed in his ears. Looking around, he could see the fire raging through the building he had leapt from while streaks of lost gun fire and missiles flashed past the apartment windows. Above, a light-class mech was hovering in the air, its metallic gray body reflecting the sunlight, while it hammered the buildings around it with its heavy lost gun. Unlike the Scout light mechs, this one could maintain its height due to large thrusters attached to its back, spreading behind it like wings, although it appeared to pay the price for its agility, lacking the thicker armor of its grounded counterparts. Cal could see scorch marks from the players returning fire, evidence of the few attacks that the flying mech hadn't been able to dodge. Focusing on the mech, he could see a gap in its torso armor in the rear of the machine, just behind the cockpit. As he stared, it felt like time had slowed for Cal. He could hear the beating of his heart, its rhythmic pulse taking an eternity between each thump. The mech in the air was painfully sluggish, its movements lagging to his eyes. Even the streaks of lost gun fire took an age to reach their target. Cal could follow the line to its destination long before the beam arrived. With this new awareness of his surroundings, he suddenly realized how he could defeat the airborne mech. The gap in its armor was like a beacon, calling to him and begging to be struck. Cal hefted the missile launcher, securing his lost rifle on his back. The heavy launcher felt light in his hands as he dashed toward the windows nearest his enemy. His body moved with a grace and speed that he didn't know he possessed. Each step he took was sure and steady, perfectly balanced. Bracing his shoulder, he dashed through the window, shattering the glass as he did so. Spinning around, Cal raised the missile launcher and aimed down the sight, the weapon locking on the target in his mind's eye, the small gap in the mech's armor. Too late, the rogue pilot noticed the threat, its movements agonizingly slow as it tried to respond. Cal was already firing, a streak of flames discharging from the launcher as it fired its payload. The missile darted through the air, closing the distance between them in an instant before slamming into the mech, sinking deeply beneath its armor before detonating. The mech exploded in a great gout of flame and metal, shrapnel flying in all directions. Time resumed its flow to Cal, the wind rushing around him as he felt the heat strike his face. Turning, he saw the ground approach rapidly before his world turned black. Respawn, Atlan City, Chapter 29 Miracle, Part 1. Chapter 29. The rewards for Cal's participation in the world event were significant. Even with his death and respawn penalty, the credits he earned from single-handedly eliminating a mech put him well on his way to his first goal, purchasing an exosuit. Cal and Talha were discussing the world event in the basement holding the VR terminal when he asked her about the strange feeling of time slowing down for him. The fiery young woman had warmed to him during their time together, becoming more friendly and patient with Cal. In some ways, it was easier to discuss things with her than with Tamara. You felt that already? That's pretty impressive. It's a sign that your connection with the neural link is deepening. Exosuits, mechs, and even certain weapons and equipment rely on the link to operate. Your mind and body are adapting to the stress. If you can handle it, you're ready for the next step. A sign that you've adjusted to your equipment is when the lag you experience is eliminated, that brief delay from thought to action. It worsens as you progress. A light class mech is worlds apart from an exosuit. That feeling of time slowing down is when you're perfectly in sync with the link, your thoughts matching the machine you connected with. It's required for complete mastery of a mech. Talha explained. Have you experienced it before? Cal asked, curious. Several times. In moments of extreme danger, the link can intensify. Training is all well and good, but grandmother says that true combat is the only way to excel as a pilot. Talha responded. It's like I knew what to do, the pieces all fit together perfectly, and I could see what had to happen to reach my objective. I've never felt anything like that before. It was quite a rush. Cal admitted. Don't get too comfortable with it. You were reckless, diving out of a window to fire on a mech. It's all well and good when you're in a game, but do that in real life, and you won't live long enough to see the inside of a mech. Talha chided him. Their conversation was interrupted by the storage room door opening. Miranda walked in, wearing a professional business suit and clutching her datapad. She appeared nervous and unsure, her pretty face twisted with a frown. We have a problem, Miranda stated, not bothering with a greeting as she reached Cal's side and handed him the datapad. On the screen, figures were projected. The number was astronomical in scale, causing Cal to raise his eyebrow questioningly. What am I looking at? He asked, handing her back the datapad. His studies under Scylla were progressing nicely, but he still preferred to rely on the opinions of the experts around him for explanations. Scylla warned him that it might come back to bite him in the future, but for now, he placed his faith and trust in those closest to him. It's a copy of our expected tithe to the Emperor. The Imperial Tax Agency just forwarded us the records. Miranda explained. Nobles were required to give a percentage of revenue earned in their fiefdom to the Emperor as a tithe. Cal winced at the number. He knew they owed quite a bit to the Emperor, but this was far outside his expectation. How much can we pay off with our existing assets? Cal asked. I'd have to confirm with Tan, but I would estimate a quarter, possibly less. And that would leave you destitute again. I could contact the agency, and perhaps we can negotiate a payment plan, Miranda suggested. Seeing that the pair were engrossed in a discussion about finances and finding it incredibly dull, Talha took the opportunity of their distraction to leave the storage room stealthily. Cal shook his head at the suggestion. I dislike being beholden to an outside force once more. I will find a solution. Cal assured her. Miranda hesitated, tapping her finger against the datapad before she gathered her courage to speak. There's more. The agency will withhold your petition to the Emperor until you are in proper financial standing. Miranda said tentatively, expecting him to explode with anger. Surprised, Cal raised his eyebrows, his calm composure cracking slightly. What? Cal asked, astonished at their actions. He hadn't heard of a noble being cut off from communicating with the Emperor for financial reasons. However, his family had never had that status in the Empire previously. Their exact words were, if the Baron cannot manage his own fiefdom, how can he be expected to help others? He should focus on Caledon's affairs until his own house is in order. Miranda replied, How unpleasant. I see they are just as polite and respectful as ever. Cal muttered. Imperial bureaucrats were selected among the best of humankind. With centuries of experience and education, it was natural that arrogance was bred into them. Although, the nobility wasn't any better. At least bureaucrats had to earn their station. I thought you would be more upset. Miranda asked, surprised by how well the Baron reacted to the slight. Although he was relaxed about decorum and etiquette, he couldn't completely ignore it. We'll prove them wrong through our actions, Miranda. Arguing with them will just put their backs up, and I need their cooperation. Please have Merrick Tan and Tamara's son meet me in my quarters in an hour. Cal asked, walking out of the storage room, the beautiful woman trailing. After spending time in the VR terminal, he desperately needed a shower and a change of clothes. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. You're aware of the situation? Cal asked Merrick Tan. They were gathered in the sitting area of Cal's private quarters. The old and ragged furniture had been replaced with new comfortable chairs and couches. The room was expanded, and the cracks in the walls were repaired. The space reflected his status, although simple and plain as he preferred. Local tailors had increased Cal's wardrobe. He favored Caledon house colors of black and red for his formal uniform but was currently wearing a pair of simple black trousers and a long-sleeved white shirt while relaxing, in his rooms and out of the public eye. Regrettably so. I've gone over the numbers. With your current assets, you can only pay less than 18% of what you owe to the Emperor. That is if you wish to bankrupt yourself, which I strongly suggest you avoid. Tan replied, I don't understand. If Caledon did so poorly until recently, how does it owe the Emperor so much? Talha asked. She had joined her grandparents once she heard Cal had joined the meeting. Although she was disinterested in economics and politics, the decision here could affect the Marauders. The government was poor, but the planet was still profitable. A portion of its tax revenues should have gone to the imperial tithe. Unfortunately, we had other debts that took precedence. Scylla replied, glaring at Tan and Miranda. The deliberate tax avoidance of the corporations of Caledon, combined with the gouging by Tan's Imperial Bank, had led to this problem. Miranda had the grace to look embarrassed while Merrick Tan ignored the comment. Over 500 years it adds up. Tamara finished. Do we have any options? Cal asked, looking at Tan and Miranda for a solution. You could ask the Imperial Bank for a loan, but this amount is well outside my ability to grant. It would need to go directly to the board of directors, and I don't think the Emperor would appreciate you taking a loan from his bank to pay a tithe to him. Tan said. I agree. That isn't an option. Besides, I do not want to be indebted to the bank again. Miranda? Cal asked, turning away from the banker and looking at the beautiful businesswoman. You could directly seize all available assets on the planet, she said, not expecting the Baron to entertain the notion. She was right. Cal snorted in derision at the suggestion. No, I won't cripple Caledon for the tithe. Cal said. It wouldn't matter anyway. You own more than the combined assets of Caledon plus its generated revenue for the next few decades. I'm sorry, Baron, I wish I could help, but I don't see a way out of this without a miracle. Tan said, shaking his head as he admitted his failure. At least the Emperor isn't pushing for full, immediate repayment of the tithe. Scylla added. No, but without the ability to petition him, it won't be long before other nobles begin to take advantage of us. They'll leverage my inability to seek redress in their negotiations, trade concessions, business transactions, and even territory disputes. We need the Emperor's backing, now more than ever, for Caledon to thrive. Cal said, pausing and thinking for a moment before standing. Come with me. Cal ordered the group. Where are we going? Tan asked, confused. You said we needed a miracle? I know where to find one. Chapter 30 Miracle, Part 2. Chapter 30. What did you expect to find? Merrick Tan asked, his voice echoing off the bare metal walls of the vault's interior. Cal had led the group to the palace's throne room, past the dais with his plain chair and through a series of corridors and stairwells until they reached the vault that once held the greatest treasures of the Caledonian duchy. In a barren stone basement deep underground, the tall and grand metallic vault door was wide open, the floors and surfaces of the room covered in a thick layer of dust and dirt that had been undisturbed for years. Inside, a massive room stretched out before their eyes, devoid of any object of value. Impenetrable when closed and secured, the Caledonian vault had been empty even before the fall of the planet. The last Duke had used everything of value to fund his rebellion. I'm sorry, Cal. I don't see any miracles here. Talha added, kicking away at some scraps of debris that had accumulated on the floor. If the Baron heard them, he didn't acknowledge their comments, simply staring at the wall where the faded symbol of House Caledon had once been, now little more than a smattering of dull red paint. Cal? Scylla asked, placing a hand gently on his arm to get his attention. Oh yes. An empty vault is what I expected to find. I was lost in thought for a moment. I've only been here once as a boy. There used to be a painting on the wall of my grandparents at their wedding hanging here. I was just wondering where it might have ended up. Cal said, his voice trailing off at the end. We could find it if you want. There might be a record on the net. Scylla offered, ignoring the impatient Tan behind her. No, it's not necessary. Just a silly distraction, I suppose. Cal replied. Did you know my grandmother grew up on a frontier world? Her parents were poor farmers on Trillium. The terraforming hadn't quite taken hold as they had hoped. She told me they had to draw water from a well when she was a little girl. Can you imagine getting water from a well with a bucket in our empire? Cal mused, aghast at the thought. It's hard to conceive. How did Aurora become a duchess from such humble beginnings? Miranda asked. She was curious about Cal's grandmother. The public records focused on the Duke, brushing over the Duchess aside from her humanitarian endeavors. What does this have to do with our current plight? Tan grumbled with exasperation. Cal ignored the banker, continuing his story. She worked hard and studied economics. She became independently wealthy before she ever met my grandfather. Cale stated. He was traveling around the duchy, fighting pirates and bandits that had been preying on traders with some of his house guard when he found my grandmother's starship under attack. It was love at first sight, according to him. Although she told me that it took a while before she warmed to him. He was more roguish than she preferred. Cal explained, laughing at the memory of his grandmother telling him the story. It's like something out of a romance hollow. Scylla replied. Yes. My grandfather didn't have a head for numbers and figures, preferring piloting a mech or traveling to the far reaches of the Empire over charts and graphs. You may not know this, but grandmother was the driving force behind Caledon's economy during her lifetime. She was much like you, Tan, although much more altruistic. Cal looked at the banker, who seemed taken aback by being compared to the late Duchess. When they married, she kept her wealth separate from the duchy, My grandfather was a bit of a spendthrift, and she didn't want him wasting all her effort on some endeavor. Cal trailed off, walking up to the wall that once held his grandparents' portrait, and running his hand along the thick metallic barrier. The true measure of a person is how they treat someone who can give them no benefit, Cal stated, speaking his grandmother's favorite quote. The wall vibrated in response to his words, a crack forming in the impenetrable surface and splitting in half. With a loud rumble, the two halves retracted, revealing an inner vault. She stored her wealth here, Cal finished, walking into the new area while the others stood stunned behind him. Were you aware there was a hidden vault here? Miranda whispered to Scylla. The older woman shook her head. If there were a hidden section of the vault, they would have found it. When Caledon fell, the Empire sifted through everything it could, looking for valuables as compensation for the rebellion. It's shielded from scans, Tamara guessed, following Cal into the inner vault. The room was small, with barely enough room for them to gather. To their left was a sealed door with a strange symbol etched into the metal above it. To their right is another entrance with a different, equally unrecognizable character. Huh, so this is where it went, Cal muttered, looking at the painting directly ahead. It was of a young couple on their wedding day. The man wore a uniform in the Caledonian house colors, and his long black hair was pulled back out of his face. He looked like an older version of Cal, although broader in the shoulders with a differently shaped nose than the Baron. The young woman was beautiful, wearing a white dress and smiling widely. She was blonde, blue-eyed and significantly shorter than the groom. One mystery solved, Scylla joked, walking up beside Cal and assessing the painting. Behind her, Talha was trying to decipher the symbols over the doors. The one on the left resembled the letter P with an X behind it, while the right held an inverted V. They must have moved it here before their deaths. I wonder why, Cal mused, shaking his head at the ambiguity of the painting's presence. What do the symbols mean? Talha interrupted, losing patience with her attempts to decipher the cryptic characters. Cal turned away from the painting, seeing the pair of doors for the first time. He took a moment to scrutinize one, then the other, before shaking his head. I'm not sure, but I know that one leads to the vault my grandmother left me, Cal said, pointing to the door on the left. It corresponded with Aurora's position in the painting in front of them. Turning, he began to stride towards the left door. And the other? Miranda asked. My grandfather's. Each left me an inheritance, sealed away before they died, and my father could return and take it from me. They were rather prescient, knowing he would take over any of my bank accounts, so they used physical assets, Cal replied. He placed a hand against the sealed door, which lit up as it tested his DNA and a multitude of other security measures. The door slid open silently, revealing the interior to the group and stunning them to silence. Mounds of treasure, precious gemstones, rare minerals, and priceless metals were stacked neatly in rows as far as the eye could see. Artwork, sculptures, fanciful vases, and statues were placed carefully out of the way. Crates and chests of old coins, loose jewels and glittering jewelry spilled onto the walkways. You had this the whole time? Merrick Tan screamed, his face flushing red before paling. This room had more wealth than he had seen in all his time at the Imperial Bank, an incalculable fortune, and the Baron had him seizing petty accounts from criminals. I do not understand. If you had this much wealth, why didn't you simply hire dozens of mercenary companies and retake Caledon by force? Why go through freezing accounts, negotiating with the corporations of Trier, and only seizing Ellis Moro to force his city into submission? Miranda asked, taking in the vast wealth around her. To what purpose? Retaking Caledon with minimal casualties and disruption to its citizens was my first and foremost priority. Launching a civil war would not have achieved that goal. And besides, who could I trust to secure this? If news came out that I owned this hoard without proper safeguards, how could I prevent its seizure? Cal reasoned. Still, we visited a junkyard. You could have purchased us all new mechs, Talha replied, causing Cal to laugh, echoing off the vault's walls. If I did that, wouldn't it have tipped our hand? I did tell you that I would get you the components regardless. Just look at the positives, Talha. You don't have to worry about me not paying your salary, Cal stated, smiling at the red-headed woman. If you have this much wealth stored in this vault, what's behind the other door? Scylla asked, looking behind her at the other sealed treasury. She could imagine it filled with more riches, practically spilling from its doorway. Nothing good. Unless we face annihilation, that door is to remain sealed. If it never opens in my lifetime, I would be eternally grateful. Cal replied grimly. Ignoring the piles of treasures, he carefully pushed deeper into the vault, searching for something specific. Tan, I assume you can convert items of interest into Imperial credits? Cal asked, raking his eyes over the treasures. The sum required for the tithe was astronomical. He would need something valuable to pay that debt quickly. Yes. Although for the amount you owe, there would be exorbitant shipping costs and fees for the conversation for something so massive. It would take a starship's hold of gold to cover your debt. Tan explained. Something small then, easily transported. Preferably something the agency would accept without conversion. Ah. Perfect. Cal paused, finding an item on a stone plinth. It was a simple tiara with a grayish jewel in the center. Made of platinum, it wasn't the band that gave it its rarity but the gemstone. Is that? Miranda asked, her breath catching in her throat as she stared at the headband. Crystallized lunite. Cal replied, gingerly picking up the item. It was light, weighing very little, and the gemstone reflected the light impossibly, twisting and turning within. It was mesmerizing, and Cal had to pry his gaze away from the stone. Lunite was one of the most valuable liquids in the galaxy, found only on a few planets. All known sources were owned by the Emperor, used in creating the engine and a few pieces of advanced technology whose manufacture was an Imperial secret. In rare cases, that liquid crystallized into a gemstone that few in the galaxy had ever seen, let alone owned. The tiara in Cal's hands had once belonged to the Empress, who had gifted it to Aurora as a wedding gift. It's fitting, in a way, for it to be going home to the Empress for the tithe. A miracle. Cal whispered, turning to the stunned crowd around him. He smiled. Grandmother hated it anyway. Chapter 31 Scars. Chapter 31. Cal restricted access to the vault. Something somewhat redundant, since he discovered that only he could carry items out of it without the doors automatically closing and locking. Would-be thieves inside. It had only been revealed when Tan tried to carry out the tiara, the thick metal doors sliding closed before him. He left the tiara in the vault until Tan and Miranda could contact the relevant Imperial bureaucrats to retrieve the payment. An item so valuable as the lunite tiara would be a perfect target for criminals, and it would be better for the item to remain on Caledon until handed directly to an Imperial agent. Aside from the tithe, Cal authorized Tan and Miranda to make gradual investments in local businesses using his grandmother's hoarded wealth, using the profits to provide for some on-planet charities. He would only reveal his fortune in tiny trickles lest it draws unwanted attention. Tan was so thrilled with the revelation of the vault's contents that he promptly quit his position at the Imperial Bank, fully becoming Cal's employee and the new Minister of Finance for the barony. As the months passed, Cal's trust in the former banker grew. While he waited, Cal used his time in the VR world, completing several more small missions and tasks before he earned enough credits to purchase a combat exosuit. Walking into the shop on the island city of Atlant, Cal perused the possibilities on display. Exosuits came in numerous variants, ranging from lightly armored and highly mobile to bulky giants nearly 10 feet tall and able to see their wearer through a pummeling. Customizable in colors, shapes and options, it could be overwhelming for a beginner, especially as they were expensive and rookie players lacked the funds to purchase multiple suits for experimentation and flexibility. Cal, who sought to train in virtual reality to prepare for the real thing, selected an exosuit that matched what his house guards on his estate used. The Agamemnon Systems Mark 14 Achilles combat exosuit complemented everything he sought. Although not as powerful, agile or armored as variants from other manufacturers, it made up for its lack of features with its adaptability. The Achilles was a jack of all trades, master of none type suit. Able to be customized with attachable modules by its user, it was much more expensive than any of its counterparts out of the box but could adapt to whatever Cal needed. The problem with the exosuit, aside from its exorbitant cost and expensive add-ons, lay in its adaptability. Even with its modules, it could never be as good as a specialized suit. It would never be as strong or fast as a variant designed for that purpose. It was also notoriously difficult to use. Pilots were expected to be able to master all of the Achilles systems and their modules. In comparison, other suits could be constructed in such a way as to lower the difficulty and strain placed on their operators. Finally, it was an inefficient power hog with operating times less than 3/4 of what other exosuits could function. Not a problem on his estate or with access to a starship or power bank, but on a long campaign, it limited its use. Still, it could be used at full power for 12 hours before requiring a charge, which is not an issue for Cal. Standing in the shop before the black exosuit, Cal hovered his hand over the purchase button before tapping it lightly. In the top right corner of his vision, he watched his banked credits rapidly deplete, leaving him nearly as poor as when he had arrived on Triton. Thank you for your purchase. Your item has been delivered to your private storage area. A notification popped into existence in front of him, with a small, floating cartoon character of a smiling woman flashing him a thumbs-up sign cutely. Shaking his head at the display, Cal approached his rented storage compartment in a nearby warehouse where all his excess equipment and items would be stored. The open space contained rows of rolling metallic doorways, each with a number displayed on its surface. Finding his unit, Cal lifted the door, finding his suit already waiting for him. It was on a stand, mechanical hands gripping it by the shoulders to keep it upright. Unlike real life, color and decals could be customized through a small virtual menu, a concession to the game likely demanded by the players wanting to differentiate themselves without the cumbersome process of going through a shop and waiting for paint to be applied. A data terminal was connected to the exosuit stand, showing a few options for configuration. Flipping through the screens, Cal decided to keep the suit wholly black and plain, his hatred of embellishments coming through even here. He only acknowledged his individuality by adding a small symbol to the chest piece, a white circle that represented Luna City, although only he would know that. Satisfied, he clicked accept, watching as the symbol appeared on the armor as if by magic. The exosuit was slim and humanoid, standing over 8 feet tall. Its black surface was metallic and reflected the light, its anti-laser coating giving it a glossy look to its surface. The helmet was enclosed and could be removed, although it opened in the back like the main torso, enveloping the user in its protective cocoon. The Achilles reminded Cal of the ancient Greek warrior from Old Terra that inspired its name. The helmet, body and limbs were molded in the cast of the mythical warrior. There was even a crest coming from the helmet and sweeping backwards majestically. There were small connection slots fitted in different parts of the suit, allowing upgradable modules to be installed, which Cal had foregone for now until he grew accustomed to the base model. The suit and helmet were open in the back, splitting apart to allow the operator to enter. The suit would automatically enclose them, sewing itself sealed once it had done so. Moving to the rear of the armor stand, Cal took a deep breath before gingerly stepping into the exosuit. It began to seal behind him, 1,000 metallic clicks ringing out as it wrapped him inside. Trapped in darkness with the cool interior pressed close to his skin, Cal was instantly reminded of his time in stasis, suspended, unable to move, the slow grind of centuries wearing away at his sanity. His heart thundered in his ears, and he panted, unable to catch his breath. With agonizing slowness, the outside world was revealed to him, the exosuit sensors coming online. The neural link between man and machine deepened, allowing him to feel the suit's exterior as if it were his skin. The panic remained. Cal's thoughts kept twisting around his time in stasis, of the worlds he crafted to escape that torture, his repeating of the past. It was too much. The clasps of the armor stand released with a hiss, freeing him. Off balance and unaccustomed to the exosuit, Cal collapsed onto the ground. There, lying prone on the ground, his eyes sightlessly staring at the virtual reality around him, Cal's mind rejected the link. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. The VR terminal's lid slid back, freeing Cal from its enclosure. With a scream, he leapt from its confines. Panting and panicked, he paced the storage room like a cornered animal with a thunderously angry expression. He was infuriated and scared, worried and filled with despair. 100 different emotions raged through him. Cal couldn't shake the memories and feelings of the stasis chamber. His imprisonment was still fresh. It had only been a few months since he had been freed, and he had been so focused on reclaiming Caledon, of helping those around him, that he had ignored his mental troubles. With a shout, he slammed his fist into the hard concrete wall of the storage room. Again and again, he pounded it, screaming and cursing at each impact. His knuckles bled, and his genetically enhanced bones left indents in the concrete from his assault. It felt like ages passed before he began to calm down, his emotions numb. Cal was alone, hopelessly so. He was the foundation for many people around him, the wall they could lean on. But what did he have? There, in the dimly lit storage room, Cal wept. Chapter 32 Scars Part 2. Chapter 32. Have you seen the Baron? Scylla asked a group of her aides as she stepped outside her office. It was evening, the sun had long since gone down, and it was usually the time that Cal stopped by to discuss tomorrow's agenda and wish her a good night. The Baron was routinely punctual to his strictly scheduled days. For him to be absent would mean something important had delayed him. For that to happen and for the governor to be unaware was concerning. Her aides shook their heads, replying with a round of no, and we haven't seen him since this morning. Nodding to the group, she walked briskly down the corridors to Cal's room. The door was open, and it was evident at a glance that the Baron hadn't been there since the morning. Where could he be? Scylla muttered, growing anxious. Leaving Cal's room, she walked down several flights of stairs before coming to Tamara's office on the first floor of the administration complex. Ever since taking over as head of Cal's house guard, the older woman had passed leadership of the Marauders to others while focusing entirely on rebuilding their forces. At most hours, Tamara could be found in her office or the training grounds at the estate's rear. Have you seen Cal recently? Scylla asked, not even greeting Tamara as she walked in through the open door. Wearing her guard uniform, she evaluated a series of reports on her data pad when the governor entered. Looking up, she was instantly on alert, feeling the tension from Scylla. Not since this morning's training. Why? Tamara responded, closing the datapad and focusing entirely on the governor's face. Her instincts were honed to react to trouble, and Scylla reeked of it. He didn't show up for our meeting. He's never late. Scylla replied. That was incredibly abnormal if something had come up, and neither of them had heard anything. Like the governor, Tamara understood the Baron's punctual nature. Check the VR terminal storeroom. I'll alert the guards to notify us if they spot him on the estate, Tamara said, already on her way out of the room rapidly as she spoke into the secure communication device connected to her datapad. Scylla rushed to follow, splitting from Tamara and taking another stairwell into the basement where the VR terminal storage room was located. The room was empty, the lid of the VR pod wide open. Entering, she confirmed the absence of the Baron in the device. As she turned to leave, she spotted something on the wall. There were a series of indents in the concrete, notches and grooves from something striking it with force. Streaks of dried blood ran down several of the indentations. Gasping, Scylla pulled out her communication device, keying in Tamara's personal datapad contact information. I'm in the storage room. Something is wrong, Scylla said, explaining what she found to Tamara. Dried blood and the blows to the wall spoke of violence. Combined with Cal's sudden disappearance, she feared the worst. Shortly, a warning went out to the entire household. Any sighting of the Baron was to be communicated to Tamara immediately. Every datapad and optical implant in the estate connected to their network notified the residents that Cal was unaccounted for. Scylla raced up the stairs to her office, intent on organizing her aides for a search, when her datapad sent out the ring of an incoming call. He's on the roof of the southern wing. Sensors immediately picked him up when I had Gareth pilot the Seraph for an overhead search. I'm heading there now. Tamara stated, the call ending before Scylla could respond. Why is he on the roof? Scylla thought, imagining different scenarios as she ran. Cal taken hostage at gunpoint, while his kidnapper waited for transport, and a list of demands. Or him waiting to leap from the building to his death. She couldn't help picturing the worst. Filled with worry, she ran as quickly as she could, climbing the stairwell of the south wing of the administration building and bursting through the door that led to the roof. Tamara had beat her to him, already bent over Cal while applying a bandage to his hand. Cal was lying on the concrete roof, his back up against the ventilation duct. The Baron looked tired and pale, as if recovering from an illness. His hand was bloody, and Scylla gasped as Tamara wrapped a thick white gauze around it from a medical kit she had brought. Cal, what happened? Scylla asked, rushing forward and kneeling on the other side of him. She ran her eyes over his body, looking for additional injuries. Cal looked at her wearily, his hand twitching as Tamara tied the bandage. Nothing. I had an accident, but I'm fine. Cal replied, his voice a whisper as he brushed off her concern. You're not fine, Cal. I saw your accident in the storage room. It looked like you punched a concrete wall repeatedly. Scylla stated with a firm voice. Now that she knew he was still alive and safe, her concern turned to frustration and anger that he wouldn't talk to her. Why are you on the roof, Cal? Tamara said quietly from beside him. She had known him longer than Scylla and could recognize when he was upset. The little boy in her memories would turn quiet and closed off, hiding his pain from the world. Cal sighed, knowing that he would be forced to talk about what happened, and that his friends wouldn't let him get away without an explanation. I used to climb to the roof and look at the stars after I was confined to my quarters. It's peaceful, and few places offered that solitude when my parents were still alive. Cal explained. The night air was filled with the sounds of insects, crickets, and cicadas. Birds called to each other in the darkness, a song they could only understand. What happened in the storeroom? Tamara repeated Scylla's question, her tone conveying that she would not leave him alone until he answered their questions. Cal exhaled once more, resigning himself to explain what transpired. I purchased an exosuit. The feeling of wearing it brought me back to somewhere unpleasant. Cal whispered, not meeting their eyes. To Scylla, she was suddenly struck by how young he was, something that could often slip her mind. He was technically older than her, and had been born more than 5 centuries before. But he was biologically only 20, barely old enough to be considered an adult. He should be out in the world, learning and seeking adventure, rather than having the burden of ruling Caledon on his shoulders. Did it remind you of stasis? Tamara asked, understanding the restrictive and uncomfortable feeling of first donning an exosuit. She could imagine that stasis would be similar. Cal's nod confirmed her guess. There are moments when I'm unsure which is the greater punishment, the time spent in my thoughts in stasis, endlessly reliving my past or the years that elapsed while I was imprisoned. If you had asked me while I was there, I would have told you that there was no torture more terrible than I had suffered. But now, I had so little in my life before my imprisonment. My parents and grandparents were gone, and I had no friends. I thought that time couldn't take anything from me because I had nothing to give it. But I was wrong. Even when I'm free, the torture of my sentence haunts me. When I was in that exosuit, for a brief moment, I had the irrational fear that I would be sealed in it, that I had returned to the cruel custody of time and would never be released. I've only begun to rebuild my life, and I was terrified that it would be taken away from me again. Cal whispered. You don't have to be afraid, Cal. We won't let that happen to you again. You're safe here. Scylla reassured him. Despite her assurances, he couldn't shake that terror deep within him. You need to return to the pod and wear the exosuit, Tamara said. Scylla looked at her in shock at her callous response. The older woman didn't spare the governor a look as Cal met her gaze. The longer you let this fear grip you, the worse its hold will grow. Do not let others have power over you, Cal. Tamara advised. He stared at her blankly momentarily, processing her words before nodding. I will, Cal promised before looking back towards the night sky. In the morning, I want to sit here for a while. The trio sat on the roof until Luna was well into the sky, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere and the warm summer night sounds. Chapter 33 Lying Jack. Chapter 33. The cold, metallic interior of the exosuit enclosed him in darkness once again. Within its steel embrace came the terror, the primal fear from deep within that frothed in deranged madness as it scratched at his mind. His instincts roared at him to escape this cage that sought to imprison him. Every fiber of his being urged him to resist incarceration. Cal took deep, calming breaths in an attempt to slow his racing heart. But it did little to soothe his mind. In both realities he felt trapped. Distantly, he was aware of his body in the VR terminal, bathed in the faint light of the display screen. Closing his eyes, he tried to reason with himself, to soothe his impulse to break his cage and lash out at everything around him. He would not give in to fear. He would not allow anything to influence his rationality. The exosuit activated with agonizing slowness to Cal, although it was only a few seconds in truth. The darkness brightened, and his eyes adjusted to the false view the suit's sensors provided him. Still clasped within the safety of the armor stand's restraints, he took deep, steady breaths until he adjusted to his new environment. The exosuit was taller than his regular body, reaching over 8 feet. He could feel everything against its metallic surface as if it were his actual skin, but it was in a strange, abstract way that was difficult to describe. It was as if he were numb, aware that something was pressing against his flesh, but it lacked sensitivity. For example, he could infer that the room around him was cold, but not to what extent. It was more of an abstract perception of its existence. Cal hung from those restraints for nearly an hour, waiting until his instincts stopped rebelling and his mind calmed. He was no longer in stasis, and nothing would imprison him again. He recited it like a mantra, every repetition convincing himself of its truth. With a hiss, the mechanical hands that gripped the suit's shoulders loosened, freeing him. Like a newborn baby, he wobbled on his feet while trying to balance in the alien exosuit. In moments, it was falling forward. Cal tried to step forward, readjusting his position to remain upright, but there was a significant delay between his thought to move and the suit's action. He was nearly face down on the ground when his leg finally moved forward, striking the concrete floor moments before he toppled onto it. Frustrated, he tried again, consciously moving his arms underneath his torso to push himself upright. Similarly, the delay required nearly a full second between his thought and the action. He would need to work within the lag until he learned to adapt to the new equipment. The neural link controlled all the motors and systems in the exosuit, and it was impossible to bypass. Cal would need to adjust to it. For the rest of the morning, Cal tried to stand and walk. It wasn't until noon, with his stomach growling with hunger, that he remained upright and could pace around the small, virtual storage area. He had lost track of the number of times he fell or stumbled, the pressure of the link building behind his eyes until it became unbearable. Turning off the VR terminal, Cal wearily stumbled out of the pod, seeking his lunchtime meal and a long afternoon nap. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, 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 unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency, unspecified currency. Erica Pearson felt the force of the starship's jump thrust her firmly into her seat for a moment before easing again. The unscheduled stop would be recorded as a mathematical calculation error in the ship's logs, a rare but not unheard of occurrence. In reality, she was traveling to one of Acer Corporation's off-the-books assets to discuss her needs. Every large corporation and business maintained one of these private military organizations for things they needed to do but didn't want to be associated with. Assassinations, sabotaging their rivals, waylaying goods or resources they required, nothing was off limits. The group she was visiting was one she had used several times. Their headquarters were located orbiting a brown dwarf star well outside regular Imperial space. The system's only remarkable feature was that it was utterly unremarkable. No one had business traveling to this section of deep space, making it the perfect hiding place. The vision of the Emperor was vast but not all-seeing. Even pirates like these were outside his reach if they couldn't be found. Erica looked out the window of her private quarters of the starship, seeing a large, dodecahedron-shaped spaceport floating through the darkness of space. Lit by the dim light of the failed star it orbited. Twisting slowly, it generated artificial gravity for hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Dozens of starships were docked with the spaceport, each lacking the symbols and names that would readily identify them. Hundreds of other patrol ships glided around the spaceport, providing security. Erica recognized them all as Acer Corporation manufactured vessels, the loot they seized from shipments meant to fall into their hands as payment. It was another way of distancing themselves from their illegal activities. Leaving her quarters, she made the short journey to the dock. She felt a vibration from the starship as it merged with the starport. The shift from artificial gravity generated by the engine to the centrifugal force of the starport was momentarily jarring, forcing her to grip a convenient handle until she was safely through the connection. The starport was a bustling hub of illegal trade and home to the families of Jack's corsairs. Tens of thousands of men and women worked here, providing their services to Acer Corporation exclusively. Pirates had plundered and robbed traders and settlements for personal gain as long as humans explored the seas of Old Terra or the stars of the galaxy. Smugglers slipped between the cracks of the Imperial Watch, bringing illicit goods to paying customers. As technology advanced, so did their tactics. The engine could travel instantly to anywhere in the galaxy, making trade routes obsolete. But where there was an opportunity, people were willing to seize it. They found a straightforward way to plunder trade starships. Hack into the ship's systems via the Imperial net, and find the coordinates of their jump routes. A true master hacker could even implant their own coordinates into the ship, having their target jump directly to them in an excellent, remote location. Erica was assaulted by the sights and smells of the masses around her. It was like a miniature version of the Empire itself. 1,000 different cultures, all living together for a common goal and under the auspicious rule of a single person. She was here to meet Lying Jack, the leader of the Corsairs. They had a history of working together over the years, and while she was wary of him, she knew that with the right incentive, he would do what she wanted. Acer was their lifeline, but a rabid dog on a leash could still turn on its handler. Taking an elevator and flanked by 2 of her trusted guards in Acer exosuits wielding the corporation's finest Lost rifles, she arrived at the Corsairs' leader, situated in an office so opulently furnished that it was offensive to the sense. Gold lined every surface of the walls, where it was visible behind artwork extolling the glories of Lying Jack. Although they had only interacted a few times, she had heard all the stories depicted before. Jack said he had fought a dragon-like creature on one world or another with nothing but a sharpened stick. His love interests allegedly spread across the galaxy, sending him gifts and statues dedicated to his handsomeness. The biggest claim, and the one that earned him the moniker Lying Jack, was that he was a direct descendant of the first emperor, the grand unifier of the empire. As such, he thought of himself beyond imperial law since, in his words, "I am the empire." The man himself was tall, handsome and somewhat charming, although he left her feeling as if she had bathed in oil after their meetings. He was a slimy snake oil salesman that the old Terran novels described. He was also a complete sociopath, liable to stab you in the back if you weren't careful. He was perfect for Acer Corporation's needs. "My lovely Erica!" Lying Jack called out, spreading his arms wide at seeing her walking from the elevator. He was wearing a type of uniform, black fabric heavily embroidered in gold stitching and weighed down by gaudy medals he had gotten from somewhere. The man even wore a cape in brilliant gold like some medieval Terran noble. Erica took a deep breath, preparing herself for the coming discussion. Chapter 34 Exosuit, Part 1. Chapter 34. "Jack!" the brown-haired, green-eyed woman stated, moving into the office while flanked by her guards.